Yeah. The kick faker towards the end, will always remember that one. And he is. Ruler is the only world champion in this series. Let's see what they do though. First move was to get that vision control towards the bottom side because it is so important for them. Then roaming B, DD up through the river.
It's going to be an exciting game, and let us know what's going on here. Verizon 5G, all chat, let us know your well wishes, your thoughts. If you have good puns, they tend to bring them when I'm on cast.
Now, I want to look at a lot of these matchups because it's very interesting since we do have two very supportive mid laners here with the Seraphine matchup into the Orianna. A lot of farming towards mid. Jungle attention will be drawn to the two side angles here, and we'll have to keep track of building on these minion waves. It's so incredibly important, and especially, as you mentioned, the Jax-Gwen matchup. If you can influence this one early and get your scaling top laner ahead, it will have huge, huge ramifications towards the mid stages. If you can get early up there early to the Jax, get the stun onto the Gwen, the setup there is critical. And you notice that Rascal has gone for the Ghost. This is something that a few key personas have actually been really trying to hero and champion the use of the Ghost because of the extremely low cooldown compared to Flash, and when Gwen has so much mobility in the kit already with the dash, should give you the extra range to get away from a lot of the Counter-Strike stuns. And with the extra Ghost, it just gives you more frequency of being able to go for those big plays. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Glid when he gets up there to try and combine on those timings.
It's also just a lot more useful when it comes to team fighting.
Oh my lord, Mako took so much damage.
Good trade here, especially for when Mako and Viper were hyped up as potentially the best bottom lane coming into the tournament.
Yep.
I feel like, at least in laning phase, Mako and Viper are definitely not living up to what we saw in the LPL.
Got a jungler coming though. And it's going to be time to try to fight on to Ruler. The flash, the exhaust, finally up to it goes up. Decent damage on a Ruler. Is it going to be enough now? Flash to the wall.
Flash for
beautiful by Jeja. The shield comes in again. They get the trade kill. Now Life's got some teammates. Double TB coming in now as well as the junglers show up. Scout got to run back. BDD the same. A 1-for-1. Both AD carries dead.
And they're rewarded for their initiative here. Viper flashes in for the exhaust slow onto Ruler, and they just barely get the first blood money in time. Even though it is answered here, is going to be a decent amount of extra control through the jungle here for Glid, picking up the Scuttle Crab on the way to the top side. They already have the ward there, so should just be traded out. First blood barely cashed in time there, as Viper's the one who takes things into his own hands.
Yeah, really nice ease in straight into the flash with the exhaust. We were talking about EDG's bottom lane not really living up. One person who has it world so far is Jeja. Really nice flash coming out from that to guarantee the knockup, but the damage from Life just being too much at the end of it. Still, I think rather nice that Viper was the one to get the kill on their side compared to Life for Gen.G.
Exactly. All the money going into the correct place, plus the little bit of extra first blood money, is this small advantage there on the side of EG. And that's what you want when you're Lucian Nami lane. You know, burning the summoner spells down there could provide a repeat opportunity.
DJ just straight out looks so bored.
Decent damage. Electric goes off now as well, but Life able to shield up most of it. Worth noting though that they got pretty much the same recall because Ruler was up 5 CS before the kill came through. They're still both on double longsword, and the lane should still feel close.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well was that the wave was actually pushing towards EDG when all that happened, so Viper was able to at least catch up in CS once he did make his way back to lane. And now we're seeing junglers actually path towards opposite sides of the map. So EDG looking like they want to keep punishing the spot side, to where for Klid, it looks like it's a lot more about covering Rascal in the top lane and knowing, hey, that's who these two enchanters are going to be playing around.
And he's also, Klid is passing over that ward towards Raptors, so they know exactly where Klid is heading for Flandre on the top side, so he can play it accordingly and try and just slowly stay safe over there. Meanwhile, for the jungle too, I want to talk quickly about the flash for the Jarvan EQ. It can be hard to hit those timings, but when you're going for an EQ on a target you know has flash, you are looking the entire time and your mouse placement is already over their escape path for looking, okay, I need to have the exact timing to flash, make sure I still have my knockup animation of traveling within the EQ. And so JJ, big reward there for him to be able to make that happen and actually get that first blood. Well played.
And for EDG, just going to be the one who has to drive forward the early game aggression for EDG. Vedius was pointing out on the AD, but EDG not really a team that, despite their average game time being pretty low, in the first 10 minutes, they are not this action-packed team. A lot of their action and driving the game forward actually comes in the mid-game once we do get things like Rift Herald on the map and Dragon spawning. So for EDG, you can see they're fine leaving Flandre up in the 1v1, not necessarily trying to shut Rascal down, playing through their strong 2v2, and allowing both their soul laners to scale up for later on.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting to look at where the path for both these teams is headed with the scaling, you know, solo laners for the top side for sure. Possible split push, you know, whoever gets the advantage there, but also the team fights are a bit different with EDG going
let's go.
Just deletes
Teleport coming in from Rascal. JJ does spot it out.
TP is down, level 6 in the Gwen, doesn't have the damage. A good slow comes in for Lulu, chasing out as much as they can.
Exhaust will keep Rascal far away. Mako won't be tied.
Does not mean a kill. EDG get away with a clean murder.
Yeah, okay, one drawback of Ghost is you can't flash the bubble. Really well done by Mako there, lands the peel. This guy has played 7 years on EDG. Critical peel for Viper. That is such a big win in 2 ways. Flandre pushes up on top side, kept on mentioning the Jax, trying to get some more money into him. Loves it when his opponent actually completes the TP, goes away from his lane, and doesn't get a kill. That coming up hands empty there for Rascal is such a big deal for
pick is very interesting.
Definitely going to put that split pushing advantage in the side of EDG.
I wonder how the
picks and bans went. They at least get the consolation prize.
Yeah, and I love here that I was just hitting on how I don't feel like we've seen the same lane dominance out from EDG's bot lane that we did see in a lot of LPL games. But here, looks like they're backing off, maybe trying to make them think of recalls coming out and just instantly going for the all-in.
And this is why people have invested so much into Lucian Nami at this tournament. Since those changes, Freak, there's just so much damage loaded into all the buffs and synergies you get with Nami. Nami with the extra you know, damage coming off of Lucian passive now. You can see it there, just walks him down. You got the slow and he's got the extra damage. So we'll see if they're able to use this bottom lane and really leverage it, because so much was talked about Viper with the way that EDG won LPL and how dominant he was going to be here at Worlds. So I like how you're alluding to it, Lyric. We're finally getting to see them flex some of these muscles.
Yeah, and now has an advantage with the pickaxe in lane to keep looking for these strong trades. One thing I want to talk about more holistically is BDD's roaming down, but EDG have a ward, so I think they should be fine. Is when we look at this comp, another thing the analyst just hit on was like the damage share on each team, right? BDD 29% of the team's damage, Rascal only 20%. This time, Rascal and Ruler are gonna have to be the ones to step up, BDD taking more of a back seat, to where EDG are still fine to play the way they have been, with Flandre being the main damage dealer.
Yeah, and we have time now to analyze how they're gonna work as teams too, because both of these teams have a lot of synergies inbuilt in their draft. They're just very different. We've got the obvious Jarvan delivery for Shockwave for Scout, which gives them the initiative and the CC to try and make a Rift Herald play. Mako, though,
just the root. Mako doesn't have a flash, get away. Gonna buy some time with the tidal wave, but waves goodbye.
I do not understand why they were walking down.
Answer is going to be yes. There's the smite for Jeja. And that's going to mean more cash money. Keep in mind, 2 plays right at the top. Flandre can be snowballed off that.
Yeah, so nice pickup for EDG, but I actually really like the adaptation coming up from Gen G as JJ finds a knock up.
Damage Redspike gonna build him some time though, and Clint gonna chase in for a bit more. The kick flash life finds the execution.
How that was worth it.
Clint, that was beautiful.
For Gen G,
yeah, teammate positioning is so much more important in duels in the river than the 1v1, even with the brush advantage there. Clid doesn't back down because he's got the rest of the squad right behind him. Flash used very effectively to get that kick back and gets the kill.
The one thing that's confusing to me is the fact that, right, JJ was the one looking for that play. He was sitting in Pixie Brush. You should know Gen G have first move because they're the ones who collapsed on Mako and got control of midway.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got vision advantage like that and you're playing Jarvan, so much is influenced by being able to hit your EQ. So it feels really good as an individual sometimes to make some of these plays where you know you're going to get that big burst of damage. But again, the positioning of your teammates, being able to see the mid lane there, Gen G too close. You can tell JJ, tried to run as soon as he got his damage in, but already too close, and well done by Clid to punish him for it, not let him escape after a little bit of jungle trade ego goes
JJ was
down
greedy
there.
on that
Does
one.
have a decent amount of ramifications here because 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the dragon spawn, and Gen G would be extremely happy to set up first there.
I would actually like to see EDG just go for the opposite side of the map, just head up towards top, which is the complete opposite of what Judge is doing right now, pathing towards his bottom side. You do still have that Rift Herald. I mean, 3 plates up on top of it, you can probably raise that in just one go, and that even potentially pulls members of Gen.G up towards the top half of the map, which then allows you to pivot down towards bot and get Dragon set up first.
You've got a big point of power here with Viper already completing the Gale Force. Very, very big point here for the minute away on the Dragon, and then moving down so much ward coverage. You can tell Gen.G do want to set up for that Dragon. Just littered the river with control wards.
We're going to push him yet again. As you can tell, Jarvan is bot side. You called that he was pathing towards this side of the map. Left up his Gromp and is clear, and well, we know if they want to cross map, this Dragon spawns still in a minute. The Scuttle taken to the bottom side will despawn by that point as Gen.G's duo has recalled away. The ward is shared, and EDG, they could crash for turret plates, but I'm not sure they would even get a turret if they summoned Herald here.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, they're just going to take the opportunity to go through River instead and try and make a little bit of headway here as far as the setup is concerned. Walking over the Scuttle, no concern for the extra timing here. Jax is pushing up on top side too. The teleports are a bit desynced though. Rascals is much further behind than Flandre, so should be a little bit of easier time for EDG to get the opening.
Also, when I look at these compositions, I think Gen.G's comp can win fights very easily if it's on objective first. Just walking into Seraphine and Lulu is so incredibly hard, to where for EDG, I feel like their composition has more options, whether it's playing through a side lane and bringing Flandre down, or just brute forcing their way in.
Yeah, again, the differences are EDG has a bit more priority because they have very clear and instant initiation.
Did they just give up on
Jarvan
Dragon?
into Orianna. Age-old combination there, trying to deliver a shockwave.
Oh my
onto
god,
the back
what is
line,
this bait
onto
and
those primary
switch?
targets, whereas Gen.G are
They
completely
appear over there,
counter-engage here with the Seraphine and the Lulu,
and then make that
excelling
recall.
in a lot of these situations.
Runs hot,
whereas you're saying,
the
Lyric, if you have the setup and you have the
Gen.G
positioning
is
there,
afraid,
they can have very
make the
devastating
recall.
counter-engages. Other than that, it has
forcing
to be a crazy
Rascal
play
to
from
teleport. JJ is here with the Rift. This will probably seem to run it up top.
They can auto it down to 2 plates. They've even got an Orianna for good
Gonna go
measure.
dash in.
And this should always kill the top lane turret as long as they stick around for a few more moments. They'll get the damage, they'll get the turret, they're choosing to cross map. Now it's worth noting though that EDG have bot pressure because they've got the mythic difference in the AD carry.
Exactly, that Gale Force, as we mentioned, going to provide so much more burst damage, and when Lucian Nami can spike really hard at this point, it's hard for them to get anything on the other side. Flandre trying to get that second charge off, but Clid,
let's go!
roaming around, sniffing for something, just in time. Flandre's able to back off too, so EDG passively gaining more.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised EDG waited so long to look for the play, but I still think overall it was the right call. Make your way towards topside, drop that Herald down, and it's gonna pull Clid or BDD or whoever up towards topside to look to cover, so now it pulls them away from Dragon. We already see JJ pathing his way down there, and now EDG can once again JJ group up with Mako, walk into River, start clearing out these wards, and then Gen.G won't have that setup that really makes their composition such a hard threat to deal with.
And finally, the recalls come through. Misfortune has her own Gale Force. I am reasonably partial to at least some level of crit on the Misfortune. Gonna go in for the flight, double auto, gets the Q, word, that is a lot of damage. An execution from Viper's Gale Force. Ruler tried to get away, but Flash was not enough.
Viper came to play today, boys! Oh my goodness! Taking the Lucian Nami to extreme levels here. Gets the flash out of Ruler and the kill down. There's no question on the Dragon now.
Oh, Lee Sin's gonna lay in the queue. Flash not gonna get too much. Oh, there's too much healing.
Scout gets away.
Gonna hit on a 3, and that might be the kill. Knock up from Clid. Thank you, Lulu. Barely going to live. Viper's Flash
my god.
does not get the extra last auto that he needs, and it's going to be a walk away for Clid. But Dragon is here for the taking.
And that was so messy, guys. That was all over the place. I thought Scout was gonna go down. Even the EQ from JJ missing the knockup on Clid, but there was just too much healing coming out from the side of EDG. Now they're gonna be able to turn to Dragon first and pick up this objective.
For most of this tournament, the early lane stats have been in the favor of Ruler. Almost second in CSD for the early stages at 15, but Viper taking things into his own hands. This is so big for game 1 of the series too, establishing this level of domination with the Lucian Nami and that as priority, forcing so many plays. A lot of these are just individual here from Mako and Viper. Remember, it's not just the aggressive plays they pulled off. They even avoided the teleport down to their lane without giving a death over to the Gwen. So there's just so much pressure in this game being afforded by how well this EDG bottom lane has been playing. Now the question is, can they transition it to those big shockwave plays that they need to actually finish out this game? Because everything else is going according to plan. That Jax on top side, gaining the advantage for the split push, getting that tower down, giving him the long lane now. They've been able to check all of these early game boxes, but you have to always have that in the back of your head for Gen G. What if they stall out? What if they get the dream, you know, Seraphine and Lulu kiting out, can't go down with all the sustained sort of team fight?
The thing I'm looking at is, actually I'm really surprised Gen G are going to opt into contesting this one. Both bot lanes are on the way though, so looks like Gen G actually will have a bit of tempo on EDG.
Yeah, Gen G would want to buy some time for Seraphine ult to come back up. It's very quick here for BDD, a few more seconds on it, and they're just trying to stall the Rift Herald.
All right, Smites, what we're looking at here. Eye pops, and there we go. It's going to be a reset. Back to full HP. Team's coming around.
Beautiful stall right there from Gen G. Now it is back up. They have the ultimate available.
All right, Raph's going to burn his dash over the wall, so we'll be missing one of his steroids if there is a fight to break out. Ruler stepping up pretty confidently. Flashless, but has his ultimate. Be the first for him of the game. Down to 3k health in the Herald. They got to make sure Clit is around for the smite if he wants to go for it. Not going to be claimed here by Jeja. Is there a team fight though? As we look to find a stun on the 2. Knock up, not quite going to find. Kick back, hits Mako, and that means Nami falls. Goretrigger keeps Clit alive, and a big charm keeps it a little bit longer, but Shockwave turns one back around. Viper firing freely, finds the second kill. Exhaust traded, fighting Ruler, jumping away, staying alive for a moment. Life flashes, and his life flashes before his eyes as that is Viper dropping. Scout looks for Ruler. Ruler cannot get out. Auto attack, a shield. You gotta get this kill. He's gonna claim it. 1 left alive versus 2.
Yeah, and we see objective going the way of EDG, but that fight coming out from Gen G was so nice, especially Clid with the kick. I believe it was onto Flandre into Mako, which locks him in the bullet time, which pretty much sets up for Gen G to come out with the advantage from this fight, but still extremely close. Only 1k gold lead for EDG.
Exactly. I was so paying so much attention to the Jarvan for the initiation there, but it's Flandre who as soon as the Rift Herald goes down and you see the eye, he's like, I'm getting that eye! Top laners want the Rift Herald activation. He gets the double stun for the counter-strike with that kick onto JJ, as you mentioned, into Mako, and Mako goes down instantly with the Misfortune ultimate. So you get to see BDD tries to peel here inside the pit with just a single on the Seraphine ultimate, but because he only got one and didn't get Viper, a lot of damage done there by Viper, and some extra space gained. By dashing over the back of this Baron pit, he forces Life to flash after him to finish up the extra kill, and that means Scout inside the pit here is able to finish off Ruler with no flash, even with the extra shield coming through.
Yeah, and again, I think this shows what Gen G's composition is capable of when EDG need to fight them and in a closed space. Of course, having to jump in for that Rift Herald, so you're jumping into things like the Seraphine ultimate, Lulu being able to ult someone and lock you down, right into Rascal who can pop his W and so hard to lock him down.
Close.
But EDG, Viper's still going!
Looking for damage, and Ruler cannot quite kill, but geez, is that a lot of damage from a Fed 80 carry. Viper on his way up, moving towards Essence Reaver on his next item there as well. BDD would love to stop the Herald, but can't walk back to the eye. And so it will get the charge down. Now that's actually, I believe, top and bot lane tier 2 have both been Herald crashed and are not that hard to kill if they get a second push.
No, but it looks like instead wanting to go for resets with Dragon up in 50 seconds. So come back onto the map, get some vision down towards the bottom side. Both Scout and Flandre have TP, so if they do want to look to answer side waves and set those up, they're completely fine to do so.
And back to your point on who gets to the objective first. It's so hard for Gen G to face check because they're the ones that are walking into the possible Shockwave combination. You know, Nami Tidal Wave by itself, very unassuming. But when you get to throw it with vision advantage through jungle corridors and you've got a Jarvan Orianna combination, there's a lot of CC that you can actually combine. And Gen G, you can tell the priority here on trying to get that setup is huge. Moving in, Clid's actually able to get an advanced ward as well.
So here we go, Dragon number 3 of the game as the gold is close, 2.4 thousand to EDG. Dragons are split, but Gen G walking to the pit, double control just to make sure that Trinket Ward can't see anything. But EDG are grouped up, everyone's here, Scout TP'd in, and we get another chance at a 5-on-5.
Be careful for EDG not to funnel up for the big Seraphine ultimate. If you get multiple people hit by that, the Misfortune will destroy you. Need to spread out.
Scout claims the scuttle, bit extra vision, still Gen G playing on their controls, but there's one in the brush behind them, so they're still in full vision. EDG know what's going on. Dragon pulled back yet again. Smite still up for both players, 900 apiece. As it is in this year of League of Legends.
Oh, that's beautiful! Oh, but it's not a death.
And a spike comes in. Okay, second Dragon for EDG. Flandre kiting back. His dodge zone is down. Rask would love to keep the chase going. Get some decent damage. Kick back. Will not kill Viper. Clid is on the chase. Clid gets the the kill. Will he trade his life? Not just yet. BDD's there to support him. Gets the root, gets a lot done. And now we get the rest of the squad chasing in. Beautifully done.
That was a good setup by JJ and
BDD
Scout,
who lands
but
the snare onto Viper. The
how did that not
root
clean
right
up?
there
I know that there's not enough damage, but how did that not clean up?
Following up with the Q, and that means they transition to Baron Lyric.
Yeah, and out of nowhere, I mean, Gen G were kind of slowly looking like they were going to be bled out of this game with the map control that EDG had. But really nice fight coming out from Gen G. I also feel like EDG did sacrifice team fight setup to just be able to take the Dragon.
I like the initiation, you know, the JJ attempt at baiting out the long cooldowns. He goes in with the Cataclysm for the Shockwave play and immediately EQs out, but Gen G didn't bite on that. You know, they didn't waste any cooldowns, and holding them, they're able to actually turn it around afterwards. So big rewards for patience here, I feel like, for the team fighting of Gen G. And let's look at this again. The entire time, they're looking at trying to get one of these double openers for the Shockwave combo. JJ has his eyes on Clid. He EQs back after the Shockwave to get to the
BDD
Dragon.
flashed
they
out.
Pushed it down to get their objective.
And Lulu's out is on Clid.
BDD whiffs the
If Lulu's out isn't there, would have dead.
And so then it allows Clid to flash in for the play, and they get the guy that has been carrying so hard for EDG right off the bat.
God damn.
And I think it just goes to show, right, that had EDG, I think, sacrificed some of the setup in the top and bot side wave, gotten there first, it could have been a very different fight. But Gen G now are doing such a good job of stalling these out, like you said, not taking the bait. And I think this Baron is a complete game changer, because now they're going to have push with the Baron up minions. Now they're going to be consistently able to get vision and setup, and now it's going to be EDG who are going to have to face check in with things like the Jarvan and the Jax.
I gotta say, I was so worried for BDD and Gen G as soon as he whiffs the ultimate, but then being able to land the follow-up snare is just pulling a hat out of nowhere there for him. So now with Baron, this actually empowers the Gwen to be able to split, which has been an issue with the Jax previously.
All right, well, as we wait to see what Gen G can do with their Baron push, we get Cloud9 Enthusiasts saying, Brewler's quite a few deaths this game. Guess he's not measuring up. Thank you, as always, production, for bringing us the puns anytime I'm casting. That's a solid 12 out of 12, as I'm American and our rulers go to 12 inches, so fan of that one. Now a fight in the top side. Rascal getting tower dove by Flandre, but the sustain is high from Gwen. Can't get more done just yet.
Still really nice from Flandre to bait out, you know, the ultimate, bait out so many key abilities from the side of Gen G, and also making it harder for them to commit to their push when they have to worry about Rascal getting dove in a side lane.
Yeah, it's just a huge item advantage for the split push here for Jax. You know, Flandre did get the extra help to get ahead early, but on Blade of the Ruin King plus Divine Thunder, he's playing into Rascal, who has actually gone for components of Azonia's, which is a lot more for creating space for team fights rather than fighting the split push. So Gen G have opted for, Rascal, you're just gonna try and, you know, hold some of these side lanes, catch the waves, and rely on the team to make that big team fight play. He's got the stopwatch for the activation, then we'll be able to upgrade to Azonia's after it breaks.
All right, we are seeing a Last Whisper build out of Ruler, despite the fact he's only against one set of steel caps. It's going to be the most efficient compared to a lethality look. Here, that's the way the math works out. If they're going for more than steel caps, you're looking at more of a armor pen kind of style, but it will let him scale on towards 3 and 4 items if it goes much later. It's just not the power spike, but it's a scaling option. Mid lane still under fire, but it's worth pointing out this Red Bull Baron power play, less than the Baron itself. EDG has done a really good job of clearing the waves out, not bleeding a single turret, and in fact, knocking down top. I say that, mid lane's gonna die here. But still, the point still stands that it is less than the Baron itself in gold, so EDG has done a good job of playing the map despite being down a Baron buff.
And I think it's because they have such strong components from their early game. Remember the win conditions of the Jax split push as well as the bottom lane domination early. They achieved both of those, so you still get the rewards later into the game. Even though they did lose at the Dragon with Viper going down, they've still been able to return to it, so Jax, Flandre there does get another one.
I also feel like we're seeing something that a lot of us knew to expect when coming into the series, that it could be a bit slower in the mid game. It can just come to Dragon stacking and being all about team fights. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw teams keep going back to these compositions, things with the Oriannas, the Jaxes, the scaling on the opposite side for Gen G as well.
A lot of looking ahead, we were thinking in this series, you know, it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Take your time.
Well, we get the next scuttle going down, and guess what? It's going to be Dragon's Soul Point if claimed by EDG. No Baron to crossfire for 2 minutes, and now that they own the river, look for the play early here on a clip.
Damn.
force him to jump back to a minion to stay alive. Always has that cooldown available.
And
but
this is how
still
Lucian
forces them
should
back
play
a bit farther.
compared to what we had
yesterday
on
brush. Yes, indeed. EDG are camping it. And so Flutter
Not
gonna
saying
rush
he's
this
a
one
bad
down.
player,
Gen G
but
help out as well, and EDG can blitz
he's
this
in
thing
a
down.
very
Gen G
strong
can contest
position.
pretty
Viper's
soon.
in a
They'll
very
kill it
strong
first.
position to keep
Will there be a team
be
fight? Looks like that
doing
answer is going to be no.
Yeah, it's so scary again to face check as this team for Gen G. They don't have a great one. I guess, you know, with the stopwatch plus the Zonias now, Rascal's got 2 immunities that he can do. So Gwen, that and W, quite a few buttons to buy time with.
And now, I mean, we're going to be looking for the side of EDG, right? Getting to that soul to be their main win condition. For Gen G, I think pivot up towards top side, start getting some vision down for when the next Baron does spawn. Then we'll probably see a bit of a Baron dance, and how well EDG can navigate that with the Jack split push, since, of course, Flandre will still be able to win out against Rascal with the item advantage that you hit on earlier. But, yeah. I mean, Zhonya's finally done. You have both summoners up for Rascal. You pretty much have all summoners up on both sides, so if any kind of explosive team fight does break out, I feel like Gen G can start to feel pretty good about the power spikes they're hitting.
Still on scaling. 2,000 gold. We had that gold difference last time around, and it turned into a Baron for Gen G. That said, we're looking at Dragon Soul in 4 minutes if EDG continue to have map control. It's been not too bad so far. I have a Fire Cannon coming in for the Lucian next up for the dash double auto. That'll be plenty of damage for a little bit of early single target burst. Flandre, towards his third item as well, has had the pickaxe for a while. I assume he's building towards Sterix. And since he's got really no other item slots, he just needs that whole 3,000 gold to finish that item.
Yeah, Flandre is going to try and push this split strategy as hard as EG possibly can, because they know that Gen G's sights are set on these late game group up with our double supports for those long team fights where we have so much sustain and crowd control to work with. But the extra leverage coming from Flandre, almost to level 16 on the Jax, teleport ready as well. Swapping him, you can tell, moving up through mid so that he can still switch to the top lane if there is no fight towards mid. He's kind of covering for the possibility here, and yet still being able to divert the attention over towards Baron.
All right, rapid fire cannon in, double auto into ulti. That slow can often make it look pretty decent, but hold on. Gonna push Clid back now as well. Short cooldown as he jumped to a champion. But we are looking for top river control here. Flounder gonna grab the scuttle. And we know that Baron can be rushed down rather quickly by a Jackson Illusion. Midway
Viper?
being fought over. And BDD's almost out of mana. Now he has Spellbook, and I don't know if he can get to clarity in time to make that look good, but it is EDG controlling mid, and they've got the inside track on mid tier 2. But they're chasing for kills. I'm not sure what they're gonna get. I don't believe they can lock them down. Maybe come back up towards mid now.
The reason they're chasing so much is because they want to take advantage of BDD so low on mana, and you can tell Viper with this build going for the rapid fire cannon. He keeps dashing in aggressively for this extra damage. He's
BDD.
such a confident player in his own movement.
Ooh, snare.
Yeah, but he's so tanky. Keep in mind, he has gotten so
flashes forward. Oh, Viper!
He gets
Viper!
Charge,
Oh,
and Viper just
that's
goes
huge!
down. Oh, that man has been defanged. A kick into the wall. Scout gonna stay alive for now. Clid to be shockwave back. Goes in far. Gordwick on a 3. Staying alive for the moment. Rascal sniping. Can't quite find those. Flandre finally goes down, and yet again.
Oh,
it's
that's
Gen
a
G
beautiful out by
turning for a
BDD.
And BDD, yet again, makes a critical pick for the team. Viper has been so confident in his movement freak, but he does not flash the ulti there. BDD
He
gets
didn't
a
even
pick,
see it
and
coming.
Gen G get a Baron.
And it's crazy because we were questioning if BDD can have the same impact when he is on the supportive champion, but it doesn't matter. He's the one finding the lockdown to set up for the damage coming out of the rest of Gen G.
Bubbles, charms, sleeps, stuns. Give this man some crowd control freak, and he's gonna work some magic.
Viper, though, has got to be kicking himself. He is the pick that has turned these fights sour for his team. Once again, you can see him.
They can't see it.
Scout.
They could not see the BDD out.
Tries to dodge, doesn't flash it.
He just ease in, and once again, Gen G finding a good opportunity. Gives me flashbacks to the Ezreal game he played the other day, where once he got locked down by RNG. Clid finding a great opportunity to get onto Scout, but
Dude,
nice
JJ
job by
almost
EDG
into
to
Scout
peel
here.
back. Clid's still going to be able to get out alive, while on the opposite side of the fight, Gen G are taking down Flandre.
Just great awareness there by BDD. They've got the control ward in the Raptor brush, so he flashes right up for it, hits the target, goal achieved, and Gen G wearing purple again. Let's see if they can do better on the gold score this time, Freak, for you.
I would say the last Baron went +1 tower to EDG. EDG got top and bot tier 2, and Gen G only got mid lane outer.
Big difference this time, though, is the soul coming up for EDG, 20 seconds away. And again, they've got early vision advantage, trying to utilize the control wards here through the river to their advantage. Gen G are threatening the push, but EDG, no, we've got the upper hand here. We've got the soul to draw you in.
We're going to take some poke. EDG have more summoners, 4 flashes up to the 2 of Gen G, so repositioning could be a huge factor here. Flandre sitting in the wings. JJ, of course, knows he's the primary front line, but now being zoned away, Rasp going for the pushback. Viper,
that is a beautiful setup!
Flashes and stays alive.
Okay, Viper stays alive. Rasp is down. Oh, that's a beautiful ultimate.
For the right time. This is how you do it. Getting away from the skill shots. Charm is going to miss, and EDG looking for the Dragon Soul.
Let's go. Let's go. She was stuck in there. Ruler's in there. Lure's in there. Scout has out.
Finally flashes.
Forces the Zonia.
Stopwatch, and that is now
Dragon Soul. EDG got that clutch comeback.
They realized, hey, our main job is peeling for Viper. Gen G thought they saw the angle. Clid and Rascal thinking they have enough burst, but like you said, Freak, Viper this time around using his summoner spells, and the rest of EDG were just there to peel off. The other 3 members of Gen G not able to follow off, with Flandre doing a nice job of zoning.
And so once again, a Baron power play that might look okay in
These
gold,
games
but it's
are
EDG
very
getting
close.
more done on the map with the
I
Dragon
have
Soul
underestimated Gen G by a mile.
Once again, look at the focus on Viper, look at him outplay it.
Look at that.
They
look at that.
try and recreate the success they previously had, but JJ helps out.
If only Rascal had some CC control, Viper would have been
uses
dead.
his own flash to gain space, and then the calling down while they wait out the stopwatches, wait out the timing, pick up their kill onto the Gwen as well. The re-engage doesn't have the immediate follow-up, but eventually get the threat there with the shockwave from Scout to force the double cooldowns as well.
Also feels like the big point, right, was to Cataclysm them, JJ get out and just be able to secure that dragon for yourself to make sure that you do have soul. So really nice job coming out from EDG.
So we do have a game pause. This is Gen G, as I've been informed. Clid sadly spilled water on his desk. Tell me about world-class junglers and spilling water on their keyboards. You know, like we had Svenskeren a while back, Spillskeren, as he was known.
Oh my god!
Too. I mean, it's just shameful.
It's always the junglers.
Yeah, it's always the junglers. But I gotta point out, like, because I've had a very critical eye on Viper in this game, because yes, he has been the one who got caught out in the last 2 team fights they lost. This one was well done. This is the window you get when the jungler doesn't have flash. If Lee Sin has flash, he lands the Q and he starts the R, now you're rooted, flash behind you, and you don't have counterplay. It's actually always going to land on you. In this case, though, he had the Warthog because flash was down. That meant you wait for the Q to land, then you dash backwards. That means the kick is sending you sideways, and you're able to survive that fight. You saw him kite that one pretty well. So well done to Viper in that team fight. Yeah, okay, Lee Sin in a Q, but played the rest of it really well.
Now we have this.
I think a lot of it goes back to, again, we've seen kind of some ups and downs from Vipers, because even this gives me flashbacks to their series against RNG, where he played the Ezreal in one game and was continuously eating forward and getting caught out. But this time around, again, amazing laning phase coming out from him. Has been a bit more aggressive in the mid game, being a bit more Jackie Love reminisce to people who watch the LPL, but still such massive damage numbers coming out in this game and solidifying this soul for EDG.
Yeah, and it's one of the big things that we're looking at this Gen G composition, and wondering if they were going to have to rely on Clid to make some big plays to have initiative. Other than that, I feel like you can't always count on BDD landing these stairs right onto Viper. That should not be the norm for the team, so that play is going to be incredibly important. No,
Eric's down, Chase, ulti, and he's out of shields. That is a lot of ability power, and now the dunk on BDD has a flash. Bullet time comes down. Tidal Wave's going to hit there as well, and BDD barely able to slink away. Perfectly timed bubble. Absolutely no way out for Rascal. Teleports to his doom.
Individual picks have determined the game, Lyric.
Yeah, but over and over again. I mean, nice from EDG. Viper spotting the moment to go on Clid. All of EDG's members are going to fall up on Rascal. Doesn't matter that BDD does once again hit another skill shot and actually does lock Viper down, because EDG just had more members alive.
So great there from Scout in the side brush. He immediately shockwave on Clid. Follow up there from Viper, and then forcing it through. The teleport timing from Rascal is just a dream for Mako. Easy for him to time that one. You know, it's pretty easy also to aim. You'll always teleport, end up between where you're teleporting and your Nexus, so he's able to hit that bubble no problem, picked up the extra kill, and their reward is destroying so much of this space. Now it's just wide open for the return from EDG.
Yeah, it's crazy that they're only 3K gold apart, and this game has always been close to gold, right? It's always been between 1 and 3,000, but it does feel like for a large majority of it, EDG have had map control. Gen G have just done a phenomenal job of finding certain picks that have brought them back in the game, and now when we're at a point where it's 3 minutes until Elder, if you find that one pick in 3 minutes, Gen G can win the game.
Yeah, Scout had definitely been doing work. He's the one who started everything on Clid in the river. He's the one, 5-0-2 with 700 gold bounty on his head and death cap completed. He's definitely putting that damage to good use.
I also think it goes to show how versatile Scout is, because Scout is not only a player who can play things like the LeBlancs and the Assassins or the Rise, the Twisted Fates, things that have been banned against him so often, but Scout has shown throughout his whole career, since 2016 summer when he joined EDG, that this man can play absolutely anything.
Exactly. So much time with this organization. He truly is a regime player here for EDG, along with Mako. Both of them careers basically here, besides the substitute time on T1. So much invested by Scout in EDG and in the LPL.
Yeah, but bringing it back, right? I mean, EDG, they won their very first 3 splits in the LPO, and they incorporated back in the Clear Love days, and you know, such a well-known player, but it's the really recent times that have brought them back on top. They hadn't been at Worlds in a while. This is their first ever World Championship semifinal, and it's bringing in the new blood. JJ is the youngest player left at the World Championship. He's 20 as of 4 days ago. Like, the man is, and he's stepping in for Clear Love of all players. And hey, you know what? He was the gank that got first blood. He's been such a big factor making these team fights work, and EDG slinking on their way towards the World Final.
Yeah, and they're going to try and do it by having the vision set up for this Baron, trying to find picks.
Oh, everyone's grouped up. JJ does not go for the flash ulti. I know players who would have went for that play and said, I think my team will follow up, but holds back for now. Baron's still on the plate. I believe every ward in the pit is turned off by control wards, so going to be rushed down now. And again, their damage is so incredibly high. 4-item Lucian. Flynder, the Runekeeper, wants to deal damage. He's going to spot Clid, though. Can they zone him out? Because Ward's going to go into the pit. Now they know. Going to get a bit of damage. And Clid, here comes the dunk. He's going to flash back out. BDD locked in place. Does not have a flash. Does not have a stopwatch. Does not have a life anymore. Speaking of him, down to 100 health as well. As it's going to be Gen G running away. Do you turn back to Baron, or do you find this kill into Clid?
I feel like for EDG, it's simple solution. Just turn back to Baron. Looks like what they're going to do. Flandre can keep just playing keep away. He even sells his flash up and is quite safe.
This is a lot of damage. You can kill him. Oh, the flash to safety for a second, though. Flandre going to have to jump away. Going to flash, and he's going to be back up in a second, but he's still zoned away. The jungler, Clid, is not even across the mid lane again. The third Baron of the game is going to go to EDG, the last hope of the LPL.
And the timing of this, there's only 43 seconds left on the Elder Dragon, so Baron-empowered recalls, you get to go back, spend your money, grab your control wards before the Elder Dragon comes out. It's perfect timing, 30 seconds to get over there for the setup, and you're going to have super minions moving up mid.
Right, for EDG, it feels like everything's there. You're going to have push, you're going to have vision, you have more items on key members like your Jax up and top side. For Gen G, your win condition at this point feels to me is a steal coming out from Clid or some kind of nice pick if some member of EDG does walk too far forward. No flashes on a ton of members on the side of Gen G. Ruler doesn't have flash like Clid. Rascal didn't have flash at the start of the game, so there's a lot of easy pickings
EDG
for
can
EDG.
Easily pull off a
whoever gets this dragon is likely to win the team fight itself. Is it going to be up
not
to
even
the
trying
game?
to do
we'll
that.
have to see. Still
Flandre running right down mid lane.
EDG not only have soul, not only have
Gen G has to go for this. They have to clear it quick, or else Flandre is just going to end this. They can't play for the delay.
Does have a flash, could get a huge ulti because Jax is hitting mid, by the way.
Yep, Flandre's in base, and he's at the Nexus turret. They had to send Rascal back. Can he even cover the Jax? The Nexus turrets are melting, and they're teleporting.
There we go.
They're trying to end it now. Let her leave a man behind. Shockwave going to be Zonia's, but the Nexus will fall. We have seen these fights before, and yet again,
holy
the LPL
shit, I am so happy for Scout right now.
Game 1 goes to EDG.
Love the ending call there from
I was
EDG.
thinking of running like
utilized Flandre so well this entire game.
But this is a better idea. Just have Flandre walking up right now mid.
Here at the end, where he's at the
force the dragon,
even with the Gwen in his face.
Down there.
Counter-Strike,
or
burning those things down,
have
and they commit the teleport to finish it off. Great opener from EDG.
Yeah, I mean,
because
especially seeing the base race
either take the 50-50 or they lose, right? And they gave up on the 50-50 and they lose. So, big plays. That was a huge call. That was a huge call. That was a huge call coming in from Ever.
pushed. Knocked down mid lane, the rest of the way through, basically solo pushed. It was all about the Jax, and he ended the game. I don't care the KDA, he won the game.
Gen G have been most criticized for sitting and waiting and not being proactive. And they drafted a composition that does a lot of sitting and waiting, and it's important for the series. Even though they got caught a couple of times, they still kept looking for these plays. They were confident to push ahead with the advantages that they had. So I think that bodes very well for them.
Yeah, and I think EDG felt like they were in control of the game pretty much the whole time despite the slim gold lead. But still, I think this game shows us that this actually can be and probably will be a very competitive series. Gen G were consistently punching back and finding picks.
It's going to be a fun one. I can't wait to see more games in this series. And remember to wait for more Worlds 2021. Be sure to check out Gen G's Teams Picked as the song that represents their play style, All In by Jay Park, PH1, and Groovy Room, alongside the play style picks of all our teams on the official LOL playlist on Spotify. See you soon.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the way,
But this ad is great. Love the music for this one. All right, let's go with this.
After about 405,866,087 billion requests, and after completing a bunch of tasks that I had to do first, we are finally checking out Enemy with Imagine Dragons, who's no stranger to working with League, but then also JID, an unexpected feature, but definitely a fire artist. So Imagine Dragons and JID together, this is gonna be pretty interesting. And from what I understand, this is to promote their upcoming series, Arcane. Now I'm doing a Squid Game reaction series on this channel right now, but as soon as it's done, I'm gonna feel that sense of emptiness. And maybe Arcane could fill that void. I'm not gonna make a promise that I'm gonna react to the whole series, but I'm gonna react to the first episode at least. And if I...
This guy is very interesting. But it's mainly due to like him reacting to Worlds. Oh no, Riot stuff. And personally, I am pretty big fan of what he has to say. Because whatever he mentioned, I feel like, oh damn, I didn't even notice that. That's pretty dope.
Alright, we're in Sector 7, it looks like. Oh shoot, is that Imagine Dragons and JID just chilling at the table? The hell? Wait, that monkey looks familiar. Wait. I feel like that's a reenactment of something. That's a reenactment of the blue hair girl, Jinx. Is this her when she was little, maybe? That was in some video I reacted to. I remember that.
Oh.
Oh.
I wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned. You're the greatest, but once you turn.
Ooh! Ew, that's... What the
flounder?
Gotta say, I really love that drop when it came in there. It's kind of like a warped synth-based sound that has like a lot of release on it. That's on that downbeat, just wow. It had a little bit of reverb on it, just to give it a little bit more resonance. Basically like this.
Oh.
Very simple drum pattern here. What's kind of taking the place of where usually those 8th note hi-hats would be, the tss, 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 is actually a muted guitar. So it's like blum, 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 blum. And then I love underneath this harmony. That's what really kind of like knocked me back a little bit. So, you know, the top line is na, 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 na. But underneath that is na, 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 na. When you put them together, it sounds really dope. Woo. Oh, there's the hats. Ooh. Enemy.
Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy.
I like these orchestra hits on the downbeats. Bam! They only come in during the hook.
My enemy.
Look out for yourselves. Ooh, dude. Imagine Dragons is good for those vocal effects. Damn. Bruh. Is this series gonna depress the hell out of me? Like, what's going on here? The intensity in the vocal. Yo, just because I know, like, I'm not gonna act like I know about the lore or anything like that. I really don't know much about League at all. But this shot right here, this is like a defining moment almost. Like, so are we gonna see the story of why she became like a damn psycho, basically, that shoots everybody? Woo. Enemy. Oh, that's hard. Oh, this is hard, man. I like this. And I just like that synth bass on that off the beat. Oh, we're about to see JID. Okay. But yeah, synth bass off the beat. That really complements the. That's not really how it goes, but yeah. It's really simple production.
Okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The energy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him I still away go. Hey, when I'm flat on my drive to the
okay. That was a little Kendrick-y right there. Hasta luego. Doing a little falsetto harmony over your rap part, like, but I like it. It's playful. I like how he came in with such a chill demeanor. Kind of interesting how you can hear like a lot of vinyl crack in the background of his verse.
I'm staying where nobody supposed to be.
Like those guitars, man.
Wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever
Wreck of emotions.
The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The energy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him I still away go. Hey, when I'm flat on my drive to the top, I've been out of shape, taking out the box of an astronaut. I blasted off the planet rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with precision. I'm automatic quarterback. I ain't talking second pack it up on panic, batter up. Who the baddest? It don't matter cause we is your everybody wants to be my enemy.
That's it. All right, well, his verse was mad short. I like how he picked up the pace there at the end a little bit. It's interesting that he was that chill on this song, but I think it makes a lot of sense just because of, I mean, the production isn't like super hyped or anything like that. It's really chill and really slow moving, but it looks like it's about tragedy. You know what I mean? So I guess that's fitting.
Everybody wants to be my enemy.
Ooh. Ooh. Ah, that little choir there. I like this breakdown. Okay. Damn, the monkey just falls to his death. He was just trying to play the drums. All right, I like that one. It was cool. I really like the hook on it. It was simple production, but I think it's a really good setup song. And it kind of lets us know what we're in for, at least for the first few episodes. But a lot of series kind of follow that, right? Like there's tragedy in the beginning and things aren't that good in the beginning for the characters. And maybe they get better as they go along. But I don't know. I don't know what Riot has in store for us for this story. But overall, the simplicity worked for me. I thought it was pretty dope. My enemy. I think they spoke too soon. Not about to kill that.
Holy shit. Did I just get copyright struck from that? That is not funny if that was what happened. But yeah, I love this song. Can we just practice with like lyrics? But this one has lyrics. Don't want to do that though. Listen. Okay, let me pull out enemy lyrics. for yourself. I will keep to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground.
I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. I was smiling when I turned.
Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself, my enemy.
But I'm ready.
Your words up on the wall as you say.
Praying for my phone and the
Laughter in the halls
and the names that I've been called.
I stack it in my mind,
and I'm waiting
for the time when I show you what it's like
to be
worth it in a mic. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn they hate us. Feel the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself, my enemy. Alright, I'll try to rap it, alright?
Okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody's supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The energy on my trail, energy available. I'ma tell him I still go. Hey, when I fly on my drive to the top, I've been out of shape, thinking out the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kind of shocking. They want static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback. I ain't talking second pack it up on panic, batter up. Who the baddest? It don't matter, cause we is your. Everybody wants to be my enemy.
This part I need to practice without the music. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Oops. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. I'll never be a saint. My enemy. Pray away. This is just okay. Let's go for it. I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope. Staying where nobody supposed to be posted. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be posted. Staying where nobody supposed to be posted. Being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever. Just let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the floor. The enemies on my trail, my energy unavailable. I turn hasta fuego. They want to plot on my trot. They want to plot on my trot to the top. They want to plot on my trot to the top, but I mean out of shape, thinking out of the box. I'm an astronaut. Blasted off the space, rock the cost. Blasted off the space, planet rock the cost catastrophe. Okay, yeah. Blasted off the planet rock the cost catastrophe. It matters more because I thought about wrecking havoc on an opposition. Kind of shocking. Sorry, they want the static with precision. I'm on the automatic quarterback. I'm talking SAQ and pack it up. I don't panic. Batter up. Batter up. Who's the baddest? It doesn't matter because we at your throat.
My enemy. Look. Okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody's supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The energy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him I still away go. Day when I fly on my drive to the top, I've been out of shape, thinking out the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kind of shocking. They want static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback. I ain't talking second pack it up on panic, batter up. Who the baddest? It don't matter cause we is your.
I just don't know like where the parts hit. No copyright, man. This song is made by League of Legends. Any song that usually come out of League of Legends is copyright safe. So if you can look at yesterday, I believe it's not here, but we can do that. We can just check yesterday, but I think my entire stream got copyrighted because like some other. I watched a reaction to it and someone's stuff got like he put his song at the end. So it probably got copyrighted. I don't know. We have to see. Oh yeah, there's no copyright for. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, there was a copyright. Was it Enemy? Oh, dude, Enemy. Right, I forgot Silver Scrapes is copyrighted. Holy shit. Enemy is copyrighted. I guess the series is based off like from Netflix, so I guess I can't listen to Enemy. But that's sad, but we've already listened to the full song, so it's too late about it. Too well. Oh well, too late. Also, Arcane Twitch Co-op stream episode 1. Not if you have this song in it. We'll see. This could very much be the ending part of the entire song. Of the video. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. I swear I'll never be a sad. My enemy. I swear I'll never be a sad. Look out for yourself. Only for Twitch, for co-stream. Other platform is a no-no. That's so sad. I thought about watching the first episode with everyone, but I don't think it matters for me. I'll just not monetize it. It's too late. I've already played this song like twice at this point, so it's too late. So let's see if we can practice the rapping part, right? I need to get the beat down. Look out for yourself.
Look. Okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The energy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him my silhouette go. Hey, when I fly on my drive to the top, I've been out of shape, taking out the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback. I ain't talking second, pack it up on panic, batter up. Who the baddest? It don't matter, cause we is your everybody wants to be my enemy.
I'm still not following the beat because I can read it out quick. I can read it out quick, but just rapping it based off the beat is something I couldn't. Let's just read everything through without like biting our tongue once, and then we'll continue reacting to words. All right? I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. Oh wow, fuck. Okay, let's do that again. I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody proposed to be. I did the proposed thing too early. I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody proposed, being a wreck of emotions, ready to go whenever. Just let me know. I'm stopping way too much. I won't stop unless I bite my tongue. Continuing, the road is on, so put the metal into the floor. The enemies on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'll tell them hasta luego. They want to plant on the trot to the top, and I've been out of shape. Thinking out of the box, I'm an astronaut, blasted out of the planet rock to cause catastrophe. And it matters more that I can't. I'm trying hard to read it fast. Let's just read it slow once, alright? I'll go in for the top. Read it slow. Don't bite your tongue at this, and then we can react to words again. Let's do this. I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be posted. Being a wreck of emotions, ready to go whenever, just let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the floor. The enemies on my trail, my energy unavailable. I tell them hasta luego. They want to plot to my chart to the top. I've been out of shape, thinking out of the box. I'm an astronaut, blasted off the planet rock to cause catastrophe. And it matters more because I had it not. Had I thought about wrecking havoc on a position, kind of shocking. They want the static with precision. I'm an automatic quarterback. Oh fuck, I can't. I lose focus on the later half because I was like doing too much, and I don't really see it. Because I'm just hard reading it. There's no point for me to breathe. Oh well, it's okay. World's time.
Rascal. I don't love it into the Graves. I feel like the Graves just has so many more options. Lyric, you have all the roads you can travel down with this. You know, he can farm up a bit better. He can scale up a bit better. The Renekton doesn't really bring a whole lot that you're going to utilize as a point of power here. And so they're going to rely on BDD as usual, Freak.
Yep,
Get him his Azir. That's going to be the game plan.
Yeah, and it feels like with the Renekton, right, it just comes
Azir.
Go up in the top. So they do have a lot of early game
Why did I
power
say
coming
Azir?
out,
No.
both the Lee Sin
Jinx.
and Rakan as well as that Renekton. Jin, of course, been able to do
Can
fine.
you imagine them letting
EDG, again, sticking with
players
some identities of scaling in their composition.
pre-play
And
the
again,
new
an Enchanter
the
bomb
Arcane
from Mako,
Jinx skin?
But still having the agency with the Jarvan coming out.
I actually think it's so sad that we're seeing all of these enchanters from Mako and they're just jumping on this enchanter train.
Why?
Because this man, over the course of his career, I've loved him on engage support.
His Alistar, it's so fun to watch. But yeah.
You know, what can you say to buffing up Viper, right? Yeah. This is so much security for them.
And I'm always a sucker for new stuff coming out. I was over the moon seeing Zillion yesterday. I'm happy that we've got Enchanter players, we got tank players, we got a bunch of different looks here in this draft. And Jinx is a champion you can absurdly snowball in the bottom lane. If you get a kill, you get excited, you show up for jungle gank, you are going to just delete turret plates. And they've got an advantage 2-on-2.
Especially when you even just look at comps holistically, right? Because Genji's comp isn't that tanky, isn't that durable. So Jinx will just be able to utilize that passive and continuously mow down members of Genji in team fights. For Genji, I'm really curious to see where they do go with this early on. You would expect typically it should be just Jin being left by himself, Rakan making his way up towards top side. You have the Renekton and trying to find some kill pressure because you have the all-in threat with your slice and dicing of the stun. But for Genji, Rascal just has not been their point of strength at Worlds so far.
Here we go on to the Rift. Game 2. Edward Gaming won a pretty close game 1. Genji had claimed 2 Barons against them, but EDG with control over the top and bottom lane ensured that nothing bad happened, and they had control the whole way through. A Mountain Soul closed it out in the end. Now we get to see what happens onto this one. Genji putting a lot of eggs in the BDD basket. Rascal on a heavily nerfed Renekton. Not even a counter pick really here. The bot lane I feel like looks better for EDG as well. So Clint and BDD, it looks like it's on you from draft.
Yeah, and as much as BDD is Azir, you know, he is Azir and Zoe, Scout, most played champion here at Worlds, has been Ryze. And you mentioned a couple times in the last game, Lyric, as we see a level 1 invade here for JJ. Not going to be fully scared, though. Throws down the flag, and Flandre comes to make sure that there's not going to be any repeat play. But the ward does get in there inside the back of Red Pit. You know, Scout, talking about very quickly there, the Ryze gives you the opportunities for the roams here. We'll see if they can actually get priority for him to affect the side lanes.
Yeah, and for Genji, you could be looking a little bit post-6, in my opinion, trying to influence that matchup, right? Once Azir has the ultimate, you can look for, as Dagda calls it, the all swoop and boop, push Ryze into the Lee Sin, try and look to kill him, and then, you know, pivot towards the top side of the map and try and set up Rascal, but for Genji,
Flutter is so nice to help do the peeling
than they did last game to set up for the skirmishes, like people like Chronicler were saying on the analyst desk.
I love Flandre's move here, because he knows he is going to own this Renekton if he's got awareness of the jungler. So he goes straight up 1v2 solo wards the enemy blue. When the most effective strategy versus Renekton, and especially now after
holy shit, Flandre! Oh my god!
This is literally the perfect game plan versus Renekton. If you deny him access to the minions early, then he can't charge up the rage. Level 1 Renekton has no threat. So Flandre, all you have to account for is the jungle, and he goes and gets his information himself, then just brutalizes Rascal here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing Rascal could do, or Clid could do, is finish Wolves, loop through the alley towards like mid-top, and then go for a gank, and that's, you give your entire bottom jungle if that happens. And by the way, JJ going for a very full clear.
Rascal took too much free damage from Flandre. I love this. I am loving this from EDG.
Why we were hyper-focused on the picks and bans surrounding top side of the map in this series. And Flandre, after the advantage...
Oh, wow.
Exactly.
Oh, this is going to be brutal.
Dude, they just fucking bitch slapped Rascal for locking in the Renekton here.
An important power spike as many minions have died, but they're going to try for this dive. Can he make it happen? TPing another Ryze as well.
Wait.
When do they hit the button? They find the first slow. He's already dashed one time. Second one's going to flash into the blue area, but that means it is at least half a wave, maybe a second one dropping.
That is good for Rascal.
A good slice and dice.
He didn't end the first, and he made Scout go for TP.
But Rascal returns to the scene of the crime.
All right, Scout's going to miss some farm, but now Rascal is flashless. He's caught up a little bit of CS. Healing, his Q's now on cooldown. There's the knockup, there's the combo. Scout
There we go.
the aggro. Goodbye, top
Hard
lane's over.
camped. He got hard camped. Holy shit,
Be
dude.
answered by Gen G, but that is willingly walking back in there for Rascal. And mid lane was not hard pushing Freak, so it wasn't like the communication was there and BDD was saying, hey, I've got the minion wave up to his tower, there's pressure pulling Rise back.
Yeah,
he was slow pushing.
That was just so strange coming out from Rascal, walking straight to his death. EG also did it well with Scout being the one to pull the aggro because he can stand right on the edge of turret range, walk out, and missing a ton of CS as well. Flandre now 28 to 14.
That's why Graves has been talked about so much this series or this tournament, because you have so much control of the minion wave in so many different matchups here. And so building up that minion wave, capitalizing on it with the dive. Clid, though, has a little bit of extra information, and he's got his recon coming, so his support is on the way. He wants to make the most of it, and it's just going to be a stolen wolf.
JJ did have his smite up, didn't realize in time that was going to get the steal, so okay, that is some camps down. Worth noting, though, that Clid indeed has a level lead as a result. Bot lane CS difference is 3 with 2 more to farm, so slightly Gen G favorite early on, some of that being jungle pressure.
I like to always bring this up, is re-entering the side of the map where you have already given so much priority to your opponents. They made this double play on top side, so a large amount of time spent by both EDG's mid and jungle on the top side of the map. So then when you re-enter your jungle there for JJ, you have to know that this was previously controlled by Gen G. They had so much time to set up there, get some vision, get some positioning, and it's kind of like for him that the rewards were only smiting away the wolf.
And I think for EDG, with the fact that, right, you have consciously chosen to put all your resources into Flandre, that means Clid on the other side, you're going to answer and be the one to get ahead. I want to see EDG look for another play on the top half of the map. Both junglers, of course, are up there right now. It looked like the wave from Rascal was going into Flandre, but Flandre instead just going to keep looking to deny and push Rascal under his tower.
All right, wave down in the mid lane. Farm, +1 for Scout, honestly. Well done keeping out of your lane and still keeping up on that result. Was able to buy the tier as well and walk back, so he's going to feel comfy. BDD, though, does have TP advantage. We'll spot that one over time. Good root means a knockup on a Viper. Decent damage, but Lulu with shields and guardians not too bad. Looking to reset probably fairly soon as Mako is out of mana, and that can be tough to lane that way, though. Has Biscuits to keep it alive for now. Bit of bot pressure. Not going to find too much more as the cannon falls and they sidestep.
Wow, Genji doing a nice job of not allowing Viper to push in and get the reset.
Ignite is good damage. Will not kill Viper just yet. Choppers come down to make sure there's no more chase, but it still is going to force the recall, and Viper may be on a somewhat ugly recall as a result.
Yeah, looks like they're going to end up missing a wave. Viper might have to back off, though JJ doing a nice job of hovering down to make sure that Viper can stick around and catch his wave. Yeah,
I was going to say, I believe there was that ward up by the top side that just saw Clid, so they know there's a little bit of time before Clid comes for a possible dive. That's why Viper has the confidence here. They just wait on JJ to hover. You just need a shadow.
Lula got
sure
so close to the wall.
Up and Clid
rooted in place. Not going to be in range for any more as the TP comes down. That's going to be VDD rejoining. So, yep, out goes JJ. Bot lane shows up as well to make sure the scuttle goes over, and that will be claimed by Clid.
A really nice by Gen G to kind of sync that one up. BD on a reset can just instantly TP in and make sure that nothing happens. Of course, because of this previous bot play, Gen G did have push in bot side as well.
But it leaves open. Now, his teleport has already been used to cover for a crash. The top side. You cannot cover for this Renekton any further, and so Flandre, again, just to push this Graves-Renekton matchup to the most extreme. Again, remember, this is pushed to this level by the extra information. Warding out the jungler, keeping track of him there. Not necessarily the extra avoidance of mid lane, but Flandre flirting with a little bit here as Clid
6:30 p.m. off.
Control ward. I do feel like Gen G so far have done a pretty decent job at least stabilizing Rascal. You can see Clid is just constantly hovered around pretty much each of his lanes to make sure that JJ can't look for these plays. And gold pretty much even so far.
Blunder's having fun in that top lane.
First blood, obviously, 600 handed over as a result of the kill and the assists. Farm has been fairly close. But yeah, I'm curious how much more bleeds out because it's already been 2 plates taken up there.
So last game, even when Edward Gaming got such big early advantages, there was still the other side we could go to for Gen G, and we're like, oh my goodness, they can still rally around their team fighting with Seraphine and making use of the double enchanters. But this game, I find it a little bit disingenuous if you wanted to go back to that. Like, there are so much fewer outs that Gen G have this time around because of their draft. The Renekton is going to be useless. This is a useless little meatball there that's going to try and, buy some time for the Azir to hit. You're facing a Lulu'd up Jinx, okay? So I feel like Gen G's hopes right now are literally God BDD, please save us, because other than that, it has to be some insane picks and performances from the Rakan, from the Lee Sin to just outplay the side of EGG. Barring that, though, EDG have so many outs in this game. They can split push with Ryze later. They can team fight with the Lulu'd up Jinx. It just seems so much in their advantage.
However, I've got a curse for you. Water spill on the EDG side.
Oh,
Viper.
No way.
Clid lost game 1 off of a water spill. It wasn't off the water spill, but there's a water spill on Viper's side. Obviously cleaned up, now ready to go. But, you know, just pay attention during these pauses. Who is the one with the klutzy fingers? And
Detective Freak.
might just let you know.
Who spilled the water? It was Viper on stage with the keyboard.
Now we're going to see if Viper can pick himself up a kill as well.
Oh, that's a huge amount of damage. They're only at level 5
not
too.
Not going to be able to find it. And going
Rula's
back to
on
the point that you were
6.
making, Kobe, while
That
we were in the
doesn't
pause,
matter.
is that I agree, Genji's comp just looks so much less forgiving. It's kind of like a bit of a pit comp in the early game, and then late game it is all on BDD. The problem is you have Viper that outranges absolutely everyone on the side of Genji.
And they've got tanks on the other side too. Like, Jhin is not great at working through tanks, while you can kind of rely on Azir. If Azir is your only like hardcore scaling component, then you have very difficult times going up against, guess what? Flandre's super fed on the Graves. He's gonna have so many options, as well as the Jinx Lulu. Anyways, back to the early stages where Genji still have hope. If they can get Rift Herald and push us ahead, this is where you want to make use of those pick opportunities, Lyric. You know, that's how, like we said, you outplay with this comp. It's not all based on the comps, it's about how you play. Can they get some of these pickoffs? Can they make use of this Rift?
Rascal is actually holding his lane very well.
But the other side
Except for
of
the
the
level 1 where
controlling
like,
the bot lane.
so much free damage.
Ruler has just forsaken bot lane.
Yeah,
because, wait a second,
he's holding
Ryze
out pretty
missing,
well right
Jarvan's
now.
missing. We're all topside. 2 turret plates just now went to Viper, without even having to roam out of the lane, right? Normally it's like, oh yeah, they cross-mapped us. We brought our AD carry up, got Herald. They stayed down. Both bot lanes were down, and it was still 2 plates taken.
Clid hovering for a possible outplay. You know, one of those big Rakan plays, Flash try and get in there, and yet perfect back off there from EDG. They just finished on the wave, so they're easily able to recall and reset, and another one of these attempts or opportunities not achieved.
And a lot of this actually does stem from what's happening in top lane, right? All the map is connected. Flandre able to play very self-sufficiently. Has been getting his own vision if you do look at River to where he's able to play like this. Rascal fighting it all in though.
For a lot of damage, second dash gonna be up soon. Flandre! Oh, Rascal! He was first blooded, he was camped, and he solo kills Flandre!
Really nice coming out from him. Seriously, he's been set so far behind, but able to find his own opportunity to find the kill.
Is that enough? He lies in wait, patience in the brush. Freak, these outplays, you know, the positioning here, it means everything. If the Graves can walk into you right by your brush in River, that is the opportunity you have to snatch on the world stage. The door opens, the patience there for Rascal pays off, and he's able to jump on the unsuspecting Graves.
I'm not supporting Genji in any way,
really
but that was actually a good
play
play
after
from Rascal.
just taking so much abuse early on in this game. Must feel extremely good because they also trade flashes.
And it also goes to, you know, us questioning the Renekton in draft. That's why they picked the Renekton, because it's a champion that Rascal feels extremely comfortable on, has played it many times throughout the split. Waits for Flandre to walk up, gets straight on top of him, does pop the ult, and he realizes, hey, I still have the flash up. Even if Flandre gets away, he'll be able to follow. And that slice and dice forward in the path that Flandre would go, so critical to make sure he'd be able to finish that one off. And then nice by Clid, even hovering mid to make sure they're winning on both sides of the map with this play.
Flandre was a little greedy on holding in the
1,000 gold deficit, but the first Dragon and a Herald Summon in mid is going to be at least 320 more gold if they can auto it more. Add 160 to that number as Scout's going to do his best to clear the wave, but again, those plates are taken. Now, BDD, I don't believe, is getting his share of that gold, so it's all on to Clid. You are not accelerating the Azir with that charge, which is a little unfortunate. You can see his gold just tied with the Ryze. And off, you know, they're going to go out of that one, so the gold difference still going to stay just about that 1,000. Though again, Lisa not quite that heavy scaler. Mid lane clear real quick, and yeah, now my eyes are on Rascal a bit. If he can solo kill in the 5th year of his career, going to a nerf Renekton, that's a good look.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I really highlight that he was, you know, his positioning and waiting in the bush, very intelligent move from him in keeping track. Definitely does swing a lot on this. You can see on the minimap that Flandre is now constantly pinging the Renekton and constantly pinging these brush, because if he does not walk up into it and get that start, then you don't get the all-in for the chase down.
It also goes back to the point about Flandre trying to be self-sufficient, of Genji punishing that.
Ace comes in, they get the root onto Lee Sin just barely, but a charm and knock it. Mako wants to tank the Q from Lee and is able to do so.
I forget. Oh, that's big. That is big. No flash on Viper. Viper's gonna drop.
His health bar is at 1, and he's gonna go down. Clid finds the gank in bot lane.
Fucking damn.
Clid absolutely demolishes Viper there. Again, Viper being overconfident with that position. He doesn't respect Clid. His Q onto Lulu, he takes it in onto Mako and makes the kickback play. Another just bag of gold here picked up by Gen G.
And to where before they were kind of falling down to about 1,000 gold down, they've caught up. They're doing quite well now, and all of it really is coming off the back.
EDG has decent
honestly had a bit of a rough game one. This time around,
Genji's main carry would be
I'm so
BDD and
thankful for
Ruler.
Genji to make this one interesting. They're actually playing
and
off
Rascal
of
making
that,
those huge
mid-game pick potential with the Jin
But
Rakan
EDG has a lot of
that they
kiting
have,
mechanics
some
happening, so
fearsome
I don't see
opportunities
how.
there for
I
them.
think it's
if they didn't do
gonna
that, if
be-
they didn't get the money here,
in terms
then
of
the late game would
composition,
be,
right? EDG
just
has
such
the
a
upper hand.
landslide. EDG, of course, can
As
still
long as
tell
they don't
themselves,
suddenly like
just
turn
stick
this
to the
into
game plan,
10
keep
K
trying
gold
to,
lead. I don't see
go
how.
accordingly and keep it on a smooth pathway towards their scaling later.
I'm ready to
but
bite my own words,
Genji
but
making it
it
very
is
interesting
what it
here,
is.
making those picks, getting those kills.
And even now, right, Genji coming out with 3 mythics compared to 2 on the opposite side. So if any skirmish does happen in the next minute, I feel like Genji are solidly favored. Right now, it looks like Clid's pathing up towards that top lane to make something happen.
Interesting too, because Flandre has no flash, neither does the bottom lane. Genji now, Clid is revealed on the control ward, but they have this in their minds. Keeping these flash cooldown timers are so important. When your mid-game here hinges on so many of these picks and trying to make these plays,
They're still going to be attacked there, finds a knock-up, actually able to catch BDD, who jumped in but couldn't get the push back. However, Lee Sin is on the follow-through, and Clid gets a third kill of the game. That's going to be Scout locked up, not quite dead yet.
How did Scout
Sidesteps
get
the
locked
Sonic
up?
Wave. That would have been a chase down for sure.
And just really nice play coming out from Clid. You can see all of Gen G just working together on the map. Life making his way up as well to make sure things are safe. BDD going in, and it just shows the strength of having the support of these roaming supports able to follow through. Clid being such an aggressive playmaker, now breaking down mid-turret. That's going to be so massive for Gen G on controlling vision in both quadrants of the enemy jungle.
again, this is Gen G making these proactive plays. This is Gen G rewriting the narrative on them of being slow and not taking the opportunities that are in front of them. This is a proactive Gen G forcing all of these picks, all of these plays onto EDG. They're going to get rewarded on bottom side. Everybody moving over for the extra damage.
Turret number 2 going to fall, and they're actually going to let Ruler get the solo gold, it looks like. BDD and Clid both came down, made sure, okay, Genji didn't come on his way over. No one's going for a TP defense. Ruler, 300 gold richer. Now the bot lane, I mean, I like the Lulu pick, but as it came down to it, Gen G able to put enough pressure down through Clid. That bot lane was won by Gen G, and even without the help, Rascal started finding his solo kills.
And now we're going to be looking at top side of the map. EDG, of course, did just elect to give up bot lane to make their way up towards Rift Herald first. If Gen G had been a bit closer, I think they could have looked at posture and buy time, but EDG so early on this objective, they're not going to. For Gen G now, I think you just look towards bottom side, put vision down, and just keep up the dragon stacking game. You already the first one, could potentially set this game up for a bit of an earlier soul, and then have a late game win condition in that.
To summon. Top lane outer is definitely going to die, even just to auto attacks. Flag and drag in. Okay, I like this one. Also, if you're afraid of getting attacked, you flag behind. The AoE for the attack speed is very, very high. Put the autos, Q back out. No one's going to gank you. They're not going to burn the Herald just yet. They need to get that turret. Waiting for something more valuable, like maybe bot lane or mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that Gen G haven't committed more towards this bottom side. It looks like they're really afraid that EDG might commit up towards another play on Rascal and then drop that Herald down on a tier 2.
Herald is really cool because it makes their opponents respond to you. If you want to make an unsuspecting play like this, where they were just hovering around in the fog of war there before walking back to this Tribrush ward, then you can overcommit to a side of the map and force your opponents to answer the hard push of the Herald, but it is a really good pick here.
Good play by JJ, but still rooted in place. He's going to get kicked and killed. Well done by Clid. Best he could do was to ult through the charm. Still gets knocked down. It's going to be a fight for some Krug gold. Not going to matter a whole lot. Gen G proactive, winning in game 2.
It's Gen G unleashed in the mid game here. They just continue to beat up EDG. That ward in the Tribrush Freak. They call up the bottom lane, and Ruler
This is a scary
with
game for
the Jhin
EDG.
ultimate opening up again. Clid finds
Clid is
another
like
3
playing
kills
like
again.
a fucking
Get back on a scout.
MVP, and
lands the
Ruler.
snipe, lands the kill. It just keeps happening.
Wow.
This game belongs Gen G.
And Gen G just finding picks all over the map. I'm pretty sure we saw Ruler walk right through mid-wave down towards that bottom side. Surprise Scout can get picked off by that. But I love that Gen G are keeping this momentum up. Already 3 turrets down, only 1 on the side of EDG. And all of this strength on the Lee Sin 3-0-0. Gore Drinker already making his way towards the Sterix as well. And for Gen G, they just need to keep this up. This is their power spike. This is their point of power. They have lockdown and numerous rolls coming out from the Rakan and the Jhin, and even good backline damage coming out from these here. EDG not having a great way of walking into that for Gen G.
Great point. And the way that they do push it ahead for Gen G is now that you do have all this priority with pushed in on side lanes and all outer turrets are gone, is exactly what Life is doing right now. Moves in, gets the deep wards to see the transitions between these secondary turrets here. When EDG are trying to catch that farm, they're sticking to the, we got a skill for late game plan. It's Gen G's opportunity to increase their lead, to take away the jungle camps. You threaten the picks here. They've made very good use of the Rakan engages. Klid's Lee Sin has been on point, forcing play after play for them. And now you get to leverage that extra territory that you've earned with the threat of those picks.
It's also, when you look at these 3 champions in particular, the Lee Sin, the Jhin, and the Rakan, there's so much long-range pick potential to follow up. EDG don't need to full-on commit into you for you to be able to find that one key pick to be able to push the gold lead further.
More damage here towards almost the turret, looking for a bit of poke, maybe a CC and a lockdown, but just Gen G owning the right side jungle.
EDG has superior late game, so I can only
not going to do too much either. Now
pray for this game to go into that stage.
Bot lane is still under fire. BDD have
that
to
is the best way of putting this.
Some shots under the turret.
Yeah, looks like Gen G should just be able to keep sieging this one down and get this. Ruler even still having his ulti if they want to wait, but next wave is pretty far away. Looks like for Gen G, they should probably just start pivoting towards mid, keep taking away these jungle camps, and looking for the next objective on the map, which probably is going to be Baron spawn. Get some vision down on the top side.
Again, one of the biggest things leveraged against Gen G was them not pushing ahead game states, but they continue to increase.
JJ coming in from behind, never mind getting
jungle camps you mentioned, pushing out on the sides. And BDD holding off multiple members here with extra pressure. He's basically just buying time for the rest of the team in the numbers advantage side lanes to take down another.
And now for EDG, I feel like a big point of power you were looking for was the side lane pressure they'd be able to get with both Scout and Flandre, who should be able to win out in the 1-3-1. But Gen G have done such a good job of playing out through 2 lanes, leaving Rascal on weak side who has TB, should be fine to clear that one out and not giving the potential opportunity for EDG. You can see now EDG are the team who have to just all in on 1 lane of the map, give up farm on sides, and try and force something, which is where Gen G are stronger right now.
Exactly. So now we're looking at EDG, their possible comeback mechanics in this game. Rise, ultimates, plus the Jarvan finding someone and getting that pick. Sometimes if you leave these openings and you don't do your due diligence with your warding from your split pushing and you're trying to gain too much in a map controlled situation, that's where the comebacks happen. And if you give some gold in a pick and a comeback opportunity to this EDG comp, that's when it gets quite scary, to the things that we were kind of warning about in the early stages, speaking about how that EDG comp will be so scary later on. Gen G can easily transition over towards the Baron now when you see them moving in for super deep red quadrant coverage.
I think another nice thing for Gen G going forward in this game is the fact that it will be an Infernal Soul. So it's not something like a Cloud where a lot of teams feel like, we're fine to just give that one up, just keep farming our own jungle camps and scale up. EDG are going to feel like they need to fight for these objectives going forward, and Gen G have a reliable way to force EDG out of their base.
Yeah, we can see top lane tier 2 maybe the target, as we've got 3 members up there, only 2 on defense for EDG, but as Rise clears away the wave, they're not getting a whole lot of damage done there. Ruler's showing up now as well. Renekton gonna come over and control mid, so a lot of members heading across the top side. It's just Graves kind of accepting the farm down at bot lane, the Rebel of tier 2. Gen G keeping the pressure going, already on 2 dragons. Baron has spawned a minute ago, and turret only gonna lose about a quarter of its health. Ultimately, it's not a whole lot done up here, but nothing given away, so it's just some extra turret chip.
Oh, this is a catch on Rascal.
For the pick on Renekton.
They know he's isolated. They know he's away from the rest of the team, so Rascal going to be attacked and shut down. 500 gold goes through to the Graves.
And that
what?
Was
he has
you
a
were talking about, Kobe, for EDG to
yes,
find
shut
ways
gold?
back into the game. To
is it from his farming?
Gold. It is going to give up a turret on the opposite side.
Wow.
EDG needed to find anything.
we keep cursing both teams. Let's just keep talking about the comeback mechanics for each side, and we'll continue to have the back and forth here as EDG, not only is it a pick, but they trade turrets. They're gonna leave open the inhibitor here. With 37 seconds left on the Dragon 2, you have to decide between getting your recalls off to reset for your control wards to go back down there. Flandre gets another outer, and the gold keeps flowing in.
Scout's one without TP, so he actually can't join that, but Flandre able to push down to the bottom side. This play, long form, has been positive gold to EDG because they got more turrets in the shutdown or equal turrets in the shutdown. So overall gold positive, but the question is, can they play for Dragon in time if they want to slow down the stacking? Scout's going to be able to get down to the river just about in time. Gen G getting a lot of their recalls off, and I think it's going to be a close battle.
Yeah, EDG at least will be able to get some river control cemented first with the fact that Flandre was pushing in that bot side of the map. For Gen G, though, we talked about a lot of the long-range pick tools. You can open up Jhin ultimate, try and force them off. Jhin, Rakan, I'm sorry, follow up, but no, for Gen G, they don't want to look for it. They're just going to back off.
I kind of like the choice from EDG to take that timing as an opportunity too, because as long as they get out here.
He's got a dash.
Gen G anyway is returning to take this tower, and they might be looking for an opening with Scout on the side.
They got a route, they got another route, almost, so barely Clit is able to jump away. That was so close to being locked in place. The root did not come down in time.
No, so for Gen G, they are going to be able to back off. Looks like Clit gets the smite, gets the red buff. And now Gen G, of course, are going to posture towards the top side of the map, look to get that vision down, because Baron now the only standing neutral. And for Gen G, I don't think they have a great way of punishing the fact that they took top lane inhibitor turret. Maybe that's one of the reasons why EDG were fine giving it up, because Gen G don't really have a split pusher, but instead they want to bait the Baron. Or not.
Trinket used. They don't have ways of getting rid of the vision. They don't have a control inside the pit, so okay. Knew it was aggro, knew to back off. Flame Chompers do in fact reveal Fog of War, so you can always toss those down to fight for wards, but it's still a lot of fog. That blue trinket has been slain, and so it's fog, and they got to make their way forward, EDG.
Should be using flag to...
He wants to save it to not be charm knockups. Like, he could throw it down, but he's afraid if there's another spot to check, he needs it to get away, so ends up saving it, does not get punished for the sort of safety, but now we have round 2 on the Baron. Gen G starting it up again.
And for Gen G, they do have a pretty decent Baron with the fact that they do have Nazir in their kit, and they have amazing turret potential. You can see Life looking for Viper or a certain member of EDG to walk too far forward.
Healing up again. TP is up for Flandre, but has not been allowed to go back to the side of the map. Gen G actually up in teleports, but right now playing consolidated. Ultimately, they're able to get out Viper's ulti, but no other cooldowns have been forced. So they try again. Flag goes down, not being hit yet.
I think a lot of this for Gen G also stems from the fact that Flandre is still ahead in terms of just solid 1v1 against Rascal. Rascal can't go and push out in the side lane, so they need to make these 5-man plays around Baron, and EDG just need to stay here.
Split is showing on purpose, so that there's no urgency.
Spotted, knock up there, big damage on a Clit, almost rooted in place, diving in towards a stopwatch. TP coming in now, 5,000 health on the Baron. Will they turn back for the play? They could try to burn it. JJ is in, now it's Gen G inside the pit. They're gonna disengage, but it's at 4K. If you're leaning out for the play, you could, but Flandre, he could always ult out, he could always flash out. This is dangerous. Jinx can throw rockets over the wall, but I'm not sure EDG can win this one. Of course he has lives too, but it's not going to be enough. Baron will finally reset. The recalls come through for Gen G in Fog of War, so it's still mostly unknown.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that EDG didn't want to more full-on commit to that one for the fact that Clid was one of the members who was low. I also think Life was probably about 50% HP. Members who can't just recall and TP back to the fight, but not wanting to be grouped up against a composition that does have so much AoE with the champions that Gen G has picked.
Yeah, one of the problems that Gen G are facing here is that there are such good split options for EDG. So Gen G are trying to bait here into their picks. You know, the Rakan, the Jhin, can they find something? But EDG have been safe enough to avoid this while also having those outs for later. Lyric, having that map control, and guess what? The Jinx continues to scale, the Rise continues to scale. As long as they can control the next few minutes here for the side of EDG, they will remain pretty confident.
This is also why it's so massive that EDG were able to pick up the last dragon, right? Because if this would be sole point for Gen G, EDG can't just play this posture game where they're staring at you and thinking about what they could do. They would have to walk into Gen G's composition, so EDG buying themselves this breathing room where they're like, fine, we'll wait for waves to be on our side of the map, we'll pick up our own camps, and we'll keep relying on our scaling tools.
The classic Gen G stall out freak, getting a little nervous.
Yeah, but it is a 4,000 gold lead, and they've been able to keep that one and actually grow it for most of the time. Control ward knocked down. Rascal gonna once again create Fog of War inside this Baron pit, so they can keep playing this dance. Double TP up on the one side, still only Scout on the other, so Gen.G could play the sides and then group down. Dragons up in 50 seconds. EDG taking final recalls. Flandre on 3.5 items. And level 16 is Klid is up 2 levels in the jungle, but the broken stopwatch gonna have a while until the GA is ready.
Yeah, and speaking of stopwatches, we don't have anything on Viper, so Viper just going to be relying on his own positioning, his Lulu, and of course his summoner spells, and definitely feels like Viper being the big member you need to watch for. But Flandre as well probably will be the big damage dealer in this team fight with how much gold he was accelerated in the early game.
Keep your eyes open for a possible flank angle too, because if they can get a deep ward here for Gen.G to allow Rascal to teleport in, Life is looking.
They're looking. They're gonna find the knockout.
Nice.
Kill BDD.
BDD flashed away. JJ is gonna die. Not with Lulu's ulti on him.
Is this gonna be a play?
Ooh, Viper took a lot of damage.
Backwards, but be careful because they can keep on going. It's a flash in for Klid. It's a flash in for Life. 1 kill so far. Will they find a second?
Mako's gonna drop.
Could drop, and Mako does. Really gonna get that kill. Looking for another flash. Is in. Finds the shutdown, and Flandre's on his way out. Gen.G are gonna find this game.
Oh man.
The map belongs to Gen.G.
EDG overreach, and Gen.G will walk this one right to the base.
And amazing to see, especially from Klid and Life to follow that one up. Rascal with the flank as well. And Gen.G looks like they can just walk this one down.
If you come at BDD, you better
Damn.
not miss. They punish the turnaround. JJ goes down, and
I
Gen.G
did not
will
expect Gen.G to win this one.
Stopwatch for good measure. Not going to matter. You are not going to defend this base. The Nexus turrets will fall. The respawns come in. A dunk for Gen.G to buy a little bit of time. Flashing away to safety. Rascal gonna take out this turret for a while. The rocket might land for a bit of damage. And
Won't end.
maybe,
The game's
just
not done.
maybe
The
Nexus
game is
won't
not
fall.
done yet.
Are there gonna be a
Hi,
little bit more to play in this
welcome to the
game?
stream.
Looks like yes.
Why can't pro games be more intense? Yesterday was pretty intense. I got so fucking mad yesterday. I'm still mad about yesterday.
And for Gen.G, I wonder if they... Nope, they don't have the health bars to stay and look for a dragon. But even maybe on the top side.
Heroics there from EDG to hold at the Nexus.
I am still mad
Gen.G, and now they have really strong
at
possible
T1's
forcing on Baron. You see
game
the
for lock-in.
quickly coming out from EDG to answer.
You're right.
Gen.G to
Like
answer.
I can't say anything about that fact. But I'm fuming about what T1 did with their game 4 drafting. It was so fucking bad. Oh, you're fucking kidding me! Klid gets it!
And we're gonna have a whole bunch of kills. It's Flandre running for the hills. A Realm War brings 2 to safety, but they're gonna pick up every single one they clan.
Oh, BDD slow? This could be a turn. This could be a turn.
For a minute, but BDD stays alive. Scout and make
Flandre oversteps.
Flandre cannot lifesteal enough. Ruler keeps finding the kills. Then a stopwatch buys another couple of seconds. A flash of safety will not bring Mako back to life.
Wow.
Ruler gets another, and that's gonna be the ace. This time it is Gen.G finding the kills. Klid does not miss smites, and game 2 is gonna go to Gen.G.
Amazing to see from the early game coming out from Gen.G, especially Klid. It felt like he was everywhere he needed to be. Colby, you kept talking about the outplays, the playmaking that Klid needed to find. He found it throughout the whole game. And this game, sure, Gen.G dominated, but it really felt like that one team fight at the end where EDG just overcommitting, looking for BDD, completely ended the game there.
Ooh, this series is very back and forth, gentlemen. A lot of openings here. I agree, my honors going to Klid for sure for this game. He really took it upon himself to be that leader for the team, creating so much action, getting them to the position where they could win, and then also just assassinating the Baron, sneaking around the backside,
That
teammate
Baron
getting
take
vision
was...
for him, perfect steal, then the kick out.
I want to see
Now
game
he's
1's
picked up
drafting.
immediately though, so as soon as you see that, that is no longer a...
Buffing up a big carry like a Gwen. 2 Gnar and an Aurelia. Otherwise, he's playing something he hasn't played.
Irvin is
not
last
only at
pick.
Worlds, not only out of the postseason, but like way back when. So we'll see what he wants out of the pool. And though he hasn't put it on stage in a while, Jax comes through, and I love this as an
Don't
answer
understand
to the
this.
Gwen.
Yeah, so this is something that Flandre did play only once in the summer split of LPL. But like I said, Flandre throughout his career has played absolutely everything. Back in the day on Snake was known as quite a split
out of
force, so he's
ideas
going to
on
take that, is going to have a favorable matchup. And I'm a bit...
Okay, let's look at this, right? EDG prioritize Lucian.
And then Genji locked him MF Lee Sin. Then EG J4 Nami. And then Genji Lulu as the counter pick. Lulu counter pick is questionable. The Lulu counter pick is very questionable. I know Amumu doesn't have a good track record at this point, but I think an Amumu.
I need to speak with one of the inmates.
Who are you? I have to try and find my sister. Powder?
Hi?
There are people down there hell-bent on destroying us.
The only way to defeat Topside is to stop at nothing.
We should prepare our own countermeasures.
Imagining yourself a hero. I'm afraid this will be a very short reunion.
You talk too much. Here we go.
You people down here are all the same. Bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks.
Let's go back.
Newest trailer.
This city was founded to be a bastion of enlightenment.
We are the city of progress, and our future is bright.
We were once one tribe. Now, we are houses divided. As time passes, the Topsiders are leaving us further and further behind. There's never enough to go round. It can either break you or forge you into something greater.
Hi. I need to speak with one of the inmates.
Who are you? I have to try and find my sister. Powder?
Powder?
Hi?
What is powder?
Forge you into something greater.
Hi. I need to speak with one of the inmates.
Who are you? I have to try and find my sister. Powder?
Hi?
There are people down there hell-bent on destroying us.
The only way to defeat Topside is to stop at nothing.
We should.
Wow, I can't wait, dude. Can't wait.
How is my pick'ems though? I don't remember like what I did for this EDG versus Genji's pick'ems. Wow, I am completely wrong thus far. Look at that. Oh well. Go this and clear. What I get from it? Nothing's stopping me now. Hey. Open 2. I got the new Kaisa skin? Oh hell yeah, I'm trading that shit. Do I have a Kaisa skin on this account? Kaisa. I do. It's the arcane skin. Arcade. I think the Lagoon skin is pretty dope. I'll go for it. I don't have enough orange essence. Pentakill Yorick and Undertaker Yorick. Why is Pentakill more expensive than Undertaker? One's bad dispel. I don't play Rumble. This Ezreal skin is overrated. Okay, let's try that again. Chan chan. I think Championships Shyvana is better than Super Galaxy. Oh, spare the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Alright, I'll be right back actually. I'll let them do the talking and I'll be right back.
A draft that I think is really cool with the Seraphine, and then it doesn't work. And what do? They go back to Renekton. That champion is not good. It should not work. It gets dove early. But teams keep walking into them, keep giving them the opportunity to come back, and then they win. And because they keep winning, they're never going to learn. They're never going to get better. And this team has so much promise. They're so good individually. Did you see how well Clid played?
Yeah, I saw it all. I tell you what, Chronicler, you clearly look like you need a moment to breathe, and while it was your team that ultimately garnered the victory, I'm going to give you that much needed moment to breathe. I'm going to go over here, I'm going to join Vedius, I'm going to join Azael to help break down the rest of the series, but I think the call out is an interesting one. Right? This idea that Gen.G go back to the tried and true when it comes to needing a victory. And it does work for them, but it does also speak to Chronicler's point that they are a team that is fairly one-dimensional. And if it's the only thing they can bring, will it be able to get them more than the one win they have so far?
It's one of those, it's the double-edged sword where you're like, okay, yeah, I understand why you want to be critical. I understand, like, yeah, they lock in Renekton. You see this draft, like it is, we were talking about,
be
like,
honest, when
this
you
is
saw
Gen.G.
two
I was like, that's a Gen.G draft.
Yeah, that wasn't a Chronicler only thing.
I don't even have to watch a regular season and immediately I'm like, that's a Gen.G draft, that's a Gen.G. But the truth is, you got him a win. And like, if it keeps getting wins, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Their goal is the World Final, and if they can keep getting away with it, then they're not going to stop doing it. And the reality is that in this early game, I really thought things were looking good for EDG, but a solo kill in top lane, the repeated ganks bot lane from Clid, the limitations of what EDG could actually end up doing, was shocking, and I was surprised as to how quickly EDG fell short in the early game.
I mean, Azael, the solo kill top lane, no doubt was shocking after having been focused, you know, forced off the turret, blowing his flash, returning to turret, dying to the dive. With a Graves ahead, Renekton comes back with a solo kill, but Vedius and Chronicler both mentioned it. It's Clid, our Oppo player of the game this time around, chaining ganks and kills together through the early game. I guess you can draft whatever you want if this guy's going to pop off on Lee Sin like the way he did.
I mean, absolutely. I think he's just playing incredibly
Yeah, Clid is
well
MVP that game.
And it's kind of to Vedius' point. I mean, you're putting resources up towards the top side to get the Renekton behind, to put your Graves ahead. And it feels so bad when then you see your Graves getting solo killed by this Renekton that you already put behind. And on the other side of the map, your bot lane is just getting absolutely stomped by Clid. So things kind of fell apart pretty quickly. It felt like for EDG, and we've seen the power of Lee Sin all three quarters.
Ooh, final trailer. Ooh, poopy. I really watched it. Alright, let's see what it is. This is waiting. Wait.
So the other week I watched Nia DaCosta's Candyman, which is a horror movie based on the legend of Candyman. Don't worry, I won't be spoiling anything from the movie, but the premise of the legend is that Candyman is this ethereal being with a bloody hook for a hand, and I think sometimes he smells like honey. And if you say his name 5 times in front of a mirror, he'll appear from it and murder you horribly with his hooked hand. Now I've looked around a bit, did a little Google search for the rules of how exactly you're supposed to summon him, and I don't think I've ever seen them mention specifically that you have to say it 5 times in a row. And if you don't have to, then is there some sort of a cooldown? Like in between each time you say Candyman? Like what if I said it twice, then took a nap, took my dog out for a walk, ordered some food, summoned another demon in a different session, and then came back to say 3 more times? Would he still appear and shank me before my food arrives? What if it was like 10 years in between names? Like you're having a sleepover with your elementary school homies, but you chicken out after the 4th Candyman, and then years later, one night when you're about to brush your teeth, and your homies call you up for a sleepover reunion, and you're like, as long as we don't do Candyman again, does that count?
That's hilarious.
You're mine now.
Oh my god, Candyman, is that you? Wait, hang on. I didn't say it 5 times.
Nope, it says here, Toronto, Canada, Dominic Punja. How do you say your last name?
Panganiban.
Yeah, July 24th, 2001. I got you tallied down 4 times, then you left me hanging, so I just put a little note to remember. You did say the next day, though you weren't in front of a mirror, so I've been chilling.
No, I would never do these sort of things to test them myself, or even with other people. I'm Filipino, so I grew up learning all sorts of scary folklore and superstitions in the Philippines. And also, apparently my uncle has the 3rd eye and can see spirits, and told my sisters and I about all the weird stuff he's seen and experienced back in the homeland. And actually, even here in Canada, one time at a house we used to live in, the rest of us were out, and my uncle, who also lived with us, was home alone. He was in the kitchen, probably washing dishes or something, and then briefly heard some cries coming from the basement. He said it kind of sounded like a baby. He mentioned it to my mom later and asked if the neighbors had any babies, to which she replied, no, not to her knowledge. And even if they did, we lived in a detached house, so you wouldn't really have been able to hear a baby cry from inside of another house and hear it from the basement first before a ground level window. She told him not to tell the kids because it would obviously freak us out, but we found out anyway years later after we moved out, and I believe he heard what he heard. Dude, I just can't. I can't with the supernatural. You just can't. You literally cannot. I also grew up with a lot of kids who were all curious about the whole Bloody Mary ritual, similar to Candyman, because when you're bored as a kid before cell phones and the internet were around, you just gotta summon some demons, nah mean? But I was a little bitch. Let me tell you something, never feel ashamed for being scared of danger, okay? Fear is a survival mechanism. Why do you think COVID's still around? Yeah, if you're watching this in 2025, it took us this long. Anyway, don't succumb to peer pressure, okay? If they go, ooh, what's the matter? Are you scared? Yeah, is that not good enough of a reason? Let's say you do the thing, okay? Your little summoning ritual stupid thing. He either doesn't appear and you gain nothing, or he does appear and then you're dead and you've still gained nothing. What are you gonna say to them? Oh, hi, I didn't think it would actually work. Well, shoot, man, I made the trip here. I have to kill you. I have to. You're stupid. And what am I gonna say at your funeral? Yeah, I told him so. He did tell me so. Oh, what the fuck?
Totally. When people want to do like those spooky stuff, yeah, fuck you. Alright, 2 minutes. What else can I do? I love Domix. That was pretty chill. Stick of butter for Halloween. Hilarious. Oh no, that just made me hungry. This is hungry. This makes me hungry. This makes me hungry. I really want to watch Ruby on stream. No copyright. Or at least the music, because I don't know about the video. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Minutes numero uno. Are Phineas and Ferb songs? Most likely.
Who is Dracula's favorite singer?
Marshmallow.
Why?
Keeps his teeth soft. That's why he got those 2 eyes. Got bitten in the face, poor guy.
It's
Vanilla eyes. Because he's tasty and cool. Vanilla ice latte.
But who's his favorite singer? It's gonna be
so
such
many.
a bad joke.
What's the question?
Who is Dracula's favorite singer?
Artery Franklin.
Who is that?
R-E-S-P-E-C-T. That one. Vanessa Williams.
Ha, that was good.
Yours are better than mine. This is not good.
What do you have?
Gladys Knight.
Gladys Knight. That's not as good as Artery.
No,
Franklin
it's not.
or
It's
Vanessa Williams.
infuriating.
You're trying to make a joke. That's hilarious.
A lot of opportunity here. See if they can take it this time. Taking away the Lulu there, and with the Lucian, you expect the Nami.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we see same bans as game 1 and similar
she's that
picks.
good.
I mean, they did take the Lulu in game 1. They just took the misfortune here, but so far we actually have the same first half of draft as we did in game 1, which EDG won.
I mean, Lucian Ami was huge, right? They got the early Jarvan gank, got
Why the
that
misfortune
in their favor, and then from there it was pushing and pushing, and they basically just 2-on-2 killed Ruler over and over again. And hey, if that happens, then that's huge. But the question I'm going to have is, okay, how much better is your warding going to be? How much better is your watchfulness going to be? And
I want
also here's
Apong
what the
Bale.
top lane matchup looks like, because
Apong
EDG
Bale.
have won both sides of the side lanes.
Hungry.
Mid lane has been a wash. In the laning phase itself, mid lane has been a wash. It's been what you do on the outside of that phase that's really tilted.
I really wish I have a
expect
bridge.
that the change that'll come with this draft will be the top lane blind pick, because even bans so far are the same. Here will be the first change with the Orianna taken away this time instead of the Jace. But now, I'm kind of curious, right? Because Rascal hasn't shown that he plays the Jace himself. Are you going to give something like that over to the side of EDG and just counterpick into it? Very curious what Genji want to go for.
Yeah, I doubt EDG
Azir?
will
Okay.
ban Jace.
I don't think
So
Azir
many
was a
teams
threat,
have just
but okay.
forgone going ban against this team and not been punished for it. That makes it cool if it actually does happen. You know, if he's like, haha, I've been
Good
training
ban on
all
the
this
cannon.
time, and now is where I really shine and pull it out. But yeah, don't think it's going to be accounted for yet. See if they can pull out that surprise though with the blind here. Zoe, kind of I expected you're basically going down the BDD specific tier list with Azir and Syndra both banned out. He has been a game changer with so many bubbles, finding opportunity for this team to get them here.
And, you know, EDG have left this open pretty much. Actually, not pretty much. They've left it open every game. So they know that this is a BDD special. They must have an answer into it. And we were talking about the Jace. Even EDG themselves not wanting to go that route. Instead, they are going to be the ones to pick up the Gwen, which Flandre hasn't picked up at Worlds just yet, but was one of his most played in LPL Summer.
That's bold, too, throwing it down like, hey, you're not going to pick the Jax into it. Let's see what you got.
Renekton. He's got Renekton. Equal odds, it's Renekton right here for the top lane pick. I mean, you can fight back. You can fight back at the top lane, no problem. You can brawl, certainly. And if they want to leave him alone and say, yeah, just brawl, we'll play around mid and bot, that fit, you know, that pick fits the play style perfectly. Still waiting to see what he does actually grab here. And
also,
wow! I can't believe it! They're gonna lock in Renekton! Wow!
I can tell you're so surprised.
He's so mad.
This theme of comfort on Gen G, and it has got them this far. You stick to your champions.
Yeah, and Chronicler was saying it on the desk, right? The fact that it keeps working means that Gen G don't have to learn. They don't have to adapt. They can keep going back to comfort. And to be fair, I do feel like any generic kind of frontline champion does just fit in their composition. EDG right now do have champions that want to jump into our short range, like the Jarvan, like the Lucian, which Renekton is fairly good against. Not as a fun of a time up against something like the Victor, but I'm curious to see how Scout will do on this pick. He actually didn't play it this split in the LPL, but I mean, a standard mage for someone who has been around as long as Scout, you know that he can play the champion.
Yeah, going to be trying to farm up early on, not fall victim to some of the opportunities there with the Zoe combining with Lee Sin. If you get a bubble, that can definitely be dangerous, but Victor, of course, going to be looking for his upgrades as we progress and farming around early.
All right, final looks from the coaches. Game 3. One of these teams is going to be on match point. I don't know if it's going to be BDD and co. Clid, who has missed, I believe, one smite all of Worlds. It was to Illusion. It wasn't his best work, but has otherwise been stone cold. Does he lead his team to 2 straight wins here? Or is it going to be EDG trading back and getting to that second win? Viper was a huge difference maker last time around. He and Mako won the 2-on-2 with just a little bit of help, and it snowballed. This game, this entire series has been first jungle gank in bot lane has made that lane free.
Exactly.
3.
I think EDG here
This is
should not
looking
divert
pretty
game plan towards the top
I'd
side.
say,
They've
but
shown
I
that,
do like
investing a
EDG's
lot up
composition
towards
a little bit
Flandre
better.
isn't going to return a lot. Meanwhile, bottom side, Viper and Mako put them into the position of power. You know, have the Jarvan path down towards the bottom side again. Even if Gen G are expecting it, then you can push them out and you can force the response.
Yeah, and I think
they did
for
spot
the
them
spot
down.
lane, Vettis was sitting on it a lot on the desk about how when you set them behind, EDG looks so lost. I think a big part of that is that Mako is the shot caller for EDG. EDG do release a lot of videos on their social media platforms, and you can see in-game comms, Mako is one of the biggest voices on the team and really dictating the pace of the game. So if he is set behind, especially with Viper, that voice can be lost.
Thing is, your boy Flandre is taking the Ignite on top side with Gwen, so he's got the extra damage for the all-in, and that does attract extra jungle attention. So he's definitely going to look to throw down. The E-start on Gwen is very, very difficult for anybody to fight, even with the nerfs to it. So Rascal backs off, not going to take any early damage there, concedes a try.
I feel like for EDG, though, it's fine if they want to put some early attention into Flandre. It feels like that's what they've done, at least somewhat consistently. But then I feel like after you get Flandre ahead, it's about pivoting down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, and they didn't do a whole lot with all the leads Flandre got in the last game. So that is the key. You know, can they actually gain the value of it? Because, again, with Ignite, you know, that is putting so much more.
Nice dodge by Mako.
Holy
shit, that's beautiful.
This is where it all happened. All the magic for EDG in game number 1 was off this success.
Actually gets a 3-hit trade. That's actually pretty well done. So gets the execute off, gets the W to go on 2 targets, and get the autos as they are just fighting desperately for level 2. Definitely EDG getting more minion damage early on. A nice little W bounce there as well. But careful, Mako doesn't have a ton of self-sustain as he chugs through his first potion.
And, of course, you know, both junglers starting on top side quadrants, meaning they will end up down here. So these trades are incredibly important. Forcing out a summoner spell early on by yourself in the bottom lane gives you that opportunity. Now, there are wards in the river and by Raptor right now for Genji, trying to watch for what they're expecting. The driving gank towards bottom, that's what had the big influence in game number 1. And so they've got wards up, they're looking for it, they get a little ping there.
I feel like the scary thing is, right, when all the focus on the bot side, you also have to factor in the mid laners, because Genji taking the Zoe, of course, against the Victor, BDD is going to have pretty consistent pressure in this mid lane matchup, and that's what I'm afraid of for EDG, is the mid jungle duo coming out with Glid and BDD to maintain pressure and consistently hover around bot side. Heck, even Scouts and Mobile, you can set up picks for BDD to pop off, like he's done so many times at Worlds so far.
Yeah, he knows this champion like the back of his hand, uses the proto belt to get in front of the gravity field there, going for the excessive trade. Very good deep ward here. I always love when top laners do this. When you have the push, ward the Krug so you can get the extra information for your jungler. Process of elimination. I can see bottom Scuttle Crab spawning there, so JJ comes top for the top one.
Get a top lane fight right now. Of course, Flandre's Q on cooldown means Rascal can take the entire trade. Not a problem here as they battle back and forth. The first wave was, I believe, a 4 CS lead for Flandre as he got the first crash. At the end of this wave gives you level 4 for just a moment, and it will mostly go into the turret to fight it. A small CS lead, though, for BDD. He's so far winning the mid lane as well. Clid probably was known to be on the bottom side based on that Krug ward. Ultimately, it's still going to be a trade of Scuttle Crabs, and JJ on his way down now to grab his own Krugs. Looks like the Lee Sin left more camps up. He's actually down a camp right now, so faster farming for EDG. So far in the series, JJ, for the most part, has been down in farm. And so, kind of cool to see him actually up in this game.
Yeah, that's very signature for the way JJ and EG plays. That JJ does spend a lot more time at least hovering around his lanes and making sure that they are fine. This time around, not going for any shenanigans. He knows his lanes are a lot more about scaling. Even now, I like that he saved his Krugs for last for a time where Clid potentially could have been looking to make a bot side play. You saw even the way BDD was playing his lane, consistently hovering towards the bottom side, which puts a lot of fear in both Viper and Mako about potential roams that can come. But Clid's been very adaptable, like we saw in the last game. This time might punish Flandre.
Yeah, Flandre is at least pretty healthy. Here comes the first TP. This is going to be a 3v1. Okay, how many reinforcements do you have? Because it's going to be the follow-through. The stun's going to land, the Q to follow.
What?
They've got everybody here, and first blood comes in. BDD claims 400 gold.
And it's all about the setup there. Great punish on the pushing minion wave. You know Flandre is going to want to put it in. He's got this Ignite, the greedier summoner for top side. No flash, teleports back in. They instantly kill him. And when you die after teleporting back to lane on a top laner, especially an Ignite top laner, that is head in hands. Oh no, I have sinned, and it is gonna be pain.
And I feel like Gwen, especially when she falls behind, it can be very awkward and very hard to find opportunities to come into game in skirmishes or in team fights. You always find a lot of use coming out from your W. Is a lot of trading in bot lane, Kobe.
They're gonna trade with Ignite. Yeah, getting pretty low. 100 health on a Viper. Flash follow, and life brings death. The Guardian shield will still tick down with Ignite. Mako trades one back.
I was about to go over the teleport advantage and possible usage for Rascal here, but it is a bottom lane party. Starting off by themselves, Life goes in, gets the kill. Meanwhile, Bubble's gonna be absorbed by the ranged minion for BDD.
But the bot lane is one we thought we were gonna focus on, and it has been a big deal in this matchup. Our feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Viper and Ruler. I mean, they've been such big parts of both their team successes, and this year, and for Ruler, the last several, his entire pro career has been on the Genji lineage, and you know, a trade of kills here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and we're going to go straight into the replay. Really, I see Genji come back, but Viper's still looking for these aggressive trades. Gets the buff up from the Nami to hit the Q. Bubble does come out, but Life doing so much damage. Viper also took a ton of minion damage from he did dash in. I love that Life realizes he can finish this off. That flash team to finish the kill. feel like it was a bit advantageous for the side of Genji.
Bloodthirsty support gameplay, both the flashing and the kill. But again, all this other thing going on the bottom side, the extra advantage, where she starts to congregate. We're looking at still teleporting in the previous play where BDD and Genji did over to try and finish Andre. It's about to neutralize his to get an advantage for Genji.
It's going to be really interesting to see how navigate this one, right? Because it really does feel like bot side should be their focus. Scout not
Hello?
really
Sorry,
any
thank you
impact
for
in this
calling
game
that
for
out.
quite a
That
while.
has been happening very
1v1
consistently.
laning
I don't know
phases,
what the
but
hell is
doesn't
that.
offer too much burst
Is it
in
like
terms of any
because
early game skirmishing.
I don't know.
So for
Thank you for calling that out.
I still feel like they're pretty favored to at least try and recreate the blueprint that they have.
I think I need to change my wire.
Like EDG looked at this series as, okay, we know Genji have the slower mid game. They've opted into scaling every game so far, but Genji are saying, hey, we don't only need to do that. We can just snowball early and look to out-skirmish you and end the game before you can do anything.
Yeah, Genji very happy that it's going so much better this time around with the bottom lane specifically, with
Ruler
Ruler not being
so
0-3 already at this point with all the all-ins and then having the actual answer there. Still is going to be another look at Clid, who just finishes up his red buff and is going to be able to recall now to transition over. Dragon is ready and bottom lane pushing for EDG. Might be their opportunity.
That.
Quick nap, but no quotas to follow through, so all right, not a big problem. CS going to be in BDD's
I
to the tune
think
of about 8.
it got caught.
As we have the recalls coming through, Scout with the teleport
And
available.
I think
Easy
that
loss
was
chapter.
the point where it
We'll be
was
back in soon.
stretching
We'll see.
it.
It's going to be any top pressure.
Thank you,
Andre
Soxar, for calling that
slowly
out.
taking
That
his
is
deficit under
good
Rascal.
news.
Back
That
to
is
the
good
top side. 8
information.
minutes into that
Appreciate
means
it.
Herald time and EDG are here.
That takes a long time to burn down.
Testing
though,
one,
so there's
two.
plenty of time for Genji to walk over, and they're going to be looking for the 5-on-5.
Jumps in. Will he be an easy target? Looks like no, as it was a blast plant, so you can always ward hop back away. Now it's a full 5-on-5 available.
Gonna test Clid.
Renekton has already shoved the wave into the turret, so a bit of farm actually being lost by Flandre here. 3k health on the Herald. Gonna pop it down to 2,000. Smite Fight gonna be in pretty soon. Ginger gonna miss his first engage. Clid finds the kick, and they're gonna find that first kill. Gets the Smite, no problem. 5v4, Genji came to play. Genji came to conquer.
And that was just so weird coming out from EDG, in my opinion. Genji jumping in after Flandre gets bubbled, so really no follow-up from the side of EDG allows for an easy pick for Genji to turn the rest of the fight.
That was disgustingly one-sided right there.
EDG,
I
don't know what
forward,
to say.
and BDD
China team
what are you
got
doing coming at me in a straight line? Go to sleep. They assassinate him immediately, and Clid is able to shrug it off. Yeah, I've got Smite. Jungler's already been 100%ed, so look at this attempt. JJ's trying to hide himself maybe by the Rift out there, but he goes in, EQ, immediate answer from Clid, kicks him over to BDD. They get off the kill, he lands the Smite,
that
and
flag and drag is like miles away from any target, so it doesn't make any sense.
Gets it, gets the kill, the enemy jungler. All right, now it's low enough to grab the Smite. And it's everything Genji
it was a free
rift. You get polymorphed, you
a free
get
couple
kicked.
of kills.
That is just rough.
If you just
Even
consistently,
dude, I mean, Pop's dominance and EDG
if you just consistently keep giving Genji these advantages for free,
and overall just really
but
nice
you don't deserve to be there though.
Genji, they were in unison with that
and
play.
like, what are you gonna
And
say? You're gonna say that you're gonna ban Renekton next game, right?
So hard to initiate as soon as one of your teammates gets
Damn
slept
it,
like
dude.
that, knowing you're not going to be able to have any sort of bite behind it. Genji, though,
this feels... I mean, and they know the read, but the problem is the wave is going to go towards EDG. It is going to be farm bled out. Viper says, yeah, I was sitting in this brush. Mate goes, yeah, I'm sitting in this brush. And Ginger's going to wait around, It's like, all right, if you show up, but nope. They don't want to bleed away the farm. They're going to go ahead and just like push to the turret. And Genji make the right choice to sacrifice 3 melee minions, but not be ganked.
Yeah, I'm so curious how much EDG are putting into this play, feeling like they're falling behind and need to find something somewhere. Jijit now here for about 1 minute, finally starting to channel his recall. Really good respect coming out from the side of Genji, while Clid is just champing through his jungle, farming his camps. Jijit now going to be a bit behind in terms of tempo.
Takes the recall, goes back to the top side. Okay, camps to clear out right there, but wait for the mythic timing. We have yet to see a dragon claimed. The Rift Herald belongs to Ruler, which honestly guarantees you're getting the money on a misfortune. Seems pretty reasonable here. Looks like he may send it towards mid as the recall comes across, and that is the most injured turret right now, down a plate and a half basically. They spent enough effort. That's the entire turret if they want it. Yeah, he's been walking with a Gale Force, so this is going to look really good. First Dragon going to go to Gen G as well.
Yeah, and they should be able to chain objectives. They've gained so much. When they have this Zoe pick for BDD, they'll love to go just set up at it early and then throw bubbles. As soon as one lands, you know, the enemy team's trying to dodge this whole time, but all you need is just one of them to hit and give you an opening, and they get rewarded again. This one picked up as well. Top side hovering from JJ isn't going to get a lot quite yet. And they're not going to find anything following either.
Ooh, Gen G. Ooh, that's the bubble.
Possible play, lands the Q. Do they go for any more? I think if that Q had landed, but now
Flandre, come on.
Ult and Ignite gets the ulti back, a flash out of Rascal. And you got to auto in between those ult charges, so he has to turn around to the minion wave, and Rascal, last ult charge, will not quite kill, but it forces the ulti out in case there was a dive.
Look at this rotation, though, too, on the mini-map.
The Clit's on top now.
Okay, gets kicked into the wall, a good dodge away with Flandre. Careful, Rascal will show up, the slow's going to be decent. Flandre able to lifesteal back up.
Okay, JJ, come on, take down BDD, please, and thank you very much. And guess it's not Lulu, not gonna die as well.
And Gen G just rotating around the map so well, they get Dragon posture towards mid, which gives them pressure. They can go answer up in top side, which allows their bot lane to follow up on mid. So really nice sequence of events coming out from Gen G. And we saw in the mid fight that EDG really didn't have the damage to match. Scout's damage output nowhere near what BDD does. And even BDD and Ruler both have a mythic advantage on their counterparts on EDG.
Yeah, again, it is Gen G looking to leverage more opportunities for themselves, actually prying the hands open. They move bottom lane up to mid, as you say, so make this Rift Herald play mid. The only payment Viper got was one extra wave and I believe one turret plate during that mining, and so much more for Gen G. So again, they had early chunks on Scout. They're trying to chip away at some of his potion use using the Rift Herald, and JJ's the one to start it out with the Cataclysm into the Chaos Storm, but flash is there for Gen G. BDD's able to find that.
God has no damage yet.
Finish off life either.
That was a very good setup, but they just don't have the damage.
Now I feel like this is going to be so hard for the side of EDG that Gen G does have this mid lane turret down. BDD was already playing with Fog of War so well, but you can keep up your wards in enemy jungle. You can start pivoting down more towards what I would assume would be bot side and going for those plays that we were hitting on earlier of both Clint and BDD syncing up to put pressure on Viper and Mako.
And they got the dream first objective of mid turret.
Flandre!
Zoe just has
hard
the field
canceling that turret plating.
So Zoe's going to pack a much bigger punch here, but also so many walls now he can slip over to. You see the kind of bloom of vision around that mid lane. Towers down, now the wards are there, and those bubbles, he has just been so accurate with them.
And now a big thing to look out for too is if Gen G will look for an opportunity to potentially punish Scout's flash, because you can see on the minimap, Scout is so afraid of walking up. He's an immobile mage. You have CC and burst on the opposite side from the mid jungle 2v2. You have push coming out in bot and top as well as EDG. I mean, just trying to find anything they can.
Yeah, the buff came in from Nami a little bit too late, didn't find the slows. Could have been maybe a bit more in a Clid, maybe could have been a follow-through as a result, but not going to be much. Just the 4,000 gold difference remains. Dragon's count still only at 1, has to burn the flash, but they might find the rest, and they do! Clid lands the skill shot, Ginger gets a knock-up, but he's going to be rooted in place. Thank you, Everfrost. Reinforcements have come.
That's lovely! Good setup by JJ and Viper.
But Viper's on the board.
That's a bounty to Viper too. Money in good hands. Remember how many back and forth opportunities were in the previous series. This one now is at least some money back in one of the carries that they need.
Yeah, the big problem though is, as we see on the screen, right, that Ruler's winning out on the opposite side because Viper and Mako need to go try and save Scout in the mid lane. We just hit on Scout's flash, which now Scout really cannot walk aggressively forward, or Gen G can recreate that play. Clid even still has his flash to look for any sort of playmaking that needs to happen. So we are going to go straight into the replay. And, I mean, Scout trying to get the wave, just really nice bubble from BDD, even using the terrain from the broken tower. Q connects, he goes down. And you see the minimap, both Viper and Mako are on their way forward. Gen G still thinking they could go for this, but they buy time for Viper. Tidal wave not even needed. And like you said, Kobe, such a critical shutdown to go in the pockets of EDG's main carry.
Yeah, they've got to have hope, EDG, and that's one thing that will spark some of it as far as the comeback potential for them. But Gen G will just continue to leverage their advantage over here on the top side. They don't rotate BDD over. He's going to bottom side to pick up the extra minion waves because they've got everything wrapped up there. And can he make another individual play? Yes,
he hits it.
He's gonna get hit down to half HP. Ulti comes back for the trade. Decent damage out of Scout. BDD will not find the second shot. Health bar lead still goes to BDD off the flank, off of the nice Fog of War play, and top lane outer drops as well. Gold lead, pretty nice looking, 4,500, but EDG have overpowered the bottom side, and they are gonna equalize the Dragon's score. Herald charge is only gonna get damage on the turret.
They're teleporting.
That's power.
It's a late teleport. The Dragon's already gone, but they're doing it.
Winder doesn't have TP. BDD not gonna be an easy target just yet. Viper gonna cleanse away, and now looking for that fight onto Rascal. Tidal Wave to buy some time. Push Ruler out. Rascal still the target, but not gonna go down. And Clid is here for the flank, here for the kick. Is he gonna get the target that he wants? The flash stun.
Viper's dead.
Going to slaughter everybody. 2 for nothing, 2 for 1. They do trade back on a Clid, and EDG forced to run.
It doesn't matter that the TB came out late. Gen.G knowing that they can take this fight, they can just traverse through the enemy jungle to cut off bot side because there is no turret there stopping them. And right now, Gen.G just feel unbeatable. 5K gold lead at 17 minutes. Gen.G are completely running away with this.
They only go positive 1 kill on the play. Ah, there it is. The answer teleport comes out, so there's no objective in response. And the no extra gold here for Flandre. Is gonna have to run his way right back down the lane. Not gonna get chased down, even though he doesn't have any escape summoner spells. Definitely gonna be progressing the game forward. And the Dragon being picked up, maybe that delays some of the progression there towards ult, but here it is trying to really make use of the teleport discrepancy. They've got the extra person down here, so they're committing to that play. Flash forward, the target selection good onto Viper getting the stun.
Yeah, and EDG do find one back, being able to take down Clid because of how much he does commit to that play. So that's pretty decent for the side of EDG if we're looking at ways for them to come back in. Flandre also finally finishing up his Riftmaker. I've just been sitting on the Leeching Leer for quite a while, but I still don't feel like EDG are in any position to even think about fighting. And the only real way you have of looking for picks is if someone on Gen.G oversteps. Like if Rascal pushes too far forward down in the bottom lane, because Gen.G are playing so well as a 4-man core.
You're gonna find another turret. 4-0 in that score line. Barely any neutral objectives have gone EDG's way. The one they got was a Dragon, and that turned into an extra death on their side as Gen.G collapsed. So yes, the lead is still growing. It's getting better and better. 6,000 nearly the lead.
I'm just marveling at how BDD has ascended during this tournament. Is absolutely dominated. Just take your pick. Yeah, continue to throw bans at him. He has absorbed bans every single game he has played at Worlds, and yet he still has such a huge impact on all of the games for Gen.G. This one, especially on the Zoe, one of his favorites, doing it yet again and leading the charge here. Now, we've seen this so many times before. You're down map control. You don't have turrets to rely on. You're losing out in vision to Gen.G. And
Gen.G
the fear
is actually
of
playing
the
very
bubble
clean,
is just so big. It looms over your head. Everybody has to just be perfect in dodging.
And it even goes to show that BDD has kind of said, I don't care about the meta, right? They've banned away what were the perceived best champions come out of play-ins and group stage consistently in the LeBlanc and the Twisted Fate. They don't pick up the Rise really ever, but still being able to find a massive impact. And I feel like for Gen.G across the board, they have really good players. That's why this team consistently finishes 2nd to 3rd in the LCK. We're always looking at for someone to step up with a star-studded performance. In this tournament, it has been BDD.
Here we go. Turret falling rapidly. Nice damage out of the Victor. Honestly puts Ruler to half, Clid the same. So they're going to get the wave clear and live another day. It's all about letting Flandre catch back up, letting him get some more farm, get some levels under his belt. Gwen is a scaling top lane pick, and the fact that Gen.G's done so much in the early game is obviously going to look good. If you can get Flandre the rest of the way there, though, that could be maybe a turning point as they wait for that to happen. A farm lead in bot lane looks kind of nice. They're both at 2 items down there. A red to be handed over. But Gen.G, of course, still with complete control.
I feel like the thing I'm afraid of for EDG is that EDG aren't really used to being in the position of playing from this far down. This is a problem a lot of teams like EDG, FPX, RNG have because they're so dominant in the LPL. They always have like 2 to 5K gold leads at the 15-minute mark. It is why typically when these teams lose, they lose very hard and they lose very fast because they haven't had to practice those comeback mechanisms to get yourself back into the game. I really like Gen.G's read so far of just pivoting to these more early game-oriented picks, especially in mid-jungle to take the series.
Yeah, I was kind of scratching my head at EDG giving up
an
early priority in both solo lanes. You just feel like you lose so many chances, especially towards the early stages. And Gen.G, Clid, BDD have been very happy to take advantage.
A nice attempt there. Dash, Gale Force, get the Nami buff. Nah, sorry, bud. Life's nearby. Pops the Shirelias, out you go. And they're going to be just fine to walk away, and there's no aggressive play yet for Viper. Jeja, obviously, the primary engage, if they're going to have one. A level deficit for Flandre. You can see Rascal, generally speaking, going to take the bottom side of that trade. And we're not even at 2 full items just yet. Flandre going very much more for an aggressive option in the Cosmic Drive, not the Zonias, just as much stats as possible.
Yeah, just going to go for that, wanting to look for these teamfight opportunities rather than just the solo 1v1.
Next Dragon up in
coming
0.
up. I would expect EDG don't
Cloud, though,
opt
it doesn't
into those
matter
teamfight
much,
opportunities
but
just yet. You can see Scout still pushing in top, even though he has TP. This should just be a Gen G
Team
Dragon.
still wouldn't want to.
Yeah, I actually love the Cosmic Drive 2-item power spike on the Gwen. Affords you so much chase, just being able to spam out your abilities, but BDD heads on over past some of the vision, and look at this, Gen G are taking over as the split push from Scout from EDG answers on top side.
Okay, but BDD without the jump right now is going to find a polymorph, going to find a bit of damage. Flandre able to jump away, has decent health, keeps the wave alive. BDD won't find any more poke, but 2 at half health. Thank you, Ruler's ultimate. Means the turret's going to fall, and Gen G keep pushing forward. A turret on the side, though. It is an equal amount of farm gained and lost, equal number of turrets gained and lost. Scout playing in the side lanes, catching up with the Victor. Getting 2 items would be a very big deal on such a carry.
Yeah, and that's exactly what EDG are waiting for. EDG are just kind of looking to turtle right now, have defensive vision lines, give up what they are okay to give up, stall out the game, which is why we saw Flandre committing down in the bot side for that ultimate. I think they realized the turret was probably still going to go down. They weren't looking to win the fight. It is just buy more time and then hopefully live to fight a day, whether it's at a Baron or at a Dragon Soul in, 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, hoping that they can
only
play
time they
a
want to
mistake-free fight at a later objective. That is the goal. Try and scale, continue on, getting your AP threats some more money there. They're lagging behind Freak, sure, but eventually they're hoping they can catch up.
Well, I remember saying the gold lead was 6,000. It's 4 and change. The turret score was 4-0. It's now 5-3. I'm not saying EDG are fully making the comeback, but they have gotten closer than the worst point in this game, and their picks do scale well. 3 full items now on Viper's Lucian. Rapid Fire Cannon is done. That's quite relevant. And keep in mind, for the beginning of this game, it was rough. Mako's lane was so difficult. It was 15 minutes he transformed his Sightstone over. That's when Frostbane came online. It was late. So Vision was rough for a while for this squad. We're hoping they can hold on in the mid-game. We're still 9 full minutes away from Dragon Soul, 32 and change, almost 33. Yeah, that's going to be a while, so if EDG can hold on, they will scale up.
And for now, right, again, they're still fine doing that. For Gen G, they're the team that has to be more proactive. I think playing around your top side with your Zoe to look for picks, but EDG in response, no. It's only about looking for cross maps. Still Rascal doing a good job of warding up. The point is Gen G need to be the ones to keep pushing the tempo, keep looking for picks with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, because even later on the game, that's going to be the champion they can rely on to outrange champions like Victor, potentially find a pick and set up for your composition to win out.
Exactly. I want to say something about it. Very, very aggressive with their vision. They're taking over Blue Quadrant right now, setting up these super deep wards that allow for those bubbles. Yeah, BDD, we've seen him do it in Fog of War, but set him up with some vision too, give him a little help so he can find his targets.
And the side lane lead is still half a level. Rascal versus Flandre, it's about to be 15 apiece, but right now it is a deficit.
Gentlemen,
it's really kind of boring.
The night is dark and full of terrors for EDG here. Great vision toggle by the observers. When you know that BDD is walking around there through the Fog of War, just waiting.
BDD gonna be chased down. 100 health left. Viper nearly assassinates. I love that play. The limits to go forward and look for the big damage.
Exactly. Those are the types of plays you need to look for. When Gen G are aggressively looking for these picks, punishing where you can. Viper instantly recognizing the moment to go for that calling. It was extremely close. You don't get anything off of it, but the objective for EDG is, as we've been saying for the past 10 minutes, it's time. That is the objective that EDG are playing for, just continuing to buy out. It doesn't even matter that Lights pretty much went out in their blue quadrant jungle because they do have wards on Baron, and as long as Gen G aren't doing Baron, EDG are completely fine to just chill out. So I'm curious if Gen G will look for a more aggressive route of like opting into bait out of Baron.
You can tell.
Then you look at rotating your Scryer's Bloom trinket cooldowns. Right now, they're both on cooldown from both Scout and Viper, so it requires EDG extra attention
coming up
through the dangerous.
Can you do EDG?
Alright, well, a drowsy Jarvan, but not going to be the target. 7,000 health in the Baron. TP's coming in. This could be the fight. Level 15 on both top laners, so the half-level lead is right now going to be equalized, and we wait for the next big play. Pinging on the way to the top lane. Gen G going for an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, Gen G doing a nice job. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a trade that Gen G should win off. They don't have much of a wave, though. But EDG are answering so slow.
Yeah, they can face check here. You know, or Gen G can just tank the turret with their Renekton, usher up the minions, they get the inhibitor trade, and it's going to be...
You have to recall soon. You could lose Nexus turrets.
They're just trying to get some money. EDG are saying, all right, we can't actually fight you. We're just going to take some money and hope that they can actually farm the top wave. That is the one that is closer to Baron, so it is less of a risk than the one on bottom side. And EDG are just committing to this farm for mid late strategy. The test is, can you get through the next few minutes while it respawns? The supers will be feeding you on that side, but vision is imperative.
Rascal gonna try to mark, right? He's the one in the way. 8,000 health from the Baron, still going down. Vision is gonna be in the pit though. The controller not far enough up to force it out. Life goes down! Viper refuses to play defensively, and this time he is rewarded. BDD pushed a bit low. Will it be a smite fight as EDG are staying in the pit for now? Clid has landed practically every single smite this championship, and be careful, Jarvan. Drop down, 5k health. Baron resetting, Rascal forced back. Scout's on the chase, down to 1k health. Ruler not gonna open up just yet, but Scout is going for more. Gonna find the slow, gonna find the assassination. EDG 2-for-0 from a gold deficit, have closed it down to half. Bullet time able to close out the wave, but they still get the turret. EDG with signs of life.
We're scaling, boys. That's the EDG motto, and Viper is not taking any of it. Absolute masterclass there, turns it around. What an aggressive posture for the position on Baron. Annihilates life, gives him the opening lyric.
Yeah, and I think on the opposite side is Gen G potentially going to look to contest. Scout does have teleport, though. So be careful.
This one around, it's going to be Flounder able to claim it. Clip did not smite. JJ went a little bit early, and Flounder got the last hit. So, Dragon score is tied, but once again, you know Baron is on the table. Scout has TP, no one else on his team does.
Also, no cooldowns there for the Scryers for EDG, so they've got the existing control wards there, should buy them enough time. Again, the super minions, look at that top lane. They're letting them kill off their own minions to continue to funnel into these scaling AP solo laners that they picked.
And again, Ruler dropped to 2/3, gets the shields, able to stay alive. Gale Forces, I believe, traded. Clid gets rid of vision.
And going back to the point Kobe just made, right? EDG are going to actually kind of be happy that that top lane inhibitor is down, because you're not going to put yourself in harm's way to be able to get gold on the map. And I also think we're starting to see that Gen G feels very pressured, right? Because we're talking about these aggressive picks that they need to make, so they feel like, hey, we need to bait a Baron because EDG aren't coming out of their base. The problem for Gen G is you don't really have turn potential. You don't have like a Leona or a Nautilus to when they walk in to engage on them. So that's why we saw in the first Baron bait, Rascal having to go behind blue buff wall and trying to flank them out. But when they don't have that flank, Gen G actually aren't in a position to win out those fights.
So nice to see, too, Viper not flinching, not backing down in some of these very dangerous situations. We mentioned how hard it has been for everybody to dodge out on bubbles, for everybody to be so afraid when you don't have vision, and Gen G have Zoe. But Viper has not backed down. Even with the couple of mistakes in the first game and getting caught, he's still playing so aggressively with this Lucian, wants to punish at every opportunity, using that ultimate to chase down and really leverage EDG some more breathing room.
So far, really good job coming out from Viper. He's been like the large playmaker to where it feels like Scout has just been more of the backbone damage, being willing to come through. For the side of Gen G, it does feel like it still has mostly just been the BDD and Clid show, even in this series, setting them up for success. Sure. Ruler, I think, definitely having a solid game so far, but still not seeing that playmaking potential or the pick potential needed to come out. For Gen G, it seems like now they're a bit scared, they're a bit shy. Clid!
Huge damage, has a ward that'll hop away, but you can see Viper always wants in. He's on Infinity Edge 4th. He's leaving the boots at tier 1. He's just going for the damage and the crit chance.
I'll give it that.
And he's pushing people around.
He certainly is. He's pushing them all over Summoner's Rift. Fear the name as soon as he dashes in with that confidence. Such big health leads. And again, EDG leave the top wave alone. It kills off theirs, pushes right in. Someone goes to collect.
And they haven't lost a lick of Nexus turret health. It's just been the gold income. Yes, it's going to be harder to push out of the map. Yeah, it's going to be harder to push forward when you are back in your base so often, but it is money going only one way.
They're playing the econ game so well.
I feel like for Gen G, you really don't have a lot of great options right now. They're just continuously looking to commit as 5. But when you do this, you are only relying on a bubble hitting unless Clid finds some kind of flash, ward hop, kick, you know, Viper into the enemy team. But everyone on the side of EDG has summoners up. For Gen G, I feel like the play might just be answering on the bottom side of the map with Rascal and even committing maybe BDD down there to try to find a pick on a Flandre.
Oh, they're trying. He's going to be sleeping. No, he's going to flash away and stay alive. Cleanses away from the bubble, but Viper's out of summoners. Mako forced to flash at half health now as well. This is going to be a tough fight for EDG now.
Yeah, Gen G has to pressure now. They waited so long. EDG have played the econ game for so long, and now critical flashes on both bottom laners from EDG and the health leads mean that Gen G will take this moment, this opportunity to try and force on the Baron. Teleport is ready.
There's the ward. They spot what's going on. What's this play going to look like? 10,000 on the Baron. Scout wants the poke. Can't find it just yet. Viper is out of summoners. He's got no Gale Force.
Oh, BDD's behind.
Just his dash to live. BDD not going to land the first bubble. That's going to be a cooldown for a while. Flandre jumps into the pit. He can always E back out, but he keeps the Baron aggroed. There's the jump on out. 6,000 health now. Ruler still waiting to go. Sleep on a Mako. Gonna be blocked by Jeje. No Q to land. 5K on the Baron. Is this the play?
Ooh.
A jump in. Huge damage. They could try to burn Baron right now. They could have everything they want. Mako dropped low. Scout wants the burst. Clint pushed around.
Comes in.
Is this the play? It's been claimed. That one goes to Gen G. The kick does all right. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Flandre gonna be attacked. Flandre cannot kill Rascal. BDD at 1 health, but Scout is in. Scout is here for supremacy, and it's 2 more kills picked up. The recalls come through for Gen G. It's a gold lead, but the map belongs to EDG.
Still 2 for 3, and Gen G are the team that get Baron. I feel like they feel fine for that trade. They finally got something going, but the fact that Scout, the scaling member for EDG, is able to get more gold in his pocket, the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to be.
Waiting
Is
for
this an attempt at a trap around my Scout? Could
Oh,
CP in. This is big damage. A flash force. Viper cannot chase, but that should mean Dragon comes through. You know there's a smite enemy team, but you also know that you are cleanly 3v2 here.
Even Scout now being able to return to the fight has his ultimate available if Gen G decide to opt in. I think EDG should be able to get this unless Clid can find something.
Nico could get one shot if Clid had his ulti, but it's not up right now. Rascal can come through. Life and Ruler are alive. They're going to be here, so it's a 3-on-3. This is going to be tough for EDG to win. Sticking around, but Life is here. Jeje now as well. Can they force out Clid? He's jumped backwards. Should be smiteable soon, then it will go over. Dragon, Soul Point, all 5 in the river. EDG, 5 minutes away from a win condition.
They're gonna pop the Shurelias just to try and check for any stragglers, but they're out. And EDG, they pull that fight back despite how much work BDD did in the opening. You know, he annihilated the backline
He
there.
hit so many bubbles.
He hit so many bubbles. He took out JJ to 10%. Thought it was going to be just all she wrote after the jungler so heavily chunked out, chunking out on the support as well. And yet, the carries there for EDG pull back the fight. They still get something. They get the Dragon Soul Point for themselves.
And then sending
play the econ game. Here, look at all this damage from BDD. It's actually insane. On the jungler too, a priority target. Then on Mako, they're so low. Flandre goes in, they force on the Baron, though Scout on the outside is coming around and JJ flashes in, he attempts his smite, it is a little bit early, the Misfortune does get it, and then goes in for the knockup, but you don't get to see the cleanup because right back here with the Baron, what can Gen G get out of it?
We're going to keep our eyes on Misfortune and on Zoe again. Zoe having so many angles she can play with in corridors like this.
Gonna find Jeje just yet, but there's gonna be a turret down to the bottom lane. Flandre in for a bunch of damage, drops Rascal well below half. And BDD!
Oh, BDD down!
You poked, and you got poked back. You were flashed down and jumped to the opposing team. A recall out from Rascal, but that is just a clean pick for EDG.
Yeah, mistake coming out from BDD. I mean, he's done so much heavy lifting at this Worlds. I feel like he's allowed a few mistakes, but in these crucial moments, it's giving EDG life back in the game. Now, not even 2,000 gold down to Gen G, when earlier on, Freak, you were hitting on that it was about 6K.
Yep.
I do feel like this whole sequence of events started off with an EDG mistake of like the face check from Viper. Gen G then played around the mistakes well, but I feel like we're at a point now where the damage coming out from Flandre and Scout is just so massive.
The second ult I've seen for Lita completely wave clear. It's useful, it definitely buys them time, but EDG have control right now.
Yeah, that wave actually syncs up with the timer from BDG. Now with only 10 seconds, he'll be back up.
Not gonna gain it.
Defending there arrives for Gen G, and now it's still going to be EDG at your gates, trying to mine away all the extra gold here through top side of the map. But you've got everybody back on the map for Gen G. You've bought your time. Just don't face check.
Take a look at the game state. under 2,000 gold difference. It reminds me a bit of game 1 where Gen G, you know, they got the Barons, and this time around it's a Red Bull Baron power play that went about equal in gold. You got the Baron gold itself, and kills were traded, turrets were traded, and we're kind of where we left off.
In this series, we have cautioned against, the super strong, scaling, late game team and these advantages, and yet it has really been determined by those heroic
Baron
on the world stage when there's so much pressure on you. Here in semifinals now, Gen G are definitely going to need another big one.
I think especially when we're talking about the state of the game, right? Looking at how some of the CS advantages have flipped from early on to where EDG have done such a good job of funneling this gold. You'll get Viper now especially up of almost 70 CS. Even in mid lane for Scout, up about 40 CS. Only in top lane is where they are really down. But we've seen many times Rascal cannot go toe-to-toe with Flandre.
Here we go. Baron in 130, Dragon Soul in about the same amount. EDG able to fight for their side of the map. Trying to funnel gold as best they can. Void Staff is pretty soon for BDD. Death Cap not too far away for Scout. QSS also in for Viper, so while Cleanse is down, he has another way out from the bubbles. Level 16, he's been fed heavily. About to reach 400 CS. He's going to Flame Horizon the opposing mid laner, which is not how it's normally used, but he's still 66 above Ruler. It has been about the Lucian. Viper has almost been EDG's primary engage.
Yeah, he has, earning, health leads, allowing them to set up on these objectives so quickly. A lot of big chunks from him. Despite that, though, Gen G still with the overall gold lead and a lot of punch packed behind any of these bubbles. Of course, they're looking to play off of any sort of pick that they can get. The problem is that EDG have done so well playing the econ game that they've actually stabilized, been able to retake control of their own jungle. And actually have the time now to set up. 50 seconds left on the arrival of the Soul Dragon for them.
I think this also goes to show what can happen when the team with the advantage isn't stacking up Drakes too early. That EDG were allowed to just, sit in their base, farm what camps they needed. They weren't really any under threat of like an early Elder Drake coming out that they would need to be pulled out of their base to fight for. Gen G getting in the position where they've continuously had to try and pull them into the Baron pit. For the most part, it hasn't worked. It did work once.
Bubble.
We're going to see if they are able to find it again, because Gen G's composition really has no DPS. It's all about the burst coming out from the Zoe from the Misfortune.
Getting the Rascal, forcing the Shirelias down. Every other major cooldown, though, still available for use as EDG looks for the poke, not going to find it. Baron has spawned. Dragon's up in 5 seconds. EDG completely on the bottom side of the map. As long as they don't get cross-map, this is going to be Dragon Soul. Oh, and Rascal. Yeah, okay, he's got a Guardian Angel, but that is Life's ultimate down. That's 1,000 health left on the Renekton. And Flandre is hitting the Cloud Drake. Dragon Soul is going to be claimed. The surge of movement speed going to be valuable. Life poke down to 1k. Scout run around, a lot of move speed. And Rascal's got a flank play.
Scout! Flashes over the wall. Will not stay alive!
And they delayed 2!
Yes, 2!
Rascal's huge!
EDG!
He will stay alive. GA popped, but EDG have to run for their lives. Flandre the attack. Flandre the target. And Flandre to die. Gen G may lose the soul, but they win the fight.
Yeah, when you don't have a gate, you need to find those flanks. Rascal doing such a good job to set up the key damage from Ruler to take down Scout, who's been the key member for EDG in these fights.
30 seconds on the clock. Scout has to stay alive. JJ gets away.
He dunked, it deals AoE, he EQs out, and he's running it.
He has a lot of
Thank you, Cloud Soul, but here's the new wave. This one will mean a turret, and they gotta buy 30 seconds. 20 for Scout, 10 for Mako, 30 for Flandre.
Yeah, they got the wave, but there's another one right behind it, and Gen G are gonna usher this one into the Nexus turrets.
Viper ult on, gets away from the bubble. They gotta fight for this wave. Gen G gonna do his very best to knock it up, but he should be dying for this one. Can they fight for the rest, though? Health bar's getting a little bit low. Tidal wave to clear out the wave as best it can. He's drowsy. He will be dropping the kick back. Viper barely lives.
Scout's back up. Scout's back up. Scout's back up. Mako's down. Viper gets one.
But Ruler to knock down the Nexus. Gen G 2-1.
And Gen G were not favored coming into today's series. Now sitting on match point, finding the early game leads, but it was all about that one pivotal flank coming out from Rascal to bring it back.
This is truly shaking up to be the year of the LCK, now with Gen G having the lead over EDG in this series. Series point coming up now for them. So many big plays.
Yeah.
Say what you want about Rascal on the Renekton. He finds his brush, another surprise brush play, waiting there with the flank. They pincer them off, even with the setup there for the objective, and Another critical one for Gen G, right when they need it, Lyric.
Yeah, it's so critical to see, right? Because we saw the fact.
This is bad. EDG might get baited into banning the Renekton. But if I don't know. But if Genji is so good at playing the Renekton, it is such a bad idea to do that, you know. I'm actually so tired. From thinking everything, for thinking about this entire for trying to follow this entire tournament. This entire tournament has just been constant ups and downs, and really tiring. But it's okay. Let's just sit back and enjoy a video, right? I'm so tired. I have no idea what to say anymore.
Yeah, I'm 25. That's a quarter of a century. And I've been doing YouTube full-time for a nickel of a century. My life's practically over. I'm at a point now where when people recognize me, they'll say, OMG, James, I've been watching you since the 8th grade. And I'll be like, OMG, your beard is bigger than mine. So I've been thinking, you know those going through puberty videos your 8th grade science teacher shows you for some reason? The ones that are like, hey boys, I'm the puberty platypus, and I'm here to tell you that your body is going through some wonderful changes. You're gonna start growing hair in weird places, and smelling bad, but that's just the wonders of life. And then for the girl one, it's like, oh, ladies, you're gonna want to sit down for this one. Well, I think they need to make a puberty part 2 video that they show to high school seniors and prepare them better for the quote-unquote adult life they're about to face. Schools just give you a piece of paper and a funny hat and send you off into the world expecting you to figure out your intricate and complicated life through what? Trial and error? I want the puberty part 2 video that I'm planning on making to start like this. The puberty platypus will come back on screen and will be like, well, kids, you did it. See? Puberty wasn't so bad. For some of you. Unfortunately, dear children, this is only the beginning. And then he'll start talking about all the fun things you can expect in the following years. Like, instead of growing hair in new places, for some of you, your hair is going to start thinning and falling out. And if you're a guy worried about hair loss, then I've got good news. This video is sponsored by bald people.
No.
They're paying me money to tell you to just shave it all. Shave it. Looking good, Rush! You're also going to be perpetually tired. And before you start thinking, I'm not going to be tired, I'm going to get 8 hours of sleep every night. First of all, no you're not. And second of all, that's not going to help. You will still be tired, and there's no escape. Why do you think adults say, ha ha ha, don't talk to me till I've had my coffee? It's because every adult, from the moment they wake up, is dead tired. And we need stimulants just to function. You're also going to start getting excited about things you used to think were stupid.
You know, I'm just going to walk away from the computer for a little bit. I'm just going to stop it there. Because I can't be bothered to entertain anyone right now. If anyone's even watching right now. It's just been a very tiring. And watching this. I'll be back in a post patch or whatever the fuck they have to say. Thank you, Riot, for providing content. For the content that I'm supposed to be doing.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it is all on the line now as Gen G are just one game away from facing Damwon Kia in the World's 2021 final. And Chronicler, I was nice enough to give you the rest of that last segment off, and then the entire game here, game number 3, to collect yourself, your thoughts, and then you got another Renekton pick, but it did net the win. So how are you feeling? How we doing?
Scaling Renekton. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the first half of the draft and Zoe and Renekton were in bed, like I knew it was gonna happen. I knew. Like there was no doubt in my mind. Like I could see the future, and you just know it is Gen G. And honestly, like I can't even really fault them for it because they keep winning, and that is the enigma that is Gen G. That is the core contradiction at the heart of Steam. They are really good. Right?
And I think
you should stop giving them these champions. Just ban the Renekton. Does it make sense? No, but you need to do it.
Right? See, this is a bit of a conversation that we were getting into in the green room backstages there, where it's like, at what point do you just, you let go of this idea of what should be strong in the meta and start to recognize what your opponent is good at and look to disrupt it?
Exactly. I mean, I think it's the concept of banning the player instead of banning the meta, right? It's the idea that if they're so good at these specific champions, even if they are not higher in your tier list or whatever you want to say, well, maybe you need to take it away. And then, you know, I'm of the opinion that Lee Sin needs to be kind of going up higher on a lot of people's tier lists. People are very clearly happy to give it away. They're not really concerned about it. They're banning other things out. J4 is getting picked, you know, even above it. Lucian's getting picked even above it in some of these games that we've seen across knockouts. And Lee Sin, like, I would love to know what Lee Sin's record is actually across all of knockouts.
Yeah.
Because it has just been dominating games.
Look, I understand Canyon is Canyon, but after watching him play Lee Sin, I feel like that should have been enough to prove your point. And then you get to today, and again, you've got Clid doing work on the Lee Sin. And Chronicler, the first 15 minutes, you isolate that for Gen G, and again, time and time again, it looks good.
And this is what Gen G, even against teams that are stronger than them, generally excel, right? It's those first 10 to 15 minutes, especially when they get this top side. It doesn't necessarily have to be the lead. We've seen Clid do this on other champions, like the J4, like the Volibear throughout the split as well. But the core thing, BDD on Syndra or Zoe, and then Rascal on his Renekton, right? And they know how to play this out, even against teams that are better than them. And these early kills are what allows Gen G their extremely mediocre mid game, right? Because they are so far ahead, they get such a consistent early game leads that they are able to kind of do nothing for like 15 minutes afterwards.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it is honestly really impressive how they are able to consistently create these leads, because I don't think a lot of people saw this happening, you know, against EDG, who is a pretty solid team, who obviously has an incredibly strong bot lane. We saw the footage of them actually dying 2v2. And then I just think that BDD on Playmakers, on champions where he has some agency, is a completely different beast, right? He played well on the Seraphine, but when he's playing on the Zoe, when he's playing on and even the Azir, and he can actually create action for himself, he can capitalize on opponents' mistakes more easily without relying on teammates. I just think it's really, really impressive. And he rarely ever steps a foot wrong on the Zoe.
Yeah, it's a good call out, because it's not just Clid being Clid, although he is definitely performing in today's series. He's got people like BDD behind him on signature picks like the Zoe. But this is where I will at least return to the idea, Chronicler, that Gen G is not without fault. And while they are picking up the wins, we are still seeing those glimpses, those pieces of what we have been critical of in this playstyle, which is a mid game that really slows down and creates openings for their opponents.
And this consistently happens, and this is actually where I think that the windows for EDG lie, is how good they are at consistent side lane pressure. Because Gen G, with this Renekton pick, I think they team fight better than arguably any team with the Renekton, which in of itself sounds contradictory, but I actually think even in the late game, use the pick really well. But what they don't do well is side lane setups. We see consistently EDG, whenever Gen G tries to go for an aggressive play, to try and corral them away, right? Draw attention on the other side of the map. And this is what stalls out the game so much, because unlike teams like Damwon or T1 that will recognize the opportunity to strike when the iron is hot, Gen G always have a little bit of reluctancy surrounding every move they make. So instead what you see is they back off, they back, and then they just try to fish for that one bubble, right? And that goes into what I think Azil said earlier tonight, where it's like they are reliant on BDD popping off, because outside of that, their setup is just not good enough. And the fortunate thing, as we see time and time again, is that the plays individually are so good, but it's not the way that they go about it, I don't think is sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You would think that, right? But I mean, here they are. They're one game away from going to the finals. It's one of those situations though where it's like they dominate early, and then we've even seen them sometimes showing up late after they get the first 2 dragons, and they should have a free 3rd dragon, and they're just not even at the dragon when it spawns and it's given away for free. But they do come up huge in these circumstances. Again, BD on the side, finding chunks on multiple members here, completely zoning them out. He plays so well around the architecture of the map. You know, they are playing from red side, but he's coming down into the enemy blue buff area and was finding so many picks.
Yeah, and so while they will pick up the Baron, we of course see the fight to some degree go the way of EDG. Yep. But with that Baron buff, they buy themselves the time. That establishes, I think, some of that wave pressure that they're looking for to continue to let BDD rein in those bubbles and look for it all. But as we know here at the World Championship, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network. It's Rascal who finds the flank.
How he looked at yesterday was fucking horrible.
Here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that this TP flank was beautiful. There's really no way out here for Scout. He knows that he's just caught, so he tries to drop the gravity field and flash over the wall, but Slice and Dice wasn't committed because all Rascal had to do was wait for the rest of his team to actually push him into that no-win position. He does it beautifully. They pick up multiple kills here. And once you saw these kills going down, you kind of knew that the game was going the way of Gen G. Yes, there were the respawns coming through. It was a close thing to actually finish on that push, but
this is definitely
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. According to Freak, this guy's name is pronounced Action, but honestly, from what I've learned, I think it's supposed to be Action, so that's what I'm going with for this video.
Action swings into action from the lawless streets of Shurima.
The triangle in Viego's chest is actually where Isolde stabbed him. Action's E heroic swing is based on a scrapped version of Camille's E hookshot. In the lore, Vladimir was actually very close to Viego, so close that Viego called him uncle in-game, and Vladimir even sends him letters to stay in contact.
Hello, Uncle. I'm surprised you haven't been torn apart by an angry mob.
However, after Isolde was poisoned, Viego refused to respond, and ironically, Vladimir could have actually saved Isolde if Viego just got back to him. So if you've learned anything here, it's never leave someone on red. The most popular way to level Action is to max Q first, but he actually has a 3% higher win rate when people max E first. Pantheon and Viego have almost the exact same walk animation. Even though Action has a ridiculous kit, he actually has one of the lowest win rates on release at only 27%, which is pretty dang bad. It's even lower than Yumi's 29% win rate when she was first released. The reason Viego is manaless is because Riot felt it would be too difficult to keep track of mana between transforms. Puppy, did you know Action has a Battle Academia skin? But not for League on PC, it's only available on Wild Rift. Viego is voiced by Sean Teal. Action is voiced by Sunil Malhotra, who has appeared in shows like Grey's Anatomy and The Legends of Korra. Viego has a 0.2% higher win rate in the mid lane than he does the jungle. Here's Action if he was in Family Guy. Viego's visuals were inspired by goth rock and heavy metal singers. Action was inspired by Bollywood action films. Viego had a bunch of scrapped abilities. The first was an ability that allowed him to possess allies and move them around the map. I'm sure your team would have loved that. I can't even imagine how that would have gone over in solo queue. Honestly, maybe it would have been the strategy for carrying your team though. If you can't get a good teammate, just become your teammates. Second was an ability that created pools of black mist. Third was one that allowed him to pass through walls like Kayn. And lastly, he was originally going to have a passive where he started the game with the Blade of the Rune King in his inventory. However, it would have started as a baby Bork, like a little dagger, and then it would have grown into a huge two-handed sword like it is now over time. Did you know Action's Q is called Avengerang? Because I didn't. Also, if you look closely, the Avengerang is just kind of chilling at the bottom of his weapon. The Blade of the Rune King is actually based off a real weapon called the Zweihanda, which is a German longsword. Wow, that accent kind of came out of nowhere. Action's release skin was originally going to be different. It was going to be a Infernal skin or a High Noon skin. Action is 5 feet 10 inches, or to be even more precise, 177.8 centimeters.
I'm shorter than Action.
Viego's older brother was Callista's
father.
It's
not Action, it's Action.
Viego's niece. If you compare Action's W to Amumu's W, it's kind of hilariously sad.
One of them resurrects your teammates, gives you camouflage, bonus gold, movement speed, and regen, and the other cries. It's quite literally sad. So do you know how in the lore Viego spreads his mist across all of Runeterra? Well, that concept was originally one of Viego's passive, but for Summoner's Rift. If Viego was in the game, Black Mist would slowly take over the entire rift, and just like now, Viego would be camouflaged when he was in it, which meant later in the game, Viego would just be permanently invisible like Eve. And if you think that's a lot, the mist was actually going to be filled with ghosts and goblins that Viego could summon and use them to attack people with. That would have been interesting, to say the least.
That would have been a better design than what we had.
You used to be able to swing and be golden at the same time, but now Zhonya's just stops your swing entirely. Viego's kingdom was inspired by Spain and Camelot. Even Viego's country, Camivore, is based on the time period from back then. Action's dance is a reference to an Indian musical video called Mahari. Callista was actually the one who protected Viego from the assassination attempt on him. Instead of a grappling hook, Action almost had tripwires and traps instead. When Viego recalls, he puts on full body armor and a helmet. If Kled ults Action while he's spinning around, Kled will just lock on and keep following him. Viego is called the Ruined King because he was emotionally ruined when Isolde was killed. Honestly, never put that together until now. This isn't really useless, but you can actually ignite your target to make your E focus a champion instead of just hitting everything in its path. It's kinda neat. Viego's quote,
"Why, Isolde? Why do you hide your face from me?"
is actually a biblical reference to Psalms 44:23 through 24. The average KDA of an Action player is 8.8 kills, 6.8 deaths, and 5.9 assists. The average rank of an Action main is Silver 1, and the average rank of a Viego main is Silver 2. In the lore, Action's weapon is called the Absolver, and it's a relic stone gun that, as you know, is able to revive those who died by killing their perpetrator. Action was actually revived by his mentor Shadia using the weapon, who herself unfortunately died from a warlord. Ironically, she didn't want Action to use the weapon because she believed life and death should be up to fate, even though she brought back Action with it. So, before she died, the two would travel around Shurima together to stockpile ancient weapons. Action actually met Lucian in Shurima, but didn't join the Sentinels at first. However, he later joined because he thought it was the best way to honor Shadia. Action's story is actually very similar to Viego's. They both lost someone they loved and were driven back to get them. But instead of starting a war and becoming a crazy dude, he decided to help fight the crazy dude. What a guy. After Isolde was revived, she told Action to kill her with the Absolver so Senna and Gwen could be resurrected and Viego could turn back to mortal. Action also resurrected Yorick's maiden in the process. When Action was a kid, he was poor and beat to death for standing up for what and Viego could turn back to mortal. Action also resurrected Yorick's maiden in the process. When Action was a kid, he was poor and beat to death for standing up for what was right. Oof. After Lucian, Senna, and Thresh's stories were touched up, Rioter August said that they should make the Ruined King next as a joke, but it turned out they really liked the idea, so they went with it. The blade of the Ruined King itself is a royal weapon passed down from king to king. When a new king incarnated, it would absorb part of their soul in order to revive them if they were ever to get seriously injured. So when Isolde stabbed Viego, the blade tried to revive him at the same time with the magic of the blessed water. But it couldn't do it because of the soul part inside of the blade itself. The cycle of healing magic ultimately caused a loop that overloaded, causing the ruination. Action doesn't have any abilities that does AP damage. I don't know why, but someone did. That's all I'll say.
Fuck! Wait, is that enough? I've already played what's this song called again? Enemy multiple times, so like the entire video got copyrighted before that then. Okay, let's just finish it then.
Since most of Riot's games are fairly new, Action is the first champion to be revealed for League of Legends, Wild Rift, and the Legends of Runeterra around the same time. This guy played Viego with the colors of the rainbow in items. The AP Viego build must have been a very interesting game. Terraria Viego. This person decided to completely draw and redesign Viego. What do you guys think of their concept?
I love this so much better. And match this with the one where his passive takes over the entire map. Viego sounds like a great champion with this.
There's a spot on Summoner's Rift where if you aim just right with your hookshot, you'll kind of spaz out. This is what Viego looked like before he went crazy, and this is some art done by Riot of what Action would look like in real life. Did you know if you combine the letters in Action and Viego, you can spell the word soakage? Additionally, you can also spell the word vagina. Hey guys, really quick, I wanted to talk about my friends, Squarespace. Squarespace.
Right.
Poppy Band on their own side, looking at
right, what do we
what
have?
would be the next in the tier list of jungle picks. Certainly she does look good into Jarvan, but it means they're not trying to take it for the top lane. Viego.
They didn't get baited into banning the fucking
Clid Viego.
Yeah.
Bring this one back out, and they do have the safety of Lulu already on the team.
I think
too,
Viego top is still very
chase
strong.
down forward. Definitely going to be very
Especially
heavy
with, like, the
into the AD, so BDD as usual is going to carry a lot of that AD threat, going to carry a lot of that burden, and they're hovering it now. Everybody in the whole game knows it. What are EDG going to do?
This would honestly
oh, okay. Rascal's on Greaves.
Wow, Scout has not played Zoe in Summer Split at all. Has steered clear from the pick. Was never really much of a meta pick in Summer, but still gonna go this route. And also, Kobe, something you were wondering earlier, if they would pull out the Kennen, they're gonna do it.
All right, now don't flunk this test because we've waited so long.
Kenneth is good.
0-3 previously on the Kennen.
EDG's composition is beautiful right now.
At Worlds. And they steal away BDD's Zoe, stealing away his champion. That's definitely bold. In an elimination game from EDG, they're throwing it down.
You bring out a pick that you haven't played in the Zoe. You bring out a pick that you haven't won on in the Kennen. This is a really different direction for EDG, but hey, again, they're down 2. They need to be up. Yep. On the side of Gen G, though, I really like what they put together. Once again, a lot of comfort coming out with things like the Azir. You have tools to deal with things like the Kennen engaging, and it just looks stock and standard Gen G.
That said, there is so little frontline. Viego has no tank stats innately in that kit unless you reset. Okay, everyone on your team has damage, so you've got a Lulu for a bit of backup, but that is not a heavy frontline. Kennen has 5 great targets to look at.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure on Flandre's shoulders.
I like EDG's like that Kennen lock-in is
finally
good.
Making that change in
Are you are they gonna give it to you? Is it gonna be that easy?
So often at Worlds, we have had.
If there's gonna be a match 5, I'm going to go take a break and then just grab a snack.
That just stick with you forever. He's
gonna
be looking to cosplay Smith here.
Yeah, I feel like a big difference also coming out of this game is not only in the top side, right, but also in mid-jungle. Because it feels like every game is where the side of Gen G have had prio and pressure in mid-jungle, especially in that skirmishing department. This will be the first time where EDG themselves actually have that and will be the ones who can dictate more early game options. So whether that's trying to set up a Smed-like performance coming out from Flandre, or just going back to the fact that, hey, Viper, despite some mistakes, has had an amazing series. Let's keep funneling on the spot side. It feels like this early game is where EDG are going to have to step up. If not, Gen G are going to be able to clinch out the series.
Yeah, and it would be Gen G's 4th World Championship final. Samsung White, Samsung Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy. You buy the company, you rebrand to Gen G, and number 4 would be this one around.
And Ruler himself was on that Samsung team.
Yeah.
World champion, the only world champion in this game.
It'd be his 3rd final with a new roster around him for the last 2 years, 2020 and onwards. And let's see what comes out of this one. JJ faking as though he puts the deep ward down. Of course, you can never verify that, so may force an early sweep out of Clid and won't see anything for it.
Yeah, and looks like once again, potentially might see Jungler's path down towards bot side. I feel like we've seen that pretty much every game this series is like we hit on before. Who can impact that bot lane first has really been what has been strong, but Gen G instead actually looking for an invade.
All right, Scout going to be on the back foot. Should, I believe, just see that Trinket Ward. Spots, yep, puts the ping down for the vision. Sweeper not available, though, and we'll see what Gen G wants to do with their early game.
Yeah, the jungle tracking from Gen G in the previous game makes such a big difference. Because, you know, the opening game where they weren't expecting the gank from Jarvan, they got the early kill on the bottom side, and then Viper and Mako just pushed that to the limits, getting such a big lead. That was the one win for EDG. So Gen G since then have accommodated. They've gotten these early deep wards, tracking jungle early on, trying to make sure that that is a non-factor.
I have partial info. It is a pause on EDG's side, which if you've been following the pause analysis so far,
water freak.
So I have not heard what it is. I don't know if it's water. I don't know what's going on. But all I'm saying is in 2 out of 3 games, the team that paused lost. So the odds are stacked against the last hope of the LPL.
How long have we been trying to get sippy cups for the players up there? So
they actually have them, I think. Like almost all of them have like a
oh my goodness, we've got the technology and it still happens.
I mean, the pause would be much longer if it wasn't a sippy cup and you just, flooded with like quarter gallon or, several hundred milliliters for the Europeans out there.
Yeah.
And also every other continent.
That was a bit rough. It's like cutting yourself with safety scissors, but still pretty sad a statistic of the team that paused has lost. And I think going back to Gen G, they've had a really weird few years since winning Worlds of Samsung Galaxy, right? Won Worlds 2017, 2018, they lost in groups. 2019, they didn't even make it to Worlds. And then 2020, they made it to quarters. So it's like a really weird scaling journey that they're making. And hey, with that trajectory, I feel like at least within the next 3 years, they're bound to win Worlds.
They're bound to. It's absolutely guaranteed to happen. I believe it. I'm taking your word for it and giving it no further thought.
I mean, they are the only other organization, but besides T1, that have the multiple titles under their belts. And yeah, the name change came in. It's a bigger name change, but still there. And
the long one.
They're definitely looking back. Everybody staring at what's on your screen. The Summoners Cup means everything. They're going to have to put in a lot of practice too right now because Damwon are looking fearsome, and them waiting, hovering over everybody is going to be a very tall task. In saying that, you have to focus at the task at hand. This game, one game at a time, especially for EDG who are facing an elimination match. Just focus on this single game, get your victory, then you can make your adaptations, try and make the comeback in this series.
Yeah, and speaking on this game specifically, since we do have picks and bans up again, a lot of it to me feels like about the early game, a lot of coming out of mid-jungle for the side of EDG, to where when I look at the side of Gen G, I feel like the Lulu is going to do so well against a comp that is pretty much just all burst for the side of EDG. Emperor's Divide coming out from BDD will do so much against these short-range champions coming out from EDG. I really like the composition that Gen G been able to put together.
Yeah, there are some big things to keep in mind is marking the cannon, watching and clearing for those flank wards, and then of course the exhaust timing. All of these things.
If it's gonna take long, I'm just gonna go make some food.
Exhaust timer is extremely big too, enforcing those. And we've seen so many teams fall prey to it so far at this tournament.
I feel like we've seen both teams as well fall prey to things like flanks that they didn't expect, flanks that they weren't marking coming. Again, that is what decided the last game. Rascal, after having a pretty rough game overall, despite the fact that they were in the lead, finds the game-winning play off of one flank. So definitely feels like it's a game of not only who can make less mistakes, but who can make the mistake at a less critical moment rather than at 40 minutes in the game.
But I mean, it's also the big play at the end, right? Like, Klid has been absurdly good at the spites, and sometimes you actually just cannot keep Elysian out of the pit, and he lands it better. I mean, that TP flank play, like, that's just a very, very good play that wins games. Like, I do want to, give the other side of the coin where it's like, there are really big plays that, hey, that causes the win.
Yeah, I think that the accolades that both BDD and Klid have gotten so far at this tournament, everyone just talking about us, these individual plays have been so big, I think it's completely true, especially for some of these specific Zoe plays from BDD, Klid on the Lee Sin, and over, they have really found them.
Yeah, and that's why, if Gen G are able to take the win and go through, that's going to be another really exciting matchup to come, right? Even though you get it all year long in the LCK, seeing BDD in this form, as well as Klid go up against Canyon and Showmaker right now would be absolutely monstrous. And hopefully for Gen G, BDD can keep up these performances because, again, you don't know where they can surprise you.
I mean, that's what it comes down to is what level are you playing at what point in your career? Both Klid and BDD have 2 LCK championships. Klid winning 2 on T1 back a couple years ago. Cool, well done there. 2 back-to-back splits for BDD as well on his Kingzone Longzhu days as that rebrand came through. And then it's like, okay, it's kind of been a drought for both those players, right? And everyone else, it's kind of no regional titles. Obviously, yes, Ruler's made his 2 world finals. He's obviously had really high points in his own career, but it's everyone kind of coming back together, back to that level. Yes, you can win before, but we're all playing at this level at the same time.
Meanwhile, EDG, they've got loads of regional titles, Lyric. Yet it is all the way back to the first MSI in 2015 that you have to reach for an international title. And it means so much to this organization. Since we've got story time here, remember the last time that we were in China, visiting EDG at the compound, in the waiting room, they've got this video playing that is a compilation, basically, of their win in MSI. And has been playing for years and years and years. They're so proud of it because international wins are so rare and so prestigious in League of Legends. This team was like, nothing more than to get the organization another one. And World's obviously so much bigger than MSI and having so much weight to it. They're in uncharted territory already for the organization here, just being in semifinals.
I feel like especially this year, right? When
Holy
they've invested
shit,
so much
what
in this
is this
roster, like bringing
pause?
Riflandre, who spent years on Snake Esports and LNG, bringing over Viper from the LCK after being such a stud in his own region. And then again, they've done so well in both splits. They picked up a summer championship, but once again, they have to like pull deeper to be able to make it further here today. But like Freak mentioned earlier, we did see it in their last series.
Yeah, I really like that you point out Viper, because him being added to this team has had such a big impact just as an individual player. And you remember back to the hero of Felios play, flashing in and getting them here. Nobody expected them to beat FPX in the finals, you know?
I know, I predicted against them as well in that final.
All right, I can quickly switch over to what's going on our screen as the game is paused. EDG requested some lighting changes, though to my knowledge, nothing has changed since the first game, but we are making some small changes. And so once that's taken care of, everyone's okay, we are going to get back into this game. So, hey, not water caused. All right, maybe that's going to change things around. And we are, in fact, back onto the Rift. And yes, indeed, JJ outsmarted Klid. He faked the ward. Sweeper comes down. He's like, wait a second.
Changes. I waited this
no
long.
I've been had. Where's my ward bunny? My early experience for Rascal as well. Not going to get it. He is going to get the leash from his top laner, though, so Graves actually going to go late to the lane. Not going to get the early push onto Kennen, and it's going to be the accelerated start there for Graves trying to get Viego through the early quick first clear, headed towards bottom side. Every second does count.
And yet, Bone Plate and Guardian block a lot of the damage, and it's once again, every single game, Lulu MF just has the better level 1, and EDG down in health. They are the ones with healing. You can kind of trade low and then burn mana to get back up, but right now it's Gen G with control of the lane.
I want to see if they actually make use of the leash that Klid got. That second is going to mean he gets over there really quick. He went red into Raptors. He can do this super early move towards bottom. When you're building up the wave like this, if you see Ruler and Life now slow pushing and just last hitting and waiting for the minions to build up to try and crash, then they could draw him down after Gromp. It'd be a quick 3, but I think the time is running out, and they've already got a ward over Tribrush, so that play's not going to be there. They're going to try and crash it instead and probably bounce back. But it is still going to be Klid hovering around bottom side and looking for that bottom crab. With the bottom pushing, you have the early move.
Nice aggressive trade in the top side. Now don't forget to grab your exclusive Happiness Overload Prime Gaming emote so you can flex in your next game. Maybe you get a bear, maybe you get an ace. I don't know, put it on 5 slots, who cares?
Well, I mean, looks extremely cute. I'd want it, but Klid going in. Scout can follow up.
Yeah, it's a Spell Thief Shirelli is not going to matter too much. They're still fighting over these. Smite is up for both junglers. You put it in the brush, you can kind of take the advantage. And it looks like it's still going to be with the wave push in. Oh, that bubble could mean a lot. Yeah, they can find the knockup if the spells are back available. Find at least an auto attack going in for Klid. Here's it going to be enough as it's Azir coming in, the Emperor, and the first kill comes in. And now JJ going to fight for a bit more. Does trade it back. Is it going to be enough? He's channeling to teleport away. He's going to go to sleep. Scout makes his double kill happen.
And this is what you need when you bring out the Zoe and the Jarvan for yourself to be able to take these early game skirmishes.
That was huge.
With a 2-0 lead in this game.
Oh my god, where do we start with it, Lyric? That one was hilarious. The Raptor fight here in the elimination match with the teleport right in front of his face. Woo.
I mean, hey, Gen G can make those sort of plays because they don't have their back against the wall with that pressure of, hey, if we lose, we're out. We're going to go straight to the replay. Bubble does come down after an extended posturing over those Raptors. JJ holding on to the EQ. Not actually sure if it was even up.
So I'm pretty sure his Q was just used in the Raptor fight there. Good flash for him to get away from the other one here, but Bubble timer has come back up, and Scott says thanks for the champion and thanks for the timing. Very close to timing.
He got a free teleport.
Yeah, even gets the teleport for himself. BDD not showing a ton of expression to that happening. Then again, you probably just want to forget it and move on and hope for a better return into the game. Now, we're going to come back onto the map where both junglers just chilling. I feel like for EDG, though, it's a lot about continuing to impact that mid and jungle matchup like we just saw.
Yeah, and both kills went over to Scout. This has huge, huge effects on this early game here. I mean, EDG, they put down a flag in Champ Select. We're stealing away your Zoe, BDD. We're stealing away, or we're picking the Kennen, which we have not picked at Worlds, and we were 0-3 with this year. And they've got 2 kills on that steal away pick for Scout, so a lot of it in his hands, double buff in addition to it.
Finds another bubble as well. Getting some good damage on again. A champion that he did not play in the summer split of LPL. In a composition where, frankly, I feel like the longer this game goes, it will be much harder for EDG. There will be opportunities, like we talked about, things like Kennen flanks and these burst opportunities, but EDG definitely being the composition that needs to get ahead early, and I like that we see Scout kind of hovering towards the bottom side, looking to utilize Fog of War, though Genji do have Scuttle Crab on that side, so it doesn't do too much.
Oh, that's nice damage.
Good hits there to 200 HP. Bubble not quite going to land, but a little bit more poke as Jeja could come around. Level 4 to level 5 on the Viego. But, of course, no TPs and no one's around on the side. This could be a possible dive. That ward's going to be spotted and killed, and Genji going to have to give up this wave.
Yeah, they're going to have to give up a lot here because Scout also pushed mid lane. And BDD, since he tried to teleport out of the skirmish at Raptors, doesn't have his teleport. So Scout gets to come down there supporting this attempt at the steal away on the Gromp. Does get the smite, and the turret plate is going to be mined away. Now they can reset. You see you just play off your pressure from your minion wave towards mid. That one bounces back as BDD slowly pushes it out, and Scout can return.
I think a critical thing about this game as well is when you watched EDG in the regular season of LPL is...
That was nice.
Yeah, just a bit of damage. A lot of EDG's early game jungle proximity was around mid lane. It was all about Scout and JJ being like the early game anchor that did link up, and then transferring that 2 sides of the map.
Wow, really?
Mid-game or covering
Walks in and
guys who are
fucking
coming out per
smite
se
the
on
chicken
top lane.
away.
So nice to see this synergy coming back out in this game 4.
And that skirmish at Raptors on the first blood came down to 1 auto on the junglers, being the difference in the health. Scout here, kind of cosplaying the most interesting man in the world. I don't often play Zoe, but when I do, I like to start 2-0 with double buffs. See what he can do with it. Again, the big moments here are really what make it. They've got to be able to snowball this one. It's such a large early game lead for them to be able to transition. Yes, it is a Cloud Drake, and they should be able to hand off blue and head over towards there. Now Zoe with blue and with the gold, plus having double summoners available, feels like they should be able to set it up.
Flandre playing aggressively in this lane, even though he is against the Vamp Scepter and Rascal has some sustain. It's Flandre ahead in the lane so far.
And again, we are about 36 seconds away from the Herald spawn, so the big commitment should come. When you have pushing bottom lane, it helps you. You have so many more options in these Herald setups.
Attack speed
because
is
you can
actually
either
so quick.
push and go for the full rotation, bring your bottom lane up, or you go for the half rotation through the Fog of War, and then try and sneak back and not give up as many minions in the attempt. See if they actually go for it here, though. Clid trying to do the early sweeper work in preparation, and the bubble lands, but no follow-up.
Gonna take the recall. Jeja finds the control that was put down. Uh-oh, gonna be spotted out. Just sidesteps. Clid, once again, the better on farm, already level 6. Graves on the move down as well. Could be a chance to play, but just gonna turn right back around. Not too much to be had. Flandre waiting the brush. Could get some decent damage. Doesn't go for the ult play. Rascal able to E backwards and ult to stay alive. No problem. BDD jumps the wall to get away as well. Jeja with a control ward gets to take ownership of this side of the map.
We are finally starting to see that rotation that Kobe was talking about, though, waiting for a couple more waves to start the rotation. Viper and Mako making their way up. And with the early game spike that Scout does have, having the Lost Chapter now, I would definitely favor EDG in this sort of situation. You can see now Scout playing with terrain, just in case the members of Genji do approach.
All right, the attacks are on, down to 2.6 thousand. A small smite's available. Clid has the big one, but it's going to be pushed down too quickly. The bot lane's here just in case. No play.
Genji committed to the trail, even though their bottom lane was the one without priority. Usually, you'll see them just opt to pushing out the extra wave, you know, so the AD carry at least gets another wave of experience, gold there, try and chip away at a tower plate, but Genji actually rotated also in answer in trailing Ruler and Life, so they don't get anything out of there, and that's big for EDG.
Gonna be stunned, gonna be locked up. This is so much damage. The ult comes in, the flash followed through with the Heartbreaker, and Clid is on the board.
Yeah, really nice play coming out from Genji. Maybe Flandre assuming that Clid would want to make his way towards bot side, with the fact that their bot lane was late on the rotation, trying to get some vision down for Dragon, but instead does commit to getting this in top, and Rascal as well, not only denying minions, but getting another plate of gold. Actually, his first plate of gold.
Still more than 0, so I'll take it as a +1, and now Tidal Wave coming across. Big damage, the bubble's gonna land as well. BDD, he's ignited, he's got a shield, and he's just gonna drop Scouts on for 3.
Scout steals away one of his champions, and he's stealing away his life here. 3 kills on the Zoe for Scout now. Bounty on his head. They're the ones that get to play the setup game with the Zoe. Extra vision.
Mako.
That was definitely a brush with death there. Bold to go solo as the Lulu getting some vision, but because EDG are so focused on utilizing their Rift Herald and getting paid here, they're going to be able to make it happen.
Not quite going to finish the turret, but it will get all the way to 4 plates claimed. 3 of them shared between Jeja and Scout. The TP force out of BDD means not a lot of control over bot lane. Thankfully, Bullet Time can do that work for you, and Ruler keeps up in the lane.
I can't even imagine the gold lead that Scout has right now. Probably able to back and just look for a mythic item purchase after the last kill, as well as these plates coming out. Not going to be able to, though. Sadly, doesn't even have TP. Going to have to wait for either Jeju to come cover, or if Genji just committed this play, maybe he can find a window to where he can get that reset off, because he has no mana right now, so I don't think EDG should look to contest this, but they are.
Without Scout, that'd be crazy. Yeah, you cannot poke around there. Scout is recalling, no teleport on Zoe.
I mean,
I agree with you. I concur.
I don't think it'd be the craziest thing we've seen in this series, so I'm not going to put it against them for doing it, but yeah, nice to see that EDG did decide to back off. Already do have a 2K gold lead at 10 minutes, but again, to me, it's just continuously coming out from mid-jungle. I don't even feel like you necessarily need to commit ganks. BDD as well having flash up now. Even with Jeju just hovering towards mid, you can go for plays like we saw earlier, where Scout's moving down the river and at least just zoning their bot lane off from the turret.
CS lead is 8 down in the bottom lane, though, and they are just constantly playing aggressively. Viper going to go ahead and take this wave right away. And it'll give him a very aggressive recall timing that happens, thanks to the assist. We've got the Gorge Drinker done. And even though Clid has been out farming Jeje, he's got enough gold that he's able to get his Mythic online. First of this game, but not in time to play for the Dragon. So Genji, they're weathering a 2,500 gold deficit, and that's going to grow. They've at least got their first Dragon, but because he showed, he's like, all right, I'm around. Once again, Ruler and Life have to fall off the wave, and plate number 3 will go to Viper and Mako.
Yeah, this Lucian Nami doing a lot of damage once again, and Viper's going to be that big threat. A lot is hinged.
I had just had a random idea for jungle.
In some of the games, when he's going so aggressively, you know,
jungle
chunking people out before objectives, it actually earns them a huge amount for the setup. But again, then you have the ones where picked off, gets turned around.
Jungle cannon with
I will say, at least for this time around, it's more difficult for Genji to really punish aggressive movement, because it has to be a surprise play from
Flashing back over, will not be stunned up by Viego, but he's going to go to sleep. He's going to go for this play. JJ would have every cooldown, but they don't want to go for the push. Maybe they could have, but not going to happen.
Yeah, still, nice for them to be able to punish the flash coming out from Scout. They need to find these ways back into the game somehow, especially when Kobe just talking about the aggression coming out from EDG's bot lane and how hard it is for Genji to punish. Nice to see BDD set something up once again.
Yeah, let's see, because Scout does have the bounty on his head as well for the extra money. Now doesn't have flash with the Summoner Spellbook, moves over to Ghost. Maybe we'll be able to use the extra speed to remain safe and not let the follow-up play here from Genji actually find purchase. But again, because of the setup here from Genji, they're so DPS oriented and don't have a lot of those big moments. Since BDD just used the ultimate, kind of got to wait on some cooldowns here.
I feel like for Genji, you do have one play available to where, I highlighted for EDG, right? You can hover mid-jungle down to bot. For Genji, they at least do have TP advantage up in the top lane. So as long as you can have BDD like hovering down towards bot to match either roam or a TP from Scout, you can try and set up a numbers advantage play. The only hard thing is that Viper and Mako are hard shoving the wave. So for Ruler and Life to be able to get a deep board for a flank to come out from Rascal would be quite hard.
Yeah, also, the flank is very, very improbable. Being able to set up at... Okay, never mind. I think it's going to just be some more harassment from the ultimate. And bubble not landing means they won't actually find any purchase.
But getting a bit of damage done. Plates have finally dropped, and it's a 2.4 thousand gold lead to EDG. That's when I kind of call the early game over, and you move into mid-game as you can't farm turrets for killing them outright anymore. And look at this, Jarvan's on the way over. Azir and Viego, they're on the way first, an early TP. They're going for the quick dive. It's going to be a bit of a 4v2.
Oh, that's a fail. That's the forced flash.
Flashes won't matter, and it's going to be him dropping. Scout wants a bit more. I believe he lands the bubble, but it's not going to get anything else done, as they are going to be back down to the turret. They're going to knock down the first turret of the game. EDG aggressive in the bottom lane.
Really nice to see from EDG looking to make that play. Even on the top side, Flange was following Rascal to make sure that he couldn't TP down there to follow up, and EDG are starting to open up the map.
Exactly. EDG beat them to the punch. They make the dive happen, taking down the outer turret, pushing it ahead. Bottom, or top side is the answer, though, as it's just going to be shoving him out and picking up Rift Herald.
He almost pretended like they were going for the gank. They're just getting the Herald instead. Theoretically, Flounder could have stolen his ground, maybe, you know, ulted onto the turret and clear the whole thing out, but Rascal makes the aggressive play, knows he has the backup. It's going to be a longer fight, and that means it's going to be a turret traded and the second Herald going back over to Gen G. So definitely fighting back, but a 3,000 gold lead to EDG off the early game.
Yeah, and overall, the trade can end up being about even, right? Because for now, it's 2 turrets to EDG for 1 for Gen G. You would assume that Herald maybe can find some purchase raising a tower somewhere else, so Gen G not falling too far behind necessarily, but where they did lose out is like Ruler and Life going down, at least Life dying in that exchange, losing
You're
out
betting
on
on
minions
EDG winning.
and getting more XP
So am I.
gold onto Viper.
And now with those 2
I actually
plays
bet
traded,
it on like
and I think
EDG
it's very
winning
intelligent for
3-1.
EDG kind of force on the bottom
But
side and then
it worked
force
either
those
way.
objectives to go down. Weathering the storm and actually having that cooldown now for Flandre's
LPL
teleport to
is
come up and
good.
being able
Problem
to match
is they
that critical
got-
one for top lane.
I don't know why
now
they're
it's a
getting
level
nerfed
11 Kennen
harder.
that is also going to have Flash available for the big possible Kennen ultimates we are alluding to in Champ Select. And it's also going to be the dodge.
You can
actually
clearly
on
see
the
that
other
Scout
foot
is
here
not
for
as
Gen G. They've done so well with
It's not as
mid
like
lane tower
fluent
down
on
and them having
playing,
the Zoe. Now it's EDG with the Zoe and them having all the opportunity to work with. They just want to stall here for Flandre to get as much damage on top side as he can.
Burst.
His teleport is ready, his flash
do
is
the
ready.
Echo.
All right, but he's just autoing the turret right now, so what's the call going to be, EDG? If you keep playing this one, you can be outnumbered. You already are. It's 5v4. 2,000 health on the
Oh,
Dragon.
that's an overshot.
Smites have gone
Bubble.
Clid's way, and they will yet again. He still doesn't miss. The TP comes in to take the fight. The dunk comes in. Clid won't find the kill just yet, and it's a swoop in. That's a 1.
Oh, that's
but
a beautiful
the
out by
slicing
Flounder.
Maelstrom turns it back. 3 kills so far. Kennen gonna make
Ace.
it a 4th.
No, ace.
And look at that. EDG get the team fight they want.
Exactly, EDG might not get the objective, but they get the kills. They continue to escalate this gold lead. JJ being the one to set it up, and Scout and Viper following through.
5 kills now for Scouts. Zoe stealing away the champion just when they need it. Game 4 here, looking to push it to game number 5. Still, Clid has been so good with these timings on the smite, but look at the engage. JJ goes in, flash ultimate. They're able to land it. Scout backs up for the bubble onto
Flandre
PDD,
here.
so even though he gets his ulti off, and then Flandre, that Kennen ultimate on all those squishy targets.
Yeah, really nice patience coming out for him. I do want to say in this fight, I was a bit scared that BDD wasn't going to be punished for being about 10% HP. Thank God Scout Portal jumped in there and finished him off. And now we're at 5k gold lead. I feel like despite the fact that a lot of people know these teams as like slower paced teams, especially in regards to the regions they play in, again, we see that later on in the game. Both of these teams are going to be aggressive, go toe-to-toe in the first 15 minutes, as we've seen a large gold lead almost every game.
Pushing for more. Waiting now, of course, 2 minutes till the Baron comes up. Dragon Soul can always be a concern since Gen G got the first 2 and reasonably early on into this one would be well sub 30 minutes if they are able to get the next ones up. Ocean Soul, definitely not a bad look when you're trying to weather some poke. Rascal feels pretty good here up against Flandre. Merc treads are done, stacking in the life, still going to be Bloodthirster second, and that can be tough to deal with. JJ going to bring in the reinforcements though, and top lane outer is to die. Flandre did the first part of the work, and Scout's going to do the rest.
EDG with a really nice 2-lane setup so far, just hovering through mid, going up to top side. Now, once Scout gets his turret, he can even make his way back down, trying to put bubbles over those walls around mid lane if Ruler and Life step up, and kind of play this push and pull between both top and mid. Gen G potentially could have tried to answer bottom lane earlier on, but feeling too much pressure coming out from the long range and siege from the Zoe. So Clid, though, is
6,000 gold ahead.
in a bit of a spicy position.
They'll almost kill, but as long as the reinforcements show up, they can do the rest of the damage. Bot lane already getting attacked and killed. Rascal gonna claim that turret, making the score 2-3, and the mid lane crash at least gets something done. I think he had more time, but he gets the damage in, at least that's something, and the turret's gonna be low in mid.
Yeah, I think he knew it's going to be difficult for them to actually regain control of the map since since EDG made such a big push with these deep wards on top side and pushing in and split pushing. So just wanted to get the activation while he could secure damage on the tower. Maybe they can return to it at a later date. They did at least get Rascal's push in. They've really struggled to make use of that, you know, teleport advantage for Rascal though when they've had it with the Graves. Not necessarily
Instead of like 10 minutes.
It's like not necessarily a very big flanking impact when you come in and can you like smoke screen sometimes can create some plays, but
you need the other team to overcommit, right? That's really the only way you could punish.
Yeah, and try and spread the map and make use of the tons of damage that this team does have packed in and try and push out the minion waves.
Now for Gen G, it seems like they're kind of following the game plan of EDG from last time around of just turtling in their own base, not overcommitting too much. And heck, even lucky for them, they're the team with 2 dragons. So EDG not on a front where they're going to be able to pull them out, but Rift Herald, actually not Rift Herald, Baron is spawning.
Barrel.
And again, this time around, EDG feels so confident. They've got the Zoe, 5 kills, 2 item power spikes, 7 stacks on the Dark Seal for Scout, fully warded up jungle. It is just a dream scenario to play this champion. So dangerous for Gen G. Thank you, observers, for toggling Fog of War. So much of this series, we've been like, oh, how scary is it to play against BDD Zoe with no vision coverage and objective up? Well, guess what? You get a taste of your own medicine here as EDG pushing on top side. The counter, though, to go capitalize on that early Rift Herald.
And can they be attacked, though? Flandre, of course, is here. Rocket Belt is done. Going to be second item. Void Staff will certainly be lethal. And they're not going to stick around for the turret as the rest of EDG were walking down. A lot of this is fog. They can't see all the moves. Rascal going to be able to sidestep the bubble. No sleep for him. And just life steals all the way back up as he's got Shield Bow plus the Vamp Scepter.
All right, now we're going to be looking at the Dragon setup coming out for both teams. EDG should be able to get members down there first from the fact that Rascal is pushing out this top side. He does have TP. Clid should be fine.
Yep. Blast Blunt is there. Rocket Belt burned. It's going to be down
I think
for
Blunder
the eventual Dragon fight. And
Clid.
Clid just has not been kept out of these pits. I feel like EDG have to take a hard stance at fighting because if they're going to lose the Dragon if they don't, kill Clid before it's
But I guess Dragon's coming up. Oh,
maybe. Nope, no bubble connecting from Scowl, but Gen G, again, they're going to need to mark the flank. They need to watch out for Flandre, who does have flash up, so doesn't even necessarily need to find the flank. Can go straight into Gen G.
Can wait for the Rocket Belt. It's still going to be on cooldown for now. Starting the auto attacks, but they're inside the brush with a control within it, so there's no vision on the Gen G side. Scout coming down on his own ward, though. He's going to push Gen G back a little bit. Bubble's not going to land. Once again, aggroed onto the Dragon. 5,000 health. Clid waiting on the left-hand side. BD trying to find his opponent. Scout going to look for poke. Not going to get it just yet. Bubble may have landed onto the Graves, but Clid's still waiting. Clid's landed every smite in this series. Clid's going to try again, and Clid's going to get it again. Once again, and it's soul point for Gen G. EDG cannot even team fight with a gold lead. BDD goes in, and so does Flandre. 2 for 1 so far. Rascal low. Clid should drop, cannot get the reset. Ascended to Rascal. 3 alive versus 2, but 1 kill for soul point feels Gen G
that's lovely.
until they get this one. That kill's gonna go through to EDG. +2 on the team fight, but you have to take control or you lose the Dragon Soul.
Exactly. EDG, I think, need to turn for Baron. They need to get something for this. We do see pings coming out on the Baron now, and if EDG can get that objective, they can try to tangibly turn this into enough map control to end the game.
Yeah, definitely a big chase down kill for EDG. It's going to be up to Ruler and Life to hold the line. I think with the recalls or the revivals coming up for the rest of the members, it'll be fine for them. They can just wait it out until the next Dragon. But Lyric, I thought that Gen G, as soon as they got that steal and you saw the backup from EDG, they were going to just take the W, take the steal, and back out. But then they go all in and they engage for it. So Clid, another huge smite, even forces JJ out of the pit with the flash, and then the open here, and BDD just goes right for it, but good dodge there from Viper.
Yeah, I think that's so weird coming out. I think even Clid initially going in with the Viego makes sense, but following up with BDD, like you are soul point, Kobe. That's all you needed.
Exactly. Take the W that you just got. You just stole the Dragon with the smite. You know that the counter engage is so much more fearsome with Kennen ultimate. So when you're calculating all the big ultimates on your side, taking into account what the counter is going to look like, and when Flandre gets to sweep in, much squishier there for BDD.
I also feel like now EDG are at the point where they're probably going to have to look to start baiting Barons. Because even if you do continuously get good setups for Dragons, right, there's still always at least going to be some sort of variance or RNG of Clid getting in there and winning the smite, which he's done consistently. The good thing for EDG, if they are willing to be more aggressive in baiting a Baron, is their composition actually does have good turn potential with things like the Jarvan or the Nami ultimate.
And any extra time they have for Scout to throw bubbles is going to be a good time for EDG. He's got 17 stacks in his Medjais after those last kills at the Dragon fight.
So when's the play going to happen? When does the Baron bait truly begin? Right now they're just kind of fighting back and forth over vision. Viper did a lot of damage in that last fight. Flandre put in 3K, but Viper did even more. He has been a huge deal once again on the same build of Rapid Fire Cannon third, allowing him to play aggressively and look for almost picks in the mid game.
EDG now even do have wards set up to where if they did want to try and bait them into this vision, like they're trying to do now, Flandre would have a really good angle to come from. But Gen G just aren't biting.
Down goes the ward, and not going to be any poke just yet, but it's, once again, as you play for this, you take the midway first, you make sure they can't counter your turret. Looking for the play. They might find the sleep, they might find a knock-up on a 2, into the canyon they go, and Clid able to jump over the wall, but this could be it for the cannon. Able to force a couple of flashes out, a stun, and almost dead. Sidestepping it, but BDD finds the long-range shot, Zoe not required. It's Gen G who win this fight.
And EDG are just getting so ahead of themselves looking for this play. Again, you could tell that they want Gen G to walk in, but Gen G are just playing it well. They realize, hey, we don't need to walk into you, we're fine. You're going to come into us, and they find the kill.
Oh, Gen G just taking EDG is performing so badly.
Hair out right now, Lyric. So close and yet so far. They make the chase into the fog of war. Cannon gets burned down, and Gen G are able to stabilize.
I think the strangest thing is, right, they're showing that they're not willing to go on the Baron and try and like risk that, but they're willing to go for the risk of this play of just running head first into Gen G. It starts off looking pretty well, with Gen G getting a multi-man knockup. The culling does get BDD down quite low, but now they just have no way to continue following up. Flandre going a bit too far, doesn't have flash to try and follow them over the wall to maybe take down Clid and BDD, and just get chunked so low by both Rascal and Ruler.
Yeah, if the Nami wave was a little bit to the side, the Graves ultimate also a little bit to the side. They still got the kill though. Again, this series, you cannot count anybody out, okay?
Nope.
Yeah, it definitely feels like maybe the teams with advantages have maybe been the ones that you can't completely rely on when things happen.
The one they can rely on, though, is Clid's Smite, and this is Ocean Soul in 30 seconds. A 5,000 gold lead dictates that EDG should have complete control, and yet they never find a way to keep Clid out of the pit. Right now, they try to own the bottom river. They can spot roughly where Viego is. They see him on the wave. They know what's going on. Maybe they take the fight, but bullet time is available. Make it rain slows them down. Gen G gonna play in these brushes. They've got control wards in most of them. EDG had the dragon spawning in 1 second. Will they find a team fight is the question. It's Viper coming in, taking some damage, a really good culling. Rascal could be a target. A sleep on a Clid, not going to mean much, but Ruler's at half. Jijja doesn't find the engage. He's going to find his own death, a flash to safety. And now Rascal wants in for a bit more. Has an ult, the flash means nothing. Takes a bubble, but the health bars are at half. EDG got to burn down this Drake. And Gen G may just go for the bot side. Flandre going to stay in the brush, going to find his ulti to zone out Clid, and force him to jump over the wall. They might find this kill, but they might find Kennen dying. It's going to be a dragon picked up. It's Scout getting the sleep, getting the first kill, and they might, they should, and they do get Ruler. The dunk onto life, 3 for nothing.
They've done it! EDG have done it! They finally marked Clid! They got him! They're chasing down all of the kills!
And BDD is at 15%!
Oh no!
He's gonna get blasted and he's gonna die!
Oh my
Left
god!
alone. EDG win the team fight. Baron has to be their
That was
prize.
Exactly,
so
EDG
close.
just need to keep going forward. They were patient, it looked dicey, but they got the dragon because Flandre waited in that tri-brush. He makes sure Clid couldn't get into the pit, and now EDG are finally taking everything after a rocky past few minutes.
Oh, should be big rewards now. The pressure mounting for so long on that one with the setup. You know, so many big chunks in health. Flash used to try and re-engage and trying to keep the Kennen out, but in the end, Flandre got the last lap.
And Scout got a lot of the early poke as well. I mean, Ruler started that fight at half. You know, BDD got quite low as well. It's a 25 stack mid-shies for the mid laner. Let's watch this win again.
And we see Flandre being the one to mark Clid here in the brush. Does get so much damage down on him, keeping him out of the pit while the other EDG members follow up. Even does flash back in to try to keep him down. Then Scout over the side, Paddle Star, Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Everything's hitting today for Scout. And then EDG knowing they can just continuously follow up with all the damage. And man, this game has just kept us on the edge of our seats. It feels like anything can happen at any time.
That's just really nice. I mean, Scout, he got a little bit out of, I believe it was Mako, but realistically, solo killed BDD while at half health to start. There's your 5,500 damage for Scout. Yes, indeed. Second longest standing member on the team. Pretty much his entire career has been on EDG. And he's going for his first World Final. They got to win 2 straight to do it at this point, but they are so well poised to take game 4.
Yeah, the LPL lives on. EDG aren't quite done with this series yet. Baron Buff will be able to get topside turret for sure. Inhibitor now going to be exposed, and Gen G trying to clear out the wave, push them out, but it's going to be so difficult. Again, engaging into it. Got Kennen ultimate, level 16 there for Flandre. Proto Belt used.
BDD is dropped low enough that there's no team fight for Gen G. A 10,000 gold lead. The Red Bull Baron power play at 2,700. EDG likely to claim mid here as well.
EDG now just going to rotate, play the map, right? They have a mid-wave pushing. Just push that one in. Keep utilizing your siege with the Zoe bubbles over the wall. Maybe look for an angle if Flandre can find a way in. If Gen G try to stop your siege and look for an engage. And just by the book so far for EDG.
How much whip do you have? BDD at half health again. Rapid Fire Cannon Lucian with an Omni buff. Pretty decent damage on the double shot. And once again, he's going to be forced back to heal. No, he's got to stay around. It's bullet time to clear. A sleep on Lulu will not get them a kill, but it's still going to create some space. The turret at about half HP. That's another sleep on Lulu, but Scouts out of cooldowns. Tidal wave to try to push them off. They've got just the cannon.
Flandre used Zonias, but I don't think it was spotted.
Cannon buffed up still. Gonna have another 30 seconds. One extra wave comes down mid lane. This will be the last one before the Baron buff does.
Whoa!
Nice damage from Scout.
That is damage! Thank you very much. Cannon and Scout come together. That's gonna be mid lane turret falling as well, and you don't really defend this 5v4. You give the inhibitor for sure. The question is, what else are you going to lose? All the way back in the fountain goes BDD, and it's time to go for the Nexus turrets. They've got double cannon, they got a whole wave, they got a 5v4. It's a jump in, Scout is legendary. Look at the dive onto the Nexus turrets now as Clit is low. Rassel trying to stay alive, and here comes the last final dive. Slicing Maelstrom, cuts Gen G to pieces. BDD tries his hardest, finds nothing. The ace comes through for Jet. We've had an exciting set of semifinals. We're going to game 5. EDG in their first semi. They'd like it to be their first final as well.
Exactly. EDG keeping their hopes alive by bringing us to 5 games. Star-studded lineup. We've been looking for members.
It's going to be game 5, and it's getting kind of late. I'm getting really hungry as well.
Here on the international stage.
It's going to continue, but I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a snack.
Stealing away their champions, doing it.
Or more games.
Oh, it just makes it so much sweeter, so much better. And looking forward to the champ select here in game number 5. Now that they've been able to do that, now that they've shown some of these extra cards, also threatening the Kennen, which teams have not been respecting versus them.
Who wins this, guys? I honestly have no idea. These games can end at any moment. This series is so close.
And I love it. I love that we're going to game 5 and back-to-back semis. I love that it's been an incredibly exciting weekend, a nail-biter all the way to the very end. And is it going to be the same run that we saw from the quarterfinals, right? Is it down 2-1 and you pull it back? Or, does Gen G turn it around at the very end? Because momentum clearly feels a little bit EDG's way off the last win, but it's going to be fun no matter what.
Certainly is. Are the LPL going to be able to do it?
I feel like either way, right? We get EDG versus Dom1 or Gen G versus Dom1. There's so many cool stories that can happen. And again, you're looking at Scout, you're looking at Viper, you're looking at BDD and Clit. Those are the 4 people who are going to influence that game.
It's going to be a big one, so stay tuned. One final game decides who faces Dom1 Kia in the finals. Let's see who advances after Silver Scrapes in the break.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big need vibe on the wave. Look.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. All the people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Fly away, and we'll burn it all down.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We have got ourselves a 10-game weekend, and it's EDG who brings it to us with that victory over Gen G. 2-2 now stands the series score. It all comes down to a best of one to find out who will challenge Damwon Kia in the World Final in just a week's time. And Vedi, when we talk about series metas, when we talk about the development and the change in priority around champions, I think we got to go right to the mid lane. We got to talk about Scout because we did put so much focus on BDD as a win condition for Gen G coming into this series, and it's the Zoe that gets taken away, and Scout delivers on every level.
He certainly does, and a lot of it did start here in the early game, being able to get a lot of the benefit out of these 2v2 kills early, securing that initial kill onto Clid, and then converting it into the kill onto BDD as well, and taking away his teleport. Scout was just really set up for success in the early game, and we got to see a little bit of that Scout JJ early game action, and off the back of this Zoe, you could just see how much of an impact he could have. He was really had so much more agency compared to champions like the Victor that we saw from him in the previous game, and the advantages in his ability to shut down BDD both in lane and in the team fights as well. So great to see the potential from Scout that we know that he is capable of living up to.
And Chronicler, look at those stats. 12-0-7 in a game that was that back and forth and went on that long. 0 deaths.
And what to me was the most impressive about this, that we've seen teams try this, right? It's like, oh, we're going to pick it away. Let's just take the pick that a player has performed so well on, in this case, the BDD, or Zoe's BDD Zoe, and take it away. And then, you know, the pick gets picked and it doesn't really get anything done. This is the exact opposite of that. Well, not only do you deny what has probably been the best pick in the mid lane for Gen G, but simultaneously, he was also monster carrying team fights, right? And it was similar to what BDD has done repeatedly, where there was a couple of really clutch moments where if you don't execute on the Zoe, you can be as fat as you want to be, but you still need to actually make those fights work. And that's the big difference with what we saw earlier from EDG, where it didn't really come together in the end.
Now, given that we're going to a final game here, Vedius, I mostly want to spend our time talking about what should happen for either squad as we look ahead to game number 5. And of course, that's not to ignore how this game ultimately played out. It still took some effort, some serious effort by EDG to close out a game in which they had such a strong early start. Because it was Gen G playing around the dragons while maybe losing the fight, still picking up those dragons and kind of, stymieing an earlier win condition that EDG could have had.
I think that what we saw is that Clid is still great when it comes to the smite steals. It was a large part of why he was able to come out on top earlier on in the tournament, and he's doing it once again here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to convert this into big fights. Gen G lacked engage, and they kind of had to rely on BDD, as you're seeing on your screen right now, to really start the fights on Gen G's terms, but EDG were quite happy to get the re-engage when it came to things like the Nami, the Jarvan, and the Kennen, crucially. And ultimately, what I think EDG has figured out is, hey, listen, if we can navigate the early game, if we can find a way to actually either get ahead or go even, and then we draft a stronger 5v5, we can come out on top because we know that these games are ultimately being decided in the team fights. And the fact that Flandre had the ability to play the Kennen, the fact that we saw, yes, we saw JJ back on the Jarvan, but see how much more impact it has when Clid doesn't get to disengage with the Lee Sin. And it feels like that Clid is a completely different player when he doesn't have that same early game agency. So I think ultimately that this series will be decided by the team fights. The biggest caveat that I think will swing either way is, will Clid and BDD get something that they can have mid lane agency on to allow Gen G to have the strong early game that they have showed pretty consistently throughout this series, or will EDG be able to get through that early game to allow them to actually compete in the 5v5s on even footing?
And Chronicler, I kind of want to take a few of those points from Vedius and just kind of toss them over into your court to see how you feel about them. The idea of removing that Lee Sin and how integral a pick it seems to be for Gen G, but on top of that, as he mentioned, the Kennen. While this pick has been banned in some cases throughout this series, its team fighting potential seems massive, and more as we roll through this series, specifically as the games extend in game time, it seems that that will be the determining factor as we head towards Game 5.
I do agree. I think the Lee in particular is the most egregious example. I think that the cannon pick, while big in this game, wasn't the game-breaking factor. To me, that had more to do with Gen G being very happy to opt into fights they did not need to take. When you have a soul point that you pick up when it shouldn't happen, you don't then go in and use your shuffle that you can use to get the cannon away. Main thing for me, as Vedi already pointed out, and I'm just gonna echo that, is that as EDG coming into this next draft, I would just make sure that you get a comfortable matchup for that mid-jungle duo. Like, that has been, everything has been boiled down to that. We know that whichever team is going to have a lead in the mid-game might not necessarily be able to, like, play it out very well, like we've seen T1 or Damwon do, but they will have an edge in the team fights, and that's where it, in the end, is all going to come down to.
You know, interestingly enough, for as many 3-0s as we had in the quarterfinals, this is now officially the most best of 5s we've actually had in a Worlds knockout stage in history. It's been one way or the other, right? It's been the 3-0s or it's been the 3-2s. But that, to me, brings us back to the conversation we had at the top of the day, your guys' predictions. Everybody here was sitting with the idea that it was going to be a fairly one-sided series, one way or the other, whichever way it went. And so given that that expectation has already been blown out the water, Vedius, Gen G with side selection, 5th game, blue side. Let's talk about that. What can they do in Champion Select to attack some of those points that you were just making?
Well, I think that they can put a huge priority on denying things like the Lucian. Actually, I'm going to rewind just a little bit, because what I want to talk a little bit about is, where do we see EDG's strengths coming from? Well, their bot lane is the obvious one, right? When they are on the blue side, they get themselves the Lucian army, and it is a very easy lane that they can play through. And in the last game, we saw them come up with a strategy of team fighting top that offers agency throughout the game. The problem that they're having with this very powerful 2v2 in the bot lane is that engage has to come from the jungle. So you know that JJ is almost certainly going to play the Jarvan. And because of that, I think Gen G have a very big window of opportunity in this final game. Can they get something like the Xin Zhao, something that Clid can have a lot of early game agency with, something that pairs up nicely with the mid, and immediately my head goes to, well, what about an early priority on something like a Syndra? Remove the Zoe, have something like a Xin Zhao and a Syndra that gives you so much agency in the mid lane, along paired with the jungle. I think that if they can leverage that and then still have some of the scaling teamfight elements, Gen G is in a position to come out on top, because their early game has just been stronger, in my opinion, so far in this series.
Chronicler, I'll give you the final word. Do you have the faith in the LCK squad to bring it home? I know you put the prediction in their camp, but all day you've been kind of tiptoeing around the idea that you're not so certain about it.
I will stand by them. You know, they might fall at the final hurdle, but I do think that the fact that they're blue side now, that they will be able to secure themselves some of the stronger picks initially, should put them over the edge. If you can come back to me like 10 minutes into the game, I would really appreciate that. I think that is when we know. Please, can we do that? That'd be great. No, I'm going to go with Gen G. I think they'll get it.
ADG all the way. I'm sticking.
I like it. We're sticking to our guns today. That bit Vedius yesterday when I gave him that same opportunity. Well, for all of you at home, as we know, it all comes down to this. It's one final game for both of our teams. It's make or break for EDG, the final hope of the LPL as they look to make it to another World Final, to challenge that defending world champion in Damwon Kia. For Gen G to do the impossible, to make people rethink the way they think about that entire team and recapture another world title for that organization. Game 5 is coming up in just a few minutes. Hoping both teams leave it all out on the stage. We'll catch you soon.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. This is the last game of the day. One of the two teams in front of us will make it to the World Final. Edward Gaming, the last hope of the LPL, made their first semi, and here in Game 5, hoping to make it all the way back now, or Gen G. If you go by times in finals, this would be number 4. It would tie T1's record, and making it an LCK Autumn like so many years ago.
Yeah, big surprise at this one. I mean, pretty much everything left open. Wanting to go towards Life's Rakan, which has been a standout. He's been excellent on this champion. But my eyes just drift to who's going to pick Zoe Kobe, because I feel like that could be the key difference in this Game 5.
Certainly was in the last one, but the early priority here on Jin going to be invested from EDG, as well as this Jarvan that has just remained true. Talking about comfort champions, you know, in individual plays has been the theme, and has been the most rewarded tactic between these two teams.
And it also comes out when, I know the analyst desk is sitting on like mid-jungle aggression coming out from
I grabbed 2 snacks, like biscuits, and like one of those,
get their hands on the Zinzao, so we'll have some of that early 2v2 dueling power.
Yeah, it's incredibly important to get pick
last
potential,
game of the night.
and you be the ones with crowd control in your hands. Both of these teams have had moments where they struggle to find those picks and push the game forward, but Jin provides so much from the bottom side. You get a lot more utility out of it than the Lucian that was banned away. So there are opportunities here for long-range follow-ups.
Can you imagine
like
Zillion being locked
that Zin
here?
coming in, looking for some early ganks. You've
But
got a
Zillion
Rakan.
doesn't work as well
What a
with
strong
the
jungle support duo when looking for picks. If your Rakan joins up with the Zin, you can
because
find those
the thing is,
for him and
Viper
win those
plays
skirmishes.
super aggressively on
Mako,
Lucian.
I think for the first time
So
this
I don't know
series
how
back
I
on an
feel
engaged
about seeing
champion.
him
Leona
on
does
Jin.
tend to look pretty good into Rakan. She tends to be pretty good into other tank supports. So Mako, it's on his roams.
I love it when it all comes down to it. They're throwing the enchanters aside, Lyric.
Go back to what worked in the LPL. This was his most played champion in summer, and we're going to see some impactful team fights happening in the mid game.
I want to see it's Mako with the Rock Lee gif. He's taking off the enchanter chains on him, fully unleashed now. The Leona robes are picked up to try and match the Rakan roams here.
Oh.
Very excited. There's your...
I mean, at least I see the game plan. Let Jin fire out bot side and then have
the,
Leona like moving around.
Falling through here.
Gen.G taking that one away themselves, knowing that EDG can go towards that 4th pick.
Are you going to take away the
Something like the Rise is still open, which has been Scout's standout, so I wouldn't be surprised if Gen.G themselves take that one away. But here I wonder if EDG themselves maybe ban away the Azir?
Yeah, Scout just has a bigger pool, so there are more things that you have to worry about.
Yeah.
And Azir does, it completes the triumvirate for BDD.
Orianna's being locked in here, and then Gen.G's gonna go for LeBlanc's banned out.
Into the Yasuo that was
Seraphine earlier today.
Orianna, no. Okay, Orianna left up. Scout looked good on it last time. Kennen is off the table.
Orianna works really well with
like
EDG's composition.
Jace still left up.
Wouldn't be surprised to see them go towards that top lane. If they realized from last game that mid lane was the most impactful lane to look towards, I love this. Just go towards the Graves now, save that counter pick for Scout, and look to shut down BDD once again.
You ready for Renekton? You ready for Rascal to solo kill Flandre playing weak side?
Okay, Flandre is not going to be walking towards any brush here. He's going to have a large perimeter around every single one. I feel like he loves this Graves. I've loved this champion. By far most picks, up to like 9 now, I believe, on it. It is going to be no surprise that, yeah, Rascal's like, okay,
I think should have given Flandre the counter pick
with the early wave control. Last time around, there was such a big early lead because Flandre got the ward into
waiting for Orianna
would have been vision to push him off the first wave. That is going to be something that
now you're giving like Orianna to other side. What are you going to do now?
To the Renekton.
What is your answer
keep
here?
Him from sustaining such early damage, because if you can get him through there, you know he's come up with so many clutch plays for the team on his comfort pick.
Yeah, and now with the Orianna and Rise rounded out, definitely feels like Gen.G more indexed into that solid 5v5 team fighting. They have the ball delivery set up on numerous targets. They have the front line there. They have Engage. And on the opposite side,
here,
I would say much more indexed into pick for
should have just locked in on Orianna. I don't think Gen.G has an answer to the Orianna.
And I'm really curious because this series has been completely defined by team fights so far.
Let's see who wins them. Xin Zhao can get on the way in. The Lee Sin, of course, taken off the table twice now. And forcing Clid down just a little bit. The Viega was not
at least if you had locked in Orianna.
And we're just going to wait for this climactic game 5 to start. Will it be Rulers
Gen.G lock in the Renekton, and then you can lock in on
fourth.
Jax to hard counter that.
The road going. LPL, hey, they won MSI. EDG, the hopes are on them to make it a run for Worlds, looking for their first World Final.
We'll have to see.
And is it going to happen is the question.
Yeah, RNG died for this freak. EDG carrying the whole region's hopes on their shoulders. If the pivotal members can pop off, I feel like Viper's had a good series all series long, but if Scout especially can put up the same level of performance he did last game, EDG should be feeling good.
Yeah, individual stars have really answered the call throughout different moments here. Scout did it in the LPL finals. See if he can do it here again. The Rise pick for him. Some options to play side lanes as well later, but we know it comes down to so much on these picks.
It's this game that decides who battles Damwon Kia on the 6th for a chance at the Summoners Cup. Gen.G, who so rarely were able to punch above their weight in playoffs. They had won regular seasons in the LCK, but they could not finish higher than they were seeded. They go internationally, and it was a quick exit to G2 at Worlds. It was a quick exit in the mid-season cup to Top Esports. And now, oh, it's EDG looking for a bit more here. Not going to find the route. Viper didn't want to start with W to set it up, and so just a bit of damage.
Yeah, so now EDG gonna back off. And when I look at these drafts, the really big thing that jumps out to me is I feel like this game will be much more decided by mid-jungle support, right? When you have these engaged, roam-heavy champions, when both teams have set up in their mid-jungle 2v2, I think it's gonna be a lot of 3v3 skirmishes around the mid lane.
And can EDG take advantage of pushing BDD all the way down to the Orianna? The Rise here feels like it has a lot of agency early on into it. Try and create some plays. BDD has been quite good though, holding his own even in some less than opportune matchups.
Yeah, and for BDD, this is a champion he's very familiar with. Was his 4th most played when we do look back to LCK Summer, so nothing surprising here. And we talked about the ball delivery setup, and Just as a callback to an earlier game, like you highlighted, Kobe, this is what Graves is able to do in this matchup. Get in front of the wave, zone him off with the range advantage that you have. You have the E to look to kite him out and make Rascal's life hell.
The big difference this time around is that jungler pathing down to bottom for EDG. So JJ, if he wanted to come complete like last time, the dive on the wave, it would have to be a slower. You have to a much bigger slow push there as far as the cannon wave coming through. So he's gonna have some safety knowing that Flandre just gonna fast shove this one, bounce it right back to himself.
Yep, Klid not able to jump walls on the Xin Zhao, so just the simple ward in the brush gonna make it fine, even though it is a Red Raptor's romp at early level 3. Likely to not be too much pressure as similar path comes through for JJ. Up about half a camp actually in clear speed right now. BDD sidestepping. Shields the last little bit as Scout gets the slow in.
Yeah, and you know, really nice job coming out from him. BDD, of course, is maintaining pressure early on. Orianna very decent in this 1v1 matchup. You do have a range advantage onto Scout. The wave is going to push back in now, but I expect the first few minutes to be very standard coming out from both sides. Probably won't be first resets until bot lane where we see a lot of action.
Once a stun, not going to get any more than just a bit of damage, but does keep the CS pretty much equal, 16 apiece. JJ, I think he might have gotten seen by the mid wave, but certainly Klid, if he wants to fight, can do so. But with mid pressure, it's unlikely to happen.
Exactly. 5 ranged minions there pushing in favor of Scout right up to the turret there. It means that Klid's going to have to take the long way around, goes over, gets his wolves, and JJ wants to cross for the double.
Yeah, really interesting that EDG actually had the confidence to look for this play, knowing that they have Prio and bot lane in the mid wave bouncing back. I wonder if Gen.G probably can't look for a follow-up. Probably will just have to give this one away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the big difference in this game, again, referring to the Champ Select, is that this is the one free of Enchanter supports bottom lane. So every window, every opening, every timing from bottom lane to be able to roam has so much more impact in this game number 5. That's why I expect this one to be the most explosive of the entire series, because if you do get to push for Viper and Mako, you get to open up Mako to go make plays with JJ, and already JJ's focusing around mid lane to have Scout and set him up to complement those as well.
For the trade yet again. Nice stun, gets the Q heal, and Rascal, I mean, really holding on to this lane a lot better than last time. Certainly not looking to get first blooded or anything. As Klid walks the reward on his way towards bottom lane, information known, puts in a trinket to make sure there's no Jarvan ganks.
Yeah, I mean, EDG have complete control vision in bot side, as we can see on the mini-map, so EDG maybe look for a potential gank up towards top side. Now that BDD has to TP back to lane, you don't have any TP to cover if they do want to set up a gank. Instead, JJ wants to look for a gank here in mid.
Yeah, and they saw
BDD has flash,
on the ward,
so I don't think it's going to work out that easy.
Through the river.
Scout can do the...
BDD going to be in range almost, only for a slow though. Able to sidestep the knock-up and walks away, but that does mean he's going to drop a couple of CS here. And can they train for a bit more? I mean, Scout could theoretically go for the big root. Yes, he does. EQ's going to be back up. The flash.
Let's go.
That was beautiful. The youngest player left the world, sets up first blood for Scout.
JJ doing such a good job. Again, his performance at Worlds so much better than what we've seen in the LPL. Scout as well. The mid-jungle 2v2 being what's going to define this series.
Immediately rewarded for pushing BDD down to that Orianna. The focus, JJ on top side, on bottom side of mid lane. So many wards invested, and it pays off. Scout doesn't give up on the play either. He chases him through the river with the phase rush, and they get first blood in the elimination game.
Last time Scout had a 1-kill lead over BDD, he ended with a 25 stack Magi's. That was a 2-1 start. This one's 1-0. It may just be the same amount of pressure. Cooldown boots and a tier. That is infinite lane control for Arise.
When the team needed him most in LPL finals, Scout stepped up. When the team needs him most now too, he's got the first blood money. He's set up to do it. Again, we're going to see so many repeat visits of support and jungle around this mid lane. Keeping this clear allows you so much pressure, because if you have this vision coverage, then you threaten the picks in all of your rotations, and you keep getting more opportunities for that money.
Exactly, and even just being able to control river vision with the fact you have mid-jungle support Prio means you're just going to be able to hover into Fog of War. It's going to put a lot of pressure on both Rascal and Ruler to have to play more cautiously.
Gen.G taking their turn to play a bit more aggressively. No wards to put down in the right side jungle, so even though they own the river, they don't really get to control it for any longer. Mako and Viper going to spot them, level 5 and 4 on the bottom lanes. Able to knock down a control ward. Yeah, they wait for the reload, money given over. EDG actually very good at making sure Viper always gets the ward gold. It's a nice thing.
I also want to shout out Rascal, because this time around, without the jungle attention, because they were able to track so much better this time, and they knew it was a red quadrant clear down to bottom side, he did recover pretty quickly from the level 1 trying to zone off wave, and on his Renekton, again, trying to keep the way clear here of all these wards so you get that extra threat of the brush.
And that's the thing, right? No matter what you think of Renekton as a champion, I think it's been very clear this series and probably throughout the whole year that Rascal is very comfortable on it, can go into any matchup and be able to at least make his way out even.
Gen G, they have really embraced staying true to yourself and your most comfortable champions. Let's see about this red counter invade though.
Yeah.
Top side was given up, so they're answering with the bottom one. Scalp helping out, clearing out those chickens as well. And it's all afforded because bottom lane has been pushing over and over again. Again, Viper and Mako, it's not CS lead, but it is constant moves from bottom lane. It's those timings. Whenever you shove your wave in, guess what? That's 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds supported by one wave of pressure lets you make those trade-ups.
And when we're talking about Cryo coming out from bot side, we hit on it last game, how impactful that is for when Herald does spawn. Herald coming up in 10 seconds, so if Viper and Mako can get this wave in, start making their way up towards that top side, you'd assume EDG want to posture for that objective, because right now, Rascal's the one who will be able to get that push in top.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Misfortune has the extra move speed with the strut, but Jin only has to get like halfway there to open up with the ultimate with the extra range too. So definitely looking at the supports too. One of the biggest deciders in a lot of these fights, if you both fully commit to it, both feel like you have a good chance of winning the fight, is which support got actually more experience and didn't roam as much early, because the level 6 timing matches up for supports right around the 8.5 minute mark. So being able to get that level 6 critically before swapping can actually make the difference. Let's see if you see the experience bar right now on Mako. Already life left on the last minion wave, so you get the first move up there, but not necessarily access to your ult, and now he has it, so that is a huge support advantage.
I really like what EDG did here, right? They kind of faked that they were making their way up, which gives Gen G the security to go for the recall and follow it themselves. Immediately return to the wave once Gen G's bot lane does recall and get that experience advantage that you just hit on.
Yeah, so now the correct response for Gen G, as soon as you see that Leona pass through mid and already being level 6, Life is actually trying to leech experience on mid lane. You just commit to keeping your Misfortune bottom. Don't let anybody sneak around and get picked off. Just commit to your Misfortune, getting your minion wave. Good job there. They play it calmly. Gen G just push on the bottom side. They get their extra minion wave. Won't be a lot of damage on the tower because you see Jin, Viper, they made the call early on, recognizing it was going to be that call because they were showing on the minion wave. So correct responses from both sides this time around.
The gold, it is more than just the first blood though. Overall, a bit more farm on the EDG side, so passively just a little bit stronger in the lanes. As they sit on about a 1,000 gold lead, 600 of that being the assisted kill. And honestly, Viper back in lane in time, has not even lost the turret plate down there, so able to help secure his team's pressure in the top side of the map. They grab the Herald, and he's already back to collect the wave. They're even up a plate down there, even with Ruler sitting there and, playing 1v0 for a short time. So far, so good on the EDG camp. The only turret with a plate down is that bottom lane. It may be where they summon as a result, but we know so many teams care about the mid pressure instead.
No, I wouldn't be surprised to see if EDG want to start more tunneling their sights towards that bottom side of the map. I think you have a very easy set play coming out that if Gen G do push up, right, open up the curtain call from Viper, follow up with a flag and drag from behind turret with JJ and try and look for some kind of pick. If not, you always can just try and outright start up a river fight at Dragon for the fact that you do have, I'd say, a bit better early game skirmishing in your composition.
I love it, Lyric. Please give me option number 1. That's what I want to see, because you also have the Rise Ultimate Realm Warp to add to that play. And we've seen so much reward for that proactive nature.
Well, everything's up right now. The flashes have come back from the
Both
mid
teams
play.
are afraid of
Everyone's got
losing
the
out.
to just go out of nowhere.
You don't see like
11 minutes in,
Flandre
Dragon
playing as he
has
did on
spawned a while
game
ago, but no
3.
one's yet to play for it. And they knock down this.
Ah,
and we see
Flandre.
Flandre spots a brush, but Rascal's inside of it. Half HP from the empowered Q.
Such a big discrepancy now in the power when you teleport in. If Rascal can get these chunks, the Renekton so threatening on one of those flanks with that point and click stun, but Life.
Possible target. Jumps over the wall, able to stay safe. Mako not going to be able to get the follow through. But it does mean the bottom jungle now belongs to EDG. They might convert that into an objective.
It's just crazy how much more comfortable EDG looks when they have Mako on this tank engaged support. How well they've done at controlling vision on the bottom side of the map. You can see Scout numerous times.
Holy shit, dude. Bot is brighter than my future.
Like JJ hovering towards mid, they are going to set up that bot lane play that we were hitting on.
And it's a power spike difference. Flandre kept his TP to stay around
dude,
the
you're
top lane,
kidding
to teleport
me.
down to make the play. Rascal going to try to go for his own completion. As he's gotten a turret plate down there, may have Mythic waiting in base. Bot lane turret, you take the first 2 by hand, you summon, and if you can stay around, that can be the entire turret. Do they have the damage they need as Viper shoots in yet again? It won't kill with just the charge. Renekton finally now going to take the recall. Turret down pretty low. Play on the top side. They've got the root. They've got the knockup, and they're going to find the second kill. Scouts 2-0. Last time that happened, they won the game.
Live goes for the
ultimate. But you really want a 5v4. Jhin opens up. Nice ultimate. So far, so good on the life, removing some from the Gen G health bars.
And it all comes from the vision that EDG got to find this pick right. That ward right there behind Dragon is what allowed them to spot out Clid to make the turn, to continue this play, and to take this Dragon.
They get the teleport out early as well. Answer, Dragon picked up by EDG. Successful use of their advantage here. That rise from mid lane, getting the early push and roaming down, setting up the play onto bottom side, and being able to convert here is such a big sign for the LPL, Lyric. It really feels like, off of the last game as well, they are now thriving.
Yeah, really nice to see EDG, stepping up for the region that I do cast, because LPL not at the best tournament here so far. Though this game definitely far from over. EDG's gold lead still very slim in my opinion. So Gen G, you have beat it easier win condition. You have this big team fight wombo combo with Orianna ultimate, bullet time coming out from Ruler. If Life, Clid, Rascal can find the setup.
Scout throwing his Q off to the side too, just holding the cannon minion here. He's threatening. You better be worried about your other side as Mako slips in with a control ward.
Flash going for the root. Does he get in range? No, not all the way. It's going to be a trade of summoners. The life blocks the deadly flourish, and not going to be much more. BDD still chunked down to half HP.
Nice sidestepping coming out from BDD to make sure none of that did happen. Did have to burn his flash, but still feels like EDG had the tools to follow up on that had he just mispositioned incorrectly, and any of the CC did follow up. Now both teams gonna back off, and for EDG it looks like they're just continuously pivoting into bot side. With only one plate up left on that turret, feels like that's the obvious play to make for EDG.
Yeah, and they traded up so heavily in the last play with the extra teleport now on Rise. There it is!
Here comes the play, looking for the 3v2 down there. Jarvan gonna be here well before Sinjao as well. Mako's gonna walk up, good sidestep as Life dodges away, but they may still go for this dive. The turret's not gonna live very long. And Scout's here to find the root, to find some damage, follow up by the Jhin as well, still just throwing in damage. A dunk onto Misfortune, sidestepping most of it, and it's gonna be flashes to get away from the solar flare. But that's still Viper finding the first kill. Realm Warp shows up for a bit more, a dodge away from the shockwave. 1 for 1 so far. Clid would love to find the next bit of the kill. Gets a knockup. Viper though kiting back pretty well.
Nice.
And gets the next one opening up for a little bit more.
Super.
He's assassinating with these shots. The
that's so close. But BDD overstepping? Are you sure about that, friend?
A bit more at the Gorge Ring, and the auto attacks come across, and EDG are 5-1.
The proactivity coming out from EDG to set up these plays is so nice to see in this game 5. Gen G think they can turn it around, but Mako shows up, stuns Clid, EDG finish off the play.
They call for it. Scout with the teleport advantage behind the bottom lane. And Gen G actually come with the collapse here. They actually have Xin heading down river immediately to try and counter. On that control ward, they know the Jarvan is coming, and they probably moused over to see the teleport through fog. That's why they're running all the way back here. Scout opens it up, root into Everfrost as Viper lands the W on Jhin 2, and then they try and cut out the ultimate. Big space gain there from Ruler and Life, and actually buying so much time for Clid to get down. Big
Things are looking
Viper
good.
Does get the kill and execute on the burst damage, but look at the live picture-in-picture as well. They're right back out to a Rift Herald reward on top of it.
Oh, smiteable. Nope, of course. Clid's there. Of course it is. It's going to happen. Rascal does not quite get to walk all the way up. Okay, whoa. Stunned, rooted. He wanted it. He's not going to get it. Rascal walks his face in. A double stun in from Mako. And that means Gen G may have killed the Herald, but can they win this fight? Mako is low. Forced to walk away. 1-0 EDG.
Yeah, Rascal goes in, tries to pick up the Herald, instantly gets bursted down. Not quite sure what else
He's trying very hard. He's sniffing around a little bit closer.
A little bit closer. BDD does find a nice shockwave, but sadly they just don't have the damage to follow up without the Renekton still alive, and no bullet time able to come from Ruler, who really wasn't close enough to participate in the play.
That was so odd to watch.
Kobe, that's been the name of the series, though.
Yeah.
With the crowd control right on top of it too. Regardless, EDG are, the motto is, I believe the phrase, we'll take those!
We take those!
Hey, and this is actually very reminiscent to the last series you played, right? Where in Game 5 against RNG was the best game they showed of that series. It feels like so far this is the best game that EDG have shown today.
Hey, the 2-2 power spike, that's what they're going for, all right? That's where the comfort zone really lives, and as the root comes in, it's big damage. Scout puts Rascal to half. Of course, he's armor stacked. He's against Graves Jarvan. It makes sense, but that means Scout gets to really put in a lot of hurt.
I don't know, speaking of Rascal, he's actually finally gotten to play a game. No attention focus up towards topside. He did really well on his own in that 1v1. And he'd really like to try and transition some of that mid-game power into some of these skirmishes, but it feels like EDG just went too much elsewhere on the map. For Gen G, you might just have to opt into the cross-map trade game for now. Try and stay steady in gold. You are about 4K gold behind, but for EDG, they're the team with all the options.
Yeah. Do not hesitate. I think that is the biggest difference maker in so many of these setups. Do not hesitate on the play. EDG being rewarded for starting them up. Dragon number 2 will easily be picked up for them, and you mentioned Scouts. It's going to be so nice for him now, transitioning to the mid game. That rise off of the early kills, now level 11. Everfrost is completed. Get to try and set up the map in their favor because Gen G have the very straightforward we were looking for.
Things are looking pretty good for EDG right now.
With the Rakan engage and Misfortune over the top, EDG going to try and set up
How
those
is
waves. You
Graves
see still have Rise
getting
on bottom
that,
side, and the respect given over from Flandre, even though they are actually resetting there, doesn't extend up by the tower and doesn't offer up the dive opportunity.
Yeah, Gen G doing a nice job of taking advantage of the reset timing having to come up from EDG, but I like that you hit on that Gen G pretty much have this one goal they want to go for, because for EDG, even if they are a pick comp, it feels like they have a lot of different options to play from. You're going to have push with your mid-3, you can hover towards either side lane, you can have Scout push out a side lane back and look for like a Realm Warp play with Flandre. There's just so many different avenues that EDG can attack the map with the leads that they've gotten.
And now, we see what they do with this nearly 4,000 gold lead. The second Dragon was uncontested, no chance at a smite, just grabbed. As they are just 9 minutes away from a very early Cloud Soul, if they can keep that bottom river every time it comes up. Mako on the way forward. JJ coming around as well. Aggressive wards are
here. That is a very weird. Oh, that's not a weird ward. It's just a straight up mid.
What you need to do, yes, when you have this advantage for EDG, is make every transition more dangerous for Gen G. Because they're the team, as we say, are looking for the
EDG is actually playing very
but
decent
really
right
an
now.
all-in commitment numbers advantage.
If they
play,
get to
and
play
EDG
like this against
play the
Damwon,
map,
I
you make it more dangerous by
winning.
getting those deeper wards through the jungle and threatening those possibilities. Like you said, Lyric, the options are plentiful, but you have to hold the line. You cannot give the opening.
Yeah, and exactly. When the options are more plentiful for EDG, I feel like for Gen G side, since you can't walk into the jungle because you are being restricted by EDG, at some point you're probably going to have to give up one of your side lanes and just all-out commit to maybe bringing a Rascal mid and committing numbers advantage there, with the potential that maybe you lose out more if you can't find something. But when you're this far behind, you need to take gambles and risks like that.
Exactly. Need to increase your threshold for accepting risk. Might be a more risky play, but sometimes you have to take them.
And generally speaking, if the play is better than your odds at winning from the game state, it's a decent heuristic to use. The bot lane wave pushed in. Scout happily side laning, most farm in the game. Okay, passed now by Flandre, but playing heavily for all the gold income. Rascal going to take a very safe wave down by his bot lane tier 2, but it still generally means, okay, EDG back on the map, take the reset. 2 minutes till the Dragon. Ready to spend that gold and look for the next move across the map.
And when we've highlighted AD and mid so much for the side of EDG, you look at where the gold advantages lie. Both 1,000 gold advantages there, actually 2,000 gold advantage for Viper is a pretty solid. I think it was 1.5 items up last time. No, it wouldn't. 2,000 1.5 items. 1 item up for Viper. As yeah, EDG now, I think just continue this play. Push out mid, walk into topside jungle, restrict the vision from Gen G. But our eyes are really just on Gen G. How Gen G are going to be the team to counteract, because EDG also, this time around, are the team stacking the dragons. So Gen G are going to start to feel that clock whittle down, and they will be forced into making a contest.
Yeah, when will they be pushed
EDG's
to
playing
their
okay right
breaking
now.
point? The risk tolerance,
they're not overextending,
building up
they're
and up
playing
and up
to their
until
comfort. They know
finally
like
have
what
to take
other
it.
ranges
EDG are doing a good job,
playing around with.
you know, clearing out everything, making it
Baron's
more safe for them
available,
to
but they're not
increase this
forcing
lead,
it,
taking away
which
the
is
blue buff,
great.
and the
They don't
question
want
mark
to force
thing does
it.
go down. Would have liked that one, but it's fine.
Oh, well, fighting over buffs, fighting over last hits, it's fine. You know, EDG still in a very good spot so far in this game. Cannot quite push in for Mid lane tier 2, obviously no second Herald. That one was slain by Gen G, so mid lane gonna be tough to crack. Ruler always able to save the ulti in case he needs to wave clear it. But now we count down 1 minute. Last call. Get your recalls off. All right. Zeal and upgraded boots
testing
in
for Dragon
Viper.
is a better
He's gonna be
idea.
powerful.
EDG doesn't need Baron
boots
to
upgrade
win.
above Ruler. The top lane as well.
Take a moment, Gen G. Take your time. This is a big one. 40 seconds left. They push out mid lane to get mid priority, moving into the river to try take down that vision coverage.
I think the sad thing for Gen G, since they don't have any deep wards, can't really bring Rascal in on the flank, is committing up towards the top side right now.
Okay, he's not spotted.
Spotted by the trap. Not going for the snipe is Viper, but hold on. Decent damage, half HP Guardian popped. All right, gonna be okay. This leaves the Keystone down for a short time. And it's time to go for the bottom river. 2-item spike is in for Scout. That's 2 legendaries up for EDG, top lane and mid lane. Better on completions. And now EDG, do they get their third dragon? Clid still wants to front line. Make it rain, a decent slow out from Ruler, but when's the next actual fight? BDD sidestepping the deadly flourish. W comes in, Clid finds a slow. Does he want the fight? Not just yet. He's got a control ward. River going to be pushed toward now as the dragon has spawned and has been attacked, but EDG are giving away the control as Ryze is clearing mid, and Life is in for the flank. Gen G go in, they find the knockup. They look for the kill, but Viper stays alive. Will they kill Mako? Yes, a 1 for nothing. The shots come across. Ruler a bit isolated, but will not be hit by the skill shots.
Down.
Rascal a bit low, and Life has been
Oh, this is beautiful!
It's 3 unanswered. A stopwatch for Scout, and he stays
alive.
Ooh,
that trade.
It's Gen G.
That is a huge shutdown, but they get the dragon, and it's very likely that they're getting the Baron. They are going for the Baron.
Taking down numerous members, and now they're going to be able to turn this into a Baron.
The Baron, huge rewards here for EDG. What a series they have worked through here. It is Soul Point, it is Baron on the map, full control, being able to push in. It was an arduous journey for them to get to this point, but the LPL prevails.
Yeah, EDG, such a long journey, so many years. Again, starting out in the LPL in 2014, never able to make it to a World Final, never able to make it to a semi before this year's Worlds. Finally on the way to doing it with the lead that they've been able to accrue.
And they came out with such a bang, right? It was 3 back-to-back LPL titles when they came in. They then won the inaugural MSI, and it's like, wow, back in 2015, like, are we in the LPL era? But that wasn't the case. But now this fight, the climactic one, this is what set them ahead.
Exactly. Then you see Viper, he was able to survive the initial engage. He flashed out, bought his space to be able to open up the re-engage. Everybody turning it back. Scout with the Zonias as well. Barely there on the outside, not dying. He is also able to realm warp them over to Baron. So critically close.
Yeah, Viper especially being able to dodge out all that damage in return, so much burst. EDG not wanting to get too far ahead of themselves with this.
I thought it was a really good look from Gen G because they found the flank around the back onto Viper, the super fed Jhin.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Flandre damage.
I saw people talking smack about LPL top laners this one around. Flandre, a difference maker in that team fight for sure.
Well, everyone on Gen G diving towards Viper. There's another AD carry on the team.
I mean, Flandre does, again, hold 30% of EDG's damage share so far at Worlds. He has been the guy putting up those numbers. And with that, EDG is just going to be able to keep funneling forward. They have mid-wave. They have Flandre up in top side, so they can start pivoting towards that lane once the wave does crash. It's really nice for patience playing out two lanes.
Oh my god, it's almost 10k.
How much more can they get? Still 1 minute 15 left on the Baron buff so far. The Rebel Baron power play is 2,000. That's 1 turret looking for a second, but not quite going to happen.
Right, Clid spotted on the flank. They will back up, but now Ryze is still pushing down at mid, so they have the map pressure on. They're playing 4-1.
That's okay, though. They're split pushing. Mid lane tier 2 under fire. Slowed by MF. Clid maybe could have gone for that play, but it would have been a risk and doesn't go for it.
Well, man, that risk tolerance has got to be through the roof right now for Gen G. After the last fight that they lost, they're so far in the hole, they've got to make it.
Roam up just in case. Rascal's on the TP. No, it's going to be Jarvan going in. Puts the dunk in, flashes the way. Bullet time going to force the disengage.
That is
Ultimately,
good. That is
everyone lives.
Now they
Rascal
pushed
tried
off.
for the play.
They got top. if Genji commits on mid, they lose another top turret.
Giving away. I feel like you could have played that a bit slower, but still, they are able to get away. So for EDG, they're totally fine.
Yep, because they get him out, they can just run right over back to top lane with the Baron. Then we'll get inside the base. That will be.
Oh, Scout is getting caught out. We're not looking at Scout. All right, Scout is fine.
So it's going to be 1 turret traded for 2. Top lane tier 2 is going to be a formality. Inhibitor turret goes down. Mid
That was
outer
really scary.
It's 2 to 5
Rascal could have
turrets,
easily gone over the
0 to
wall
3
and
in
locked
Drake's.
Rise
Edward
down.
Gaming and the Baron buff with a 3,000 gold lead with a dead inhibitor. And the ability to fight for Dragon's Soul in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
And the pivotal thing is which inhibitor that is. Top
And the
lane
thing is,
inhibitor
this
when you are gonna be
game,
playing
like,
for Dragon's Soul on
EDG
the opposite
isn't
side of the
winning.
map.
They're
Rascal
only
doesn't
winning
have
in
to
terms
do
of, like,
anytime soon.
you know,
BDD might
sure,
have
goal
used up in
difference,
time to try and answer
etc.
some of those waves,
But one
either way,
big
EDG will be
mistake,
able to secure-
or no,
continue to
one
secure vision, be on
slight
objective
mistake
first,
in
and
terms
just
of
make
positioning
Genji's life so hard.
can ruin can ruin
time
EDG.
because the super
Like
minions
just now, Scout
really
almost
putting
getting
all that
cut out.
pressure are
Would have
directly
been
on
scary.
the top Nexus turret, and EDG are rolling in it.
And again, I don't know why EDG need their backs against the wall to perform so well. Every time Game 5s, EDG just step up and show their best.
It has to feel so good for Mako, for Viper. So many years on this team. Mako, since 2015, a franchise player. Now with his eyes set on the finals appearance, and all that's left is finishing up this map, a 10,000 gold lead, a soul point coming up, vision coverage through the jungle leading up to it, and the potential for the pick.
15 seconds, the final TP comes in. 6 times they have won the LPL, 6 times they have traveled to Worlds, and the first time they made MSI, they won it. The first time they've headed to the World Semi-Final, it appears they will win it, and in so doing, be the first time they head to a World Final. Would love to keep that streak going of winning when you make it happen. Clid goes in for the
getting
play.
caught out, not
On
really.
the back line, we have JJ going in. Stun's gonna
Ultimate
hit
setup,
on the
here we
line.
go.
They still find the back line.
Oh,
Trying to stay
there's
alive,
no
getting
way.
away. And
EDG
Clid is
got
down.
this game.
1-0 in a gold lead. A 5v4 looks
Alright,
good.
Scout
would love
locks
to push
down Rascal, flashing
Rascal
away,
with
would not be able to
his
survive for
slow
long
and
as
killed him in game
Flandre
3.
kills
And it's Scout that
him.
gets revenge. It's
And
Flandre
double
knocking
kill.
him down as well.
I'm
Dragon's
getting
Soul
shoved
unneeded.
in.
And maybe they go for it anyway. No wave in the mid lane.
Talking about comfort picks,
What is
Flandre
that?
has stayed true to Graves more than any other player at this tournament, and he's rewarded.
Yeah, now EDG, 20, 30-second death timers at least can get themselves another inhibitor. Flandre gonna pick themselves up the soul, and now it just feels like a matter of time for EDG to be able to take this game.
No, Ruler, he's won a Worlds, he's lost in the finals. He's won a quarters, he's lost to quarters. He's won a groups, he's lost to groups. He's won a semifinal, he has not yet lost a semifinal. EDG about to add that to his list of accomplishments. The top 4 at Worlds is still an incredible performance and a great road for Gen G, but it feels like it's nearing its end.
And we see here EDG looking for this pick. It's actually Gen G the ones that started off. They're feeling the pressure that they're so far behind. Clid goes in, Scout on the opposite side, zoning off Rascal. Really nice ultimate by JJ and Mako Foggle with the flash to get BDD low. And Flandre just there outputting so much damage. Scout gonna walk forward, knowing he can close the distance to land the rope. Flandre flashes forward, and EDG pick up their second kill of that fight, and smiles all around.
Edward Gaming, this was a tough battle as
dude.
Clid is knocked up. They walk into the circle. Gordrick are not going to change the
There's
results
nothing
here.
Genji
And
can do
11,000
anymore.
gold. This battle was
EDG
back
gets
and
it.
forth. At times it was ugly. Clid had outsmited Jejet the
Whoa.
entire time in the series,
1,000.
but when the ganks came through,
Gold advantage.
when the early game was better, Jejet got his team so many first bloods and snowballed those lanes into victories. In game 1, it was bot lane. In game 4 and 5, it was mid lane, and his teammates did the work when he helped in. And now, going for what could be the last push. Still 2 minutes 45 on the Baron buff.
And we're going to be keeping our eyes on JJ. No Cataclysm. Mako, though, does have his ultimate, and they do want to look to start and engage. They have 2 waves of minions, one with super minions. They can look to keep sieging this down with things like the Jhin and try and find an opportunity to go for the engage.
Pew. Miss. Pew.
Jhin
Miss.
to start
Pew.
it out.
Miss. Wow, he actually missed all the shots.
But it is one turret
Was it like,
down,
what's the
ready to
word
keep
I'm looking
going.
for?
Still
He's
10,000
zoning out.
gold lead in the inventories themselves, let alone the wallets. Clid gonna sidestep a bit here. Turret still under fire. Can't go for bot lane just yet. Still waiting for the wave. But the Baron buffed cannons are going to keep flooding in. The supers come in now as well to knock down even more. This turret's going to fall. Gen G, when will you fight for your life? And open Nexus is the time. As Clid is in the back line, taking the shot to help him.
So deep alone 1v3.
But it's not going to happen just yet. Stopwatch burned. 1-0 so far. Taking
He
the
survives.
Here comes the Realm Warp. Clid left alone. He will fall. And Ruler sees his kingdom fall to ashes. He's got no turrets left. He's got no life left.
Critical.
He's got no road left to the World Championship. Viper puts in a couple of shots. BDD is going to die and
Dude,
die.
that critical. Holy shit. EDG wins
the
it.
rest of the LPL are headed to their first World Final.
Welcome to finals.
This is good now. I am okay. So like,
what a performance here. 5 games for both of
if
these
you put
semi-finals.
Genji against Damwon
and Damwon, the final
Damwon,
boss
100%.
will await them there.
But at least
Quite an
EDG has
intimidating
some
one. For now,
fans
Rebel
of
in the success
tournament
that
going
you
on.
have had here.
It's a
EDG,
Korea versus
first time
LPL
in
tournament.
semi-finals.
Damwon has
first
been
time
super
victory.
clean, but they're
Also
not
gonna be the
invincible,
first time
shown
in
by
world
T1 yesterday. And
LPL
today,
first seed facing an
and
LCK.
today we see them taking on Genji. Of course, Genji, a team that is notorious for saying that they are playing to a certain degree, they have a certain play style, and you can easily exploit them. But it's not as easy as it sounds. They still play great. They still play into their comfort picks, and EDG managed to find a way to counterplay those comfort picks. Now here's the problem now. It's easy to lock down on whatever BDD is playing, right? You ban the 3 main champions that he played, the Twisted Fate. Maybe not the Twisted Fate, but really mainly is the Syndra, the Azir, and the Zoe, right? Play around with these 3 bans, you get the game. So that's what has been apparent here, right? Now, what are you gonna need to do, Damwon? Showmaker isn't just going to just play these characters. He has the LeBlanc. He has even the Rice. He has the Syndra. He's just notorious. He's just so good at playing so many different characters. Not as easy to target ban him. The most you can put is 5 bans on him, but doesn't mean that you'll be locking them. Things you have to take away are the TFs, Syndra, and what after these 2? It's really hard to say. Are you going to just ban LeBlanc altogether? Are you really going to put so much resource on him? Is it that easy for EDG to just claim Worlds 2021? We'll have to see next week. So until next week, actually no, okay. Until next week, until next Saturday, we won't get our conclusion. But for tomorrow night, I'll be back and we'll be playing more League of Legends. I'm going to try my best to get back to gold. I was hoping that I will be allowed to play some variety games, but unluckily, I won't be able to do so. We need to get that gold until then. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night on Ranked, on SAQ. Good night.